Thank you.
We begin this meeting by acknowledging that Quinte West is on Indigenous land that has been inhabited by Indigenous peoples from the beginning. We thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Long before today, there have been Indigenous peoples who have been the stewards of this place. In particular, we acknowledge the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte First Nation. This territory is covered by numerous treaties. We recognize and deeply appreciate their historic connection to this place. We also recognize the contribution of the Métis, Inuit, and other Indigenous peoples have made, both in shaping and strengthening this community in particular, and our province and country as a whole. This acknowledgement serves as recognition of the contributions and historical significance of Indigenous peoples across Turtle Island and demonstrates our collective commitment to meet the promises and address the challenges of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission within our community.
Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Declare that closed. Need approval of the agenda. Councillor Armstrong, Councillor O'Neill. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Thank you. Carried. Any public input today? Yes, come up, please.
Good morning. I stand before you today to update you on the growing petition regarding sidewalks and lighting on 2nd Dug Hill Road and to represent the 2,131 people who have signed it to date. I am here to propose a temporary sidewalk to be extended from the partial one in existence down to Hillside Meadow Drive for the immediate safety of the people living there, my family included. Sidewalks should be mandatory when subdivisions are in the planning stages. It has already been well established that without sidewalks and lighting, that road is unsafe. It is unreasonable to expect people to stay off the road until 2025. This must come down to the safety of the citizens now. I am therefore pleading with you to make this a part of your budget planning tomorrow. The safety of the citizens must be the priority here. And lastly, I want to put a face to why there has to be a change. Sarah and Lazaro came for an innocent sleepover the weekend of November 17th, and now my family must go this weekend to lay her to eternal rest. So make a heart-centered choice for Sarah's sake and be the council and the mayor of a city who cares. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public input? Come on up, please.
My name is Bill Smith, and I live on Hamilton Road. Our mail is delivered to a super box on Boats Road. And as near as I can tell, all the boxes except two are for people who have to cross the tracks to get their mail. For anyone walking, there is a section between what is referred to as the boys' home and the tracks that is dangerous to walkers. This restricts people's access to their mail. Personally, I've come very close to being hit by vehicles, and I've been injured by stepping on a rock or a piece of pavement. I'm currently have a problem with a ligament at my left ankle, and all of the counselors in Sydney Ward are familiar with me, as I am not afraid to express my views. Whenever I have asked about the problem, I am told they will be taken care of when the road is done, but next year never seems to come. I think I'm here asking for the side of the pavement on that curve to be repaired, and that possibly some crushed gravel, fine stuff be put in and compacted until the road is fixed. And I would hope to get this done before we have another catastrophe in our midst. I just thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else for public input?
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, councillors. I appreciate your time. Let me begin that I want to thank the building services who quickly repaired the water pipeline, the broken pipeline. They did an amazing job, and almost a transparency to the neighborhood. So we thank them. I want to start off by my main point is the demographics of Quinte West and its citizens' ability to pay, and what the city is not willing to do to have our taxes in a reasonable. First of all, I've looked at the city of Clarington, Bowmanville, Port Hope, and all of them say the same thing as our financial department, that Quinte West is one of the lowest tax base in the in Eastern Ontario. Now, the female, the treasurer in Bowmanville is a female. I just want to make sure that you know that I've been doing my research, and you can do the research yourselves. Now, to address the no, I've written 9 questions to both our councillors in Murray, and I've also directed them to the financial director and Mr. Johnson. Now, currently the majority of homeowners in Quinte West are older than 55 years of age. Looking closer to the demographics of Quinte, these houses are all there are five different subdivisions, and this is not to disrespect them, but they're in mobile trailer homes, and there's over 1,000 of them. And their ability, according to the people I spoke to, they're not owners, they're just representatives of the community. Most of them are unable to pay their fair share of taxes. These facts place the tax burden on many of the residents in Quinte West who are also over 55 years of old, just like myself, and many others that I've spoken. I did visit 7 different subdivisions and spoke to different individuals, and I'm disappointed to see that the turnout to this 9.26 increase. Now, And like I said at the beginning, there's choices to be made. Let me start off with number one. No, I did look at page 18 of the budget, and I noticed that there's a consulting company that I was referred to, the MLA, but I couldn't get into that website to determine which cities did the Quinte West budget refer to. It just says there's 3 histograms, so I don't know who, and I'd like to know. Let's talk about demographics again. One of the things, and if you look deeper into our situation, 40%, now I was wondering why our water bills are so high. 40% of our citizens use either a septic tank, a septic system. So, and that means that 80% of, 60% of the population uses the water filtration system. Now, that's on your website because 28,000 citizens on your website use the filtration system. There's 46,560 citizens in what's called Quinte. So if you divide one by the other one, that leaves, like I said, 40% of people that are living on septic tanks, and in my opinion, are not paying their fair share to taxes. And there's a lot of people that do not want to be on water systems because I believe, don't quote me, it was about 10 years ago where the telephone road water systems were put in, and some of the neighbors, the streets on that site, were offered $2.1 million to put water in, and then it would cost $4,000 to, what's it called again, to go from the street to their house. Now, our ability to pay. Now, I've suggested lots of things to the municipality, including amalgamation with Belleville. Now, if you look at the demographics of our, and what I'm referring to is the economy of scale.
Just stick to the budget, please. Just stick to the budget.
Okay, the economy of scale. So I've suggested, or we've suggested, garbage every second week. One week, what's it called again? Recycling. The next week, garbage. I've suggested that we should freeze our hiring, recruiting. Now, recruitment is a choice. We don't have to do anything that we don't want to as councillors. The third thing is I want to do is no. I asked the young lady over there if I could put these photos, and I'd like to share them with you. There's four actually pictures there, and now I've driven through again cutting costs. I've driven through the municipal building, and how do we cut costs? Now, one of the 4 pictures that I have there are different dates that I took pictures of the 12 to 15 vehicles that are parked here in our parking lot. A month ago, I was coming from, what's it called again, a meeting with, an eye appointment, and I decided to come through. Again, there's 12 to 14 vehicles just parked there. If we don't need them at $50,000, $60,000 a piece, that's close to $800,000 to $1 million. And then if you take a look at the opportunity cost, that's $2 million. So those are the things that the citizens like myself and others, and I've talked to many, many people, are concerned that the city is not listening to the citizens. Now, to end this thing, now I know it's Christmas, and right now, and I'm sorry, I know balancing budgets are a very stressful thing for you guys. I know you guys are elected officials, But right now, a lot of citizens, close to Christmas, are thinking that our councillors are the Scrooges and we're getting a pound of coal. So I want to thank you for your ear, and I hope that my objective is that, I mean, there's no way that we can continue to afford the tax increases. Now, people say that we have lots of services. If you look at the GTA, they have the GO train, they have sidewalks, they have good paved roads. What do we have? What do we have? So anyway, thank you for your time, and I hope, well, our hope is that the councillors listen to its citizens. And again, I don't envy your task, but I know there's things that you can do to reduce our taxes. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else for public input? Anyone else for public input? Anyone else for public input? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a piece of correspondence that came in
Okay.
since the agenda was published. I can read it for
Okay, Jeff.
council. This is from Steve Glover, Mayor and Council of City of Quinte West. I am writing you to express my disappointment in the proposed 9% plus proposed tax increase for 2024. I cannot understand why staff bring forward these rates when they know that people's finances are not keeping up with the proposed municipal tax increases. If the city can please stick to the core responsibilities of what is needed, it would be better off in serving the taxpayers with a lower tax increase. Snow removal, policing, fire services, parks, underground water and sewage, and maintaining existing infrastructure. Other municipalities of the same population base are bringing in common sense tax increases, even with the same issues that we face in these hard times. I'm asking that as you go through this year's budget, say yes to what is required and no to frivolous requests that are not needed to lower the proposed increases. My household is based upon planning for what is needed, what I can afford within my budget, and living within my means. One place that cuts could happen is the marina. It is nice to have, but overall really doesn't benefit the city of Quinte West economically. It costs more than what it brings in, so in my books, it doesn't warrant the cost. If it breaks even, then fine, but if not, raise the user fees to break even so that taxpayers are not subsidizing non-Quinte West boats, who are probably the majority of the slip rentals. Thank you, Steve Glover.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Is that it? Thank you very much, and we'll do our best to meet the, I guess you'd say, the requirements that are before us, in front of us. So, okay, next is our CAO, Mr. Clazy, providing highlights.
Well, good morning, everybody, and just want to welcome everybody to our budget meeting this morning, and thank the members of the public for coming and being part of this. Before I start off, I just want to say a huge thank you to our staff, in particular Caleb and the accounting staff, for putting the budget book together for this year. I think it's an amazing document, and I think there's a lot of information in there, and I think it's certainly going to help us with our discussions as we move through. I also want to special thank you as well to Rebecca and our communication staff. They just certainly played a big part in putting this book together and getting it out. And then also as well, just to all our directors. I know this has been a stressful time these last couple months as we've been working on this and putting this together and bringing it to here today and tomorrow for council to deliberate on. And I know there's lots of questions to be asked, and we're here to answer those as best we can. So I just wanted to take a couple minutes and just talk about some of the highlights from 2023 and just make a few comments as we move into 24. And of course, 23 was Quinte West's 25th anniversary, and I've had the privilege and pleasure of working for the city for 20 years now, and certainly been seeing a huge amount of transformation and growth within the municipality since I've been here and over that time. So in 23, we celebrated our anniversary with the Art on the Trent and the Quinte West Mosaic mural, which we unveiled here in City Hall not too long ago. And we had over 39,000 visits to our outdoor community events this year. So that certainly brought a lot of people to the city and certainly helped us economically. And I also want to just mention one of those events is the Hops on the Water Craft Beer Festival, which is ranked in the top 100 festivals in Ontario, and I think that's a great feather in our cap here in Quinte West. We also, when you talk about growth, we issued 264 building permits this past year, and we took part, Mayor and Council took part in 70 new business openings and expansions, and I think that also goes to show that there's certainly a lot of economic activity happening here in the city, and certainly helping us as we move forward. In addition, the city provided almost $250,000 to help out a number of local community groups that provide vital services and partnerships to the residents of Quinte West. We also partnered with the Lions Club to do the Lions Accessible Playground in Centennial Park. And as we all know, it's now as any time, it's important for us to continue to communicate with our community. And the city issued 84 media releases and over 100 communications campaigns this past year and over 800 social media posts. So again, trying to keep the community informed on everything that's going on and what we're doing moving forward. In addition, I can say our staff certainly worked very hard this year to maintain all the services that we provide. And I just want to throw out a few statistics because I think it's important to keep these numbers in mind as we move into the discussions for 24. So our road staff this past year continued to ensure that our 1,486, so 1,486 lane kilometers of road continues to be well maintained, not only for winter control, but through the summer. And just to put that into context, that's the same as maintaining a 2-lane road from Cornwall to Windsor. So just think about that for a second as you think about the amount of roads that we have to maintain and the cost to do that. Our park staff continue to keep all our parks and sports fields in great shape, and we had over 2,800 field rentals last year. Our arena staff as well continue to keep our facilities in great shape, not only our arena staff, but our facility staff, and we had over 10,000 hours of facility bookings. And then this fall, we've actually launched our new online facility booking system, which will actually help with that process and allow our residents to book some ice online. Our water and wastewater staff continue to ensure our drinking water and systems and our wastewater systems are in great working order. And I'm happy to say that in 23, we received a provincial inspection rating of 100% on those facilities. And our fire department helped educate fire safety to over 4,500 residents. And our staff here at City Hall, when you think about the number of people and visits into this facility, we serviced over 24,000 visits, customers at our counters, and over 27,000 phone calls through the year. So I wanted to put that into context for council as we move forward. I mean, all these things certainly help us with meet our vision statement of a healthy, vibrant community where generations grow and prosper, and also support our mission statement to provide excellent municipal services and leadership as we work together to make Quinte West a great place to live and play. So as I just wanted to make a couple comments on the 24 budget, just at a high level, and keeping all of those things in mind. We all know costs are increasing, and I think we all know that from our own personal life. Every time we go to the grocery store or Walmart or Canadian Tire, pretty much everything we go to purchase is costing more, and that's affecting us too. And as we work through these next couple days, I just want to reiterate for council this graphic, and this really is the breakdown of that 9.26 tax increase, which really falls into 3 buckets. We have our external agencies, And that is all of the groups and partners that we work with that provide a significant amount of service to our residents on our behalf. So when you think of these organizations, the County of Hastings provides our social services. They look after housing, ambulance service, and long-term care. So those are all services that we don't provide specifically here with our own staff, but we have that partnership with the county. In addition, Quinte Transit falls in here that provides the transit service. Our OPP policing contract provides policing. We have our conservation authorities, the library, and a few others. But so I think it's as we move forward, and if council's looking at places if they want to try and reduce this, any of those services you want to reduce, those are conversations that our members of council here will need to be having as we sit on those boards. Okay. The second part is the capital levy, and this year we've proposed that at 2%, which is what it was last year. Prior to that, we had a 1% capital levy for a number of years. And we know from the discussions even last year and a few meetings ago when we had our kind of financial overview, that 2% probably should be higher. It should be higher, but we're also trying to balance the needs of our residents with something that we can use moving forward. And again, if this is something that council wants to have a discussion about and potentially reducing, that's a discussion we can have. But then when we start talking about what capital projects we need to do and what needs to be done, and that's the discussion that needs to be part of that. And then the final piece, of course, is just our internal operations. And again, all of those things that I just talked about, the number of phone calls we service, the number of roads we maintain. If council again wants to take a look at that, then we're into talking about, can we continue to maintain that same level of service that we're providing now as we move forward? So that's really just kind of my quick overview. Just wanted to make those few comments before we get started, and I'll turn it over to Director Denowden, who's going to give you a little more detail into the 24 budget.
Thank you very much.
We can stay on page 21 for a second, then come back here. So just for kind of the goals of the next 2 days, we're going to start going through this budget book. As you can see, the page numbers are referenced on the slide, and you have the budget book in front of you. I will be going over the overview of the operating capital and a bit of our financial position, and then we'll go through all the internal departments. I encourage you to ask questions as we go along, especially if there is a kind of a goal to reduce the tax levy in any of these three areas. Please ask questions, and we can maybe do some homework and go away with these questions and come back with numbers for you, either end of day tomorrow, beginning of day tomorrow or end of day when we actually try to formulate a resolution.
So just to make clear, you're preparing where you ask questions as you go through this, correct?
Yeah. If you throw your hands up, we can.
Everybody clear on that? If you got a question, turn on your mic or wave, shake, whatever gets my attention.
So we have our finance team in the back navigating the budget book, so we can toggle back and forth. If there's a certain page you want to reference, we can bring that up on the screen as well. And of course, if we can't answer it on the spot, or we need a second to take it away, just bear with us as we take it away and try to answer that question more specifically. So I'll start now going to page 10. And breaking down what Mr. Clazy mentioned there about our 9.26% between internal, external, and capital levy. Of course, today we're focusing on internal and capital levy, and tomorrow some of the external agencies. This is another chart to break those three components down more into growth, service level, and core. As you can see, the levy is related to everything outside of growth. So the growth and assessment of close to $1 million relates to our additional expenses related to growth. In that growth of $1 million, you'll see about $560,000 in staffing needs that kind of came out of the org review in the last few years for internal department, and the remaining $400,000 is related to external agencies. So we've allowed Hastings County, Library, Transit, all have growth needs, expanding additional service levels that they need to achieve because of additional residents. And so about 40% of that growth pressure is on external agencies. And so that's important to keep in mind.
Mr.
Out
Mayor?
of the service level change, the 2.3 million. Sorry.
Director Caleb, could you please just elaborate just a little bit more on what you're meaning by growth revenue, like the assessment growth?
Yes.
Just to let everybody know what we're talking about.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so every year there's new construction, whether it's residential, commercial, and that new construction is then assessed and we receive additional taxes. So it's basically an additional tax base that we didn't have last year.
Thank you.
Now going into the tax rate increase. So the remaining 7.1 million, so keep it on that page if you will, the 7.1 million relates to service level changes. So of the 2.3 million in service level changes, 1.4 million of this is the capital levy that we've included in the budget, that 2% capital levy. So a majority of that service level changes is simply just to help us catch up with that capital levy. The remaining amount we'll discuss later in terms of service level changes that have been presented throughout the budget book in different departments. When it comes to core inflationary, we're mainly dealing with increases in utilities. It's about 700,000 and other items. Salaries and benefits is about 1.5 million. These are contract negotiations or contracted expenses that we can't really change. There are 2 million in external pressures, inflationary pressures, and about 600,000 just for fleet alone. Next page. So now diving into some of this more specifics on the overview. So the impact on ratepayers for 2024, we're with a 9.26% proposed tax levy increase. That would increase the average tax bill in Quinte West by about $322 a year. So an increase from $3,478 on average last year to $3,800 this year. Next page. Community engagement. As you're aware, we did push out for the first year a survey to our public residents and asked them for some feedback. We did receive over 80 responses, and we're going to try to build on this every year in terms of getting feedback from the public. A few highlights. When it comes to general satisfaction, majority, 85.9%, rated the quality of services as either good or fair. When it comes to strategic plan initiatives, residents identified infrastructure and a healthy, vibrant community as the top 2 priorities for 2024. Views on property taxes. This is where we asked if they were willing to increase taxes or not. We had a balanced view with some respondents pretty much evenly divided over increasing taxes to enhance or maintain services or cutting services to maintain or reduce taxes. Community issues. The most frequently mentioned community issue was the need for affordable housing, followed by the quality of road maintenance. Next page.
Questions? I'm just wondering what the total number of respondents were and how long the survey was out.
80 respondents, maybe 82 respondents, and it was out for, maybe help me out here, 6 weeks? October to November, for October 3rd or so to November 10th, so about 5 to 6 weeks.
Thank you. And I guess the last question was, there any of these, the number wasn't released until after, like the increase wasn't released until after the survey closed?
Correct. This was before the budget was released yet.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Caleb, the views on property taxes, that particular comment where it says survey findings indicate a balanced view on property taxes with respondents divided over increased taxes to enhance or maintain versus cutting services. So it was 50%. The public said, hey, we're willing to cut, and others said we're willing to increase. So it was pretty much divided there?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And to but the respondents didn't, and I think Councillor Stedall alluded to this, the respondents didn't know it was 9.2%. They said they would increase, but they didn't say, yeah, we'll increase to, say, 3%. Like, they didn't say we'll increase to 9.26% or anything. They just said they would increase to maintain the services, correct?
Yeah, correct. Context was very low when this survey was sent out in terms of what that meant, yeah.
Go ahead. Councillor Armstrong.
Do you think the number of respondents would have been much higher if the number had been released?
Through Mayor, I can't answer that.
Yeah, I mean,
What's your answer?
well, that's what I'm coming back to, is we got 13 people here. How many comments have you had? And don't tell me all of them. Okay. I've had some, yes, and I guess what I'm
Like
saying
80
is we're all out there.
Yeah,
We're out there
we're
every
listening all
day.
the time. 80 is not a big number. To me, that's a communication breakdown somewhere.
What about 85? Is that a big enough number? Because that's how many there were.
Well,
Well, that's in that survey, but how many have we all?
oh yeah, I know.
That's, you know, on top
So
of that.
the engagement process needs to improve somewhere or whatever. But yes, I think if you'd put that number out there, there would be.
Maybe, maybe not. We'll never know.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's pretty hard to put the number out till you get it finalized, would be my comment. And we only have 11 members of council here, not 13. Thank you.
But there's still.
Oh, my question was answered. Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Who's Councillor Card?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that, yeah, there might be some more information to glean. I guess maybe if there's kind of some secondary surveys possibly after the numbers increased, or maybe hypotheticals kind of speaking in different ranges, I guess, of possible levies. But I think that most people that answer these, I think it's fair to say, are pretty engaged citizens, generally speaking, filling out a municipal survey. So I think it's fair to say last year the proposed levy, I think you tabled, was around 10%, and we're living in an inflationary environment. The neighboring municipalities, some of them have tabled budgets probably while that was being filled out. So I think that people generally that are going to be filling that out are probably understanding the realm of which we're working in, and I think even you see it in the gallery this year. There's much less folks here for the similarly tabled, very high sticker shock number for a lot of folks, but there isn't that same feeling. I think partly inflationary environment, very similar numbers from neighboring municipalities, and there's just kind of I think a deeper understanding of where these issues lie, and that it's not going to be easy solutions or short-term fixes to these core inflationary drivers that we're dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate the book that you prepared, that the staff prepared, because the information is in there that answers the issues that we're dealing with. You really, really have done a great job explaining and all-inclusive as to the issues. And yes, I don't dispute your road issue, and we've got many that need repair, and we do our best. Up until just a few days ago, I'll tell you, our PILT money, which is payment in lieu of taxes from the federal government, was cut by $1 million. $1 million, that's a big hit. We covered that hit out of our reserves to try to keep doing what we needed to do and keep up with some of the issues. But the good news is that I did talk to the MPP, Mr. Smith, this week. He's in Dubai. Best place in the world, he said. Safest, cleanest.
I thought Quinte West was the best place in the world.
I'm just telling you what he said, not what I said. Anyways, the good news is that he has confirmed with me, and I was supposed to have an email tomorrow at the latest, confirming the PILT money will be reinstated back to its level by the provincial government. So the provincial government is topping up the fund that the federal government cut. Unheard of, but listen, great. Great for us, great for other places, Ottawa and so on, where that PILT money was a big hit. So I'm hoping to have that email tomorrow, but I'm certainly, as I said to Mr. Smith when I spoke to him, that you make sure that nothing goes wrong with this because we're headed to the bank. Thank you.
All right, we'll dive into the provincial funding here in a minute. So just to close off on the loop on community engagement, we'll take the feedback. I think we all agree internally we'd like to increase engagement, and this was our first year at it, so we're happy that we at least kicked it off this year.
I'm going to refer to
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor
could I
Neal.
ask a question?
Sorry.
Is that for me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I always have trouble with this average Canadian residential property assessment thing. I don't even know how many houses there might be in Quinte West that are worth $250,000, but I'm thinking there's not very many, if any. I wish there were, we'd all be buying them up. But so if we could do that figure at 500,000, which is probably more realistic for people, the average person across the whole city. Can you tell me what that number would be in 2023 if we didn't touch this budget? Is it just double that?
So through Mayor, the average Canadian assessment here is determined by MPAC, is based on the values of 2016, and that is these are the notices people receive in their mail. It's the value of assessment value they'll see on their property tax bill. So it's not related to the fair market value of the home today, and so it's important we keep those numbers here so that they know how it all relates to MPAC and their assessment, and that's the average number multiplied by the rate, and the average Quinte West property tax of $3,478 in 2023 is an average of your average residential tax bill. So it is difficult to, because you see that and you assume it's related to fair market value as of today, but it's not.
And at what point will we be reassessed to change that number?
Don't ask.
This is a good question. We've been waiting for the province, and hopefully in 2024 we'll know more and we'll get back on track to
I
new
knew
assessments.
that, but what I'm concerned about is it's going to be one heck of a hit if they wait much longer.
You got that right.
To be clear, Chair, so the assessment rates will actually go down if assessments increase, like if they double, the rate would go down. So your property taxes don't simply double when it's reassessed. There will be a lot of communication on this to make sure people know that their assessments go up, their taxes won't go up along with their assessments.
Okay, thank you, and that's really important to specify. Thank you very much, Taylor.
Okay, thank you. Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the treasurer. I really like the book. It's very precise. I can understand it well. My big concern is on page 14 for the capital budget. We're spending 28.9 million, but we're only putting 13 million in. So we're roughly doing 16 million deficit or drawdown this year, which I find that very concerning.
Through Rich, we will be going through the page, or all the pages, so maybe as we get there, we'll address that issue.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Councilor Card.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to also comment on the book format as soon as I got the email there, and I picked it up and texted Caleb and thanked him and his team. I think it's very, very digestible format. It's so much better than just a printout or a slideshow presentation on a screen. I think it feels like kind of part of the evolution to a city and a larger city, growing municipality, and I love the format. And just at Councillor Freeman's point too, I think my house assessment value is 120,000, 130,000, and paid a multiple of that. It's nowhere, related to reality in terms of was shocking to myself too. But yeah, I wanted to thank you for this presentation. I think the book is a wonderful idea.
Thank you.
Great. So I'm on page 13 now, just budget release dates. I kind of mentioned how this day and tomorrow are going to go. We're hoping to come back on January 17th, and we'll see kind of what comes out of this meeting, if it's a full budget book release again or just minor edits until we actually release a final budget book, which will be available all year round on the website for all residents to see once we've passed our final budget. The assumptions is just clear to note that a municipality is required by the provincial law to balance its operating budget each year. This does not mean it needs to be a sustainable budget. It just needs to be funded. Everything needs to be financed and paid for. Next page, through the budget, we did kind of look at some key themes around what was requested throughout the year in terms of additional services. A good example is the air show from last meeting. These things are added to the budget throughout the year, and then often we get to the budget and we take another look at some of those things in the budget that we've added or require additional funds. One of the key themes we also looked at is trying to limit debt and managing our reserve funds, which we'll get to here in the financial position. But these are two important pieces to a sustainable financial plan to ensure we're looking at not only that we have money in those today, but that there will be money in the reserves later, and that we don't overcommit to debt. So we'll kind of go through in order in terms of operating budget, capital budget, and then we'll talk a bit about our financial position. So next page, some of the guiding principles on the budget are, we looked at the 2020 strategic plan. There's the 5 key pieces of the strategic plan where we'll see some themes later on. The city's infrastructure deficit, as Councillor O'Neill mentioned, asset management plan calculates a deficit on core infrastructure over $10 million. This was one of our guiding principles in how we prioritize things. Another guiding principle was the capital levy. Last year, council increased from 1% to 2%. So that's a 1.4 million additional, 2% addition to the tax levy just to address this on capital. So we kept that in the budget, that 2% capital levy. And any new or additional strategic plan priorities that this council would like to bring up or add to would just increase the budget on top of what the baseline is right now. And we'll get into that later as well. Budget challenges and economic climate. As we're aware, and we've mentioned before, the CPI over the last 3 years is 14.1%, and Quinte West tax rate is 8.76%. This is a loss of 5% in purchasing power. Just looking at CPI, of course, there's nuances there, but most of those nuances are actually going the opposite way when we look at the replacement cost of fleet and other things that are much higher than 14.1% over the last 3 years. Provincial and federal factors. So this is where we talk a bit about the funding sources from the feds and the province. Right now, OSIF, $6.4 million was received in 2023, and that is in this budget. Of course, there's a portion of that used for city, a portion used for water and sewer. We just received notice in the last few days that similar to the difference between 22 and 23, where it dropped 700,000, again, our next year's allocation will drop by another 700,000. And so more bad news to show that 2% capital levy that we did last year, eroded by 1% drop in OSIF, again will be eroded by OSIF loss of funding next year.
Councillor Stedall, go ahead.
Oh, just quick, is that the full 15% that it was dropped by? Okay.
Correct.
And that's not unusual. That's the same number that I'm hearing other municipalities are experiencing exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just don't know why they're doing it.
So my understanding is that there's municipalities who are receiving too much funding prior to 3 years ago. And so they're trying to tap into us to try and make up the difference from the other municipalities. But
Paint
yeah,
some
they're getting
everybody
more.
with the same brush. Councillor Quincy.
Thanks very much. And so that's why we hear from our citizens who don't hear the news that the province of Ontario is drawing back funding to the municipalities. And so if we want to maintain our services and keep going in the direction that we're going to, we have to go back to our citizens and say, well, if you want your city to be this way, then we're going to need to increase your property taxes to make up some of the lost revenue that your provincial taxes were once covering, but now you're going to pay for the same service, but you're going to pay it through your property tax. Very confusing. I don't know how anybody understands any of this stuff. Unless you're a municipal councillor and you call Caleb every other day to find out what's going on, or Director Clazy, or any of the directors, as a matter of fact, because all the departments are affected. Thanks.
Councillor Boyce?
Thank you, Your Worship. So a few minutes ago, we heard about $1 million, and we'll probably hear it on the media, about $1 million increase to the PILT money, but now you're saying that there's that $1 million increase, then it'll probably be announced in the media, but we've now just lost $700,000 from another program. So right now we're maybe just plus $300,000.
Correct. Yeah, correct. So just to clarify the numbers there for Councillor Boyce, was the $3 million that Mayor Harrison mentioned we're expecting as a one-time payment to make up for that $1 million loss over the last 3 years. So it's a one-time commitment, but we still don't know if that will be an annual commitment to make up that lost funding annually. And then the flip side of the coin is another program, OSIF, dropped $700,000 annually.
Yes, he's absolutely right. And I reached out to MP Williams, and I reached out to MP Garrettson. Neither one of them called me back. But your point is exactly what I'm concerned about. One-time funding doesn't take us very far. So, thank you. Councillor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think that this is a big part of the cost drivers that we're dealing with for the public gets, I think, shocked by some of these numbers, although they're becoming more regular. But if you go down the list here, it's bad enough to say that we had 14% inflation over the last 3 years in total. I mean, that forces the city to basically find efficiencies, make service cuts, or raise taxes significantly to have the same purchasing power. But you go down the list, 2021, $1 million yearly PILT cut every year, not a one-time. That's permanent. You have to fill that every single year going forward. 2022, 1.1 million in OSIF over, I think, maybe 21 and 22. You're saying another 700,000 permanent OSIF cut in 2024 come into effect. Some of these emergency spends with break wall, 7 million, the water main break under the river, 1.2 million. All of these things is just huge contributing factors, and it's just with the inflation, it's just such a double whammy. Our funding getting cut over here, our costs rising tremendously over here, and it's just no easy solutions here.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest we hold our questions. Otherwise, you're not going to get through this, and we're not either. So I'm going to hold questions. Go ahead, Mr. Deneau.
Thank you. So just to kind of finish things off there, we talked about, we didn't talk about the CCBF, which used to be known as the federal gas tax. 2.8 million will be used for capital. That's actually a $120,000 increase for this year. And on the other side, the 1.3 million OMPF funding, this is in the operating budget. That actually went down by 50,000 for 2024, and that comes from the province as well. So we're talking about provincial federal factors. Those are the financial factors, and of course there's the legislative factors. And so I've highlighted on the right side of this page the Development Charge Act. The recent changes were just took royal assent, I think it was yesterday, and there are implications to how much the city can collect in development charge revenue, with no clear indication that that lost revenue will be made whole by the province yet. So we're waiting for that. And so phase-ins and exemptions are to be financed by Quinte West taxpayers. The asset management plan regulation is still in effect with deadlines. We have a deadline coming up in July 1st. And so there's requirements for every city to produce this plan. And this plan directly links to the OSIF funding we receive. The province has restricted revenue on site plans under the Planning Act. Bereavement Authority continues to pressure municipalities to maintain the closed cemeteries. And one of the provincial laws around joint and several liability continues to be a consideration on our insurance rates. As we'll get there a little bit later, insurance rates are up 13%, and basically municipalities have a high exposure in the on the risk side. External community groups, so we'll go to the next page. I just wanted to highlight here that there are a list of community groups we're going to hear from tomorrow. None of these requests have been included in the budget as it stands now. If there was a funding amount last year, then it's still there, but any new funding amount has not been added to this year's levy. And so those will be, excuse me, considered tomorrow, where we plan to hear from the list of applicants, and then at the end of the day, try to make some decisions around where the financial support will be. The Community Grant Fund, which is separate from these annual commitments to these bigger groups, the total is 170, the Community Grant Fund is valued at $76,000, so that pot of money is the same that we had in last year's budget, and assuming council approves the budget as is, that pot of money will be available for the 19 applicants that put in requests that totaled $87,500. So unless there's a concern there, that committee will have to reduce the amount it gives out to $76,000. In addition to the Community Grant Fund, there are several organizations listed here that we do provide annual amounts that total up to $170,800, and so those have just been carried forward into this budget as well. So we can take questions kind of later on, I think maybe when we get to the CAO's budget if there's questions on those. Property taxes, we provided the detail again. This is from the BMA study that we receive, where we get comparisons. So detached bungalow, we see that in Quinte West, the average property taxes on a bungalow are lower than the Eastern Ontario average and the Ontario average. And the property taxes as a percentage of household income, which is the chart below, it shows that in Quinte West in 2023, the percentage of household income for property taxes was 3.05%. For the Eastern Ontario was 3.47%, and the Ontario average was 3.16%. And so we can look at this many ways. Good news, bad news. It's lower taxes, but it also means that our revenue is a bit lower as well.
Comment on that. I believe our delegation was requesting information on that about the BMA study, and there was a good presentation at the Audit and Risk Committee last week, and it talked more about the study, a little bit of in-depth with it. And I guess my only concern with using some of the numbers with BMA is that it only takes into account 144 municipalities in the province, where there's 444 municipalities. And some of the comparables that are being used for Quinte West are larger, much larger cities than us, specifically Kingston and Peterborough. So they're not, although they're single tier, so they have that same complement. There's other things that are in the mix that they're not really comparable. So it is something that you have to take a look at with a little bit of a, just a bit of a touch, knowing that it could be different than what we are actually experiencing here.
Thanks. Next page. So we have this chart is often very informative for the average resident. Just knowing how little taxes we collect from property taxes. Meanwhile, the HST, sales tax, income tax, corporate tax, that federal and provincial governments levy is a significant amount of the overall tax you pay. So overall, your tax dollars you will spend this year, municipality collects simply 9% of those tax dollars and provides a lot of the services the average residents receive when it comes to roads, parks, arenas, cemeteries, planning, everything we do here at the city. Some of the highlights for this year include completing some plans, recreation master plan, development charge study, industrial land strategy. We also have renovations ongoing for the medical building, 149 North Murray. We are looking pretty shortly to have our monthly water billing process finally ready after some delays in our water meters. We have Quinte West Emergency Response Plan goals, Employee Performance Development Program, finalizing the Quinte West Official Plan, updating the city's engineering standards, and developing a corporate strategic plan. These will all be talked about more at the department level. The 2024 budget impacts are explored into three categories. I mentioned them earlier on: core inflation, growth, and service. So we'll dive into each of those. I won't go into it anymore here. And I provided also some alternatives that council can start to think about some of these ideas around how do we address this increase if we want it to bring it down. How do we address different creative ways of reducing it. Next page, and we'll go right to page 22. So just kicking off our revenues. So as you can see, the 9.26% increase, it relates to $82,425,230 revenue that's required. So you'll see that that's 10.9%. The other, everything above the 9.26 is related to growth. And that's why you can have a expenditure higher than your levy, because you have growth in new assessment. The capital levy, as we go down, is going up from 11.6 to 13 million. That's a 1.4 million increase. And you'll see we've put it over in service level increase. We could have maybe chose any category here, but you'll see that service level increase is high because we put that extra 2% levy in that category. The special levy includes the housing levy of 150,000 and the industrial land levy of 150,000. Those both go into dedicated reserves so that we have those funds available if we want to invest in industrial land or want to invest in a housing strategy. The municipal department's budget is proposed at $37.5 million. This is a $3.8 million increase, or 11.4% increase to the overall budget. And we're going to be diving into each department as to how that 11.4 comes out. And external agencies proposed at $31.5 million, not as high, but at 9.8% average increase for an overall inflationary impact of 6.4% to the overall budget, 1.29% related to growth, and 3% related to the service level change, which is a majority of that is the capital levy. Next page, the municipal departments are broken down here, so you can see a summary. Again, we're going to go through each one of these to dive into the overall increase and how it relates to growth, service level, and inflation. The next page, we have kind of a summary of what we're going to dive into later. Again, I'm not going to go into too much of this because we are going to go through it with the departments. But I guess on the inflation side, you can see salaries and benefits, 6.2%. This reflects contractual obligations and increases to our benefits and pension providers. So there's really not much in terms of discretionary items within that. 8.2% for fleet costs. Again, this is to maintain our fleet as it is, unless we reduce the expectation or lifespan or increase the lifespan of our fleet. The 8.2% to replace our fleet and to pay for fuels and repair is required. And more specifically, $285,000 is increased for fire fleet alone, just because of the significant increase in replacing tankers and some of the higher end fleet there. We have 10% increase in garbage collection, disposal, and organics, 5% across the board for utilities, and insurance premiums, as I mentioned, have gone up 13%. The growth requirements are related to staffing as we look at the municipal budget only, and so you can see the chart there where there is an additional 5.1 FTE full-time equivalent to the 2024 budget, and again, we'll discuss each one of those in the departments we talk about. And finally, the service level changes. There's things like free parking, as council knows. There's a cost of $58,000 there. The air show, $150,000. We reduced some training budget, and some other areas where there's a service level change will come up later in the budget as well. Next page. So looking now, switching gears to the external agencies, which we'll hear from tomorrow. We have the health unit, which is health services, is up 6.1%, and I shouldn't say that the public health is 4.6%, but there's also an increase for doctor recruitment of 50,000. Just as we're seeing more doctors getting paid and added to the program, we had to increase that. Hastings County. It's important to know that we've made assumptions for Hastings County. Hastings County hasn't reviewed their budget yet. So what we've done, and you'll see, is that 8.24% in core, 1.6 in growth, 1.5 in service level for a total 11.4 reflects exactly what the city internal budget is. So if there are changes to the city budget, we have this linked, so that would reduce the Hastings County budget, and that's the method we've used right now. just because it's too early to know what the Hastings County budget is. So basically, Hastings County budget would be set at whatever the city internal budget is set at this point. The city does have a social services reserve of $285,000. This is a stabilization reserve for that line item. In case they do come in over or under what we've allotted, we do have a stabilization reserve. Quinte West Public Library, they will be here tomorrow to talk about their 20% increase. Quinte Transit will be here to talk about their 17, and Quinte Waste Solutions will be here to talk about the 29%, which I understand has changed already, so we have updated information on that. The OPP billing was 1.3%. You see a 2.2% because there was increase to the Police Service Board costs and a reduction in our Provincial Offences Act revenue projections. They continue to go down, and so we have lowered the revenue expectations for Provincial Offences Act. The cost of the building is in there as well. So utility costs, and that will be in there as well. That's right. And other external agencies, we have Bay of Quinte Economic Development, Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board, MPAC, which really there's not much we can do there, Quinte West Chamber of Commerce, Small Business Center. We have agreements with these agencies. A lot of them have agreements already, so there's not much in terms of discretionary spend. The two that are more discretionary are Lower Trent and Quinte Conservation. Quinte Conservation has been approved. Lower Trent is going to actually come on as public input tomorrow morning, and we can talk a bit about Lower Trent when it comes to the end of the day, a resolution of what we want to do with their budget and category 2 and 3 expenses. So we'll bring that up tomorrow. Next page, 28, actually, sorry, 29. So now we're diving into our overall revenues. So we have general taxation. This is over 80 million. As I mentioned, 1.3% of the revenue comes from growth. Area rating revenue, we show it here, that is directly related to the area rating expenses of street lighting and firefighting. And that is paid by specific taxpayers within those regions. Other revenue includes OMPF, as I mentioned earlier, that reduced by $50,000. We've added $50,000 for interest revenue due to better bank rates. Reserve transfers, this is a big hit here. So we've taken out the one-time reserve transfers that were in the budget 2023. We did not assume that those one-time offsets to bring the levy down last year would remain. That's ongoing, that's unsustainable. So we took those out and would have to be added back in if we were using one-time reserves to reduce the tax levy, but those have been added out, and that's over $411,000 across all budgets. But in this budget, it's I think at $285,000. And so that decrease of one-time reserve money equated to about 0.6% of a tax increase.
Okay, to stop and take some questions.
Sure.
Councillor Stedall?
Just a question for Director Denouden. The $50,000 for the interest, I'm just wondering if we can get an updated number as to how much we actually are making more in 2023 from what our budget is, because I know that the interest rates have been, extremely high this year and unprecedented. So the $50,000 increase, I'm wondering if there might be an ability to move that number up if we do need it a little bit.
Through your worship, we can look at the number right now. We did in 23 approve our budget later in the year, like March, April. So we had a pretty good knowledge of what our bank rates were at that point. So we did actually project them higher at last year, and we're pretty much on target for those revenues. We did increase it by $50,000. That was our professional guess as to what we'll earn this year. We can already see that the banks are looking at the Bank of Canada, is looking at stopping those increases. So we could guess higher. It's a difficult one because we hate to underestimate as well. But right now we have 50,000. We think that's sufficient.
Any other councillors, Boyce?
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of anticipated costs, this year, where did we anticipate fuel prices? Last year we seem to have increased them higher. Are we this year anticipating lower?
No, through your chair, the fuel rates are expected to be the same as last year on average.
The same? And do we
Remember, we use mostly diesel, and they're shafting us in the price of diesel.
Oh, we have a diesel car. We're
Okay,
aware.
you know what I'm saying then, yes. It's not a good feeling. I have a few diesel.
Used to be cheaper when we went to the gas.
Yes. Okay, go ahead. Anything else? Any other questions or comments? Well, Councillor Freeman or Councillor Reed, anything?
Councillor Card's got a question.
Councillor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I was just reading an article last night. I think Bank of Canada having kind of stalled the rate increases for a few meetings in a row now. I think that the market is pricing in like a 50% chance of the first cuts coming by June, I think it is right now, kind of May, June. So who knows, those things don't go as, yes, exactly, yeah. There seems to be a consensus that the rate increases are over and that CPI has been steadily heading down now. So I don't know when the cuts will come. There's arguments over that. But I know that looking at some of these cost drivers for this budget, some of the increases, internally were, a lot of these departments kind of the mid single digits, and looking at some of the outside agencies, obviously the OPP with a great number, 2.2. They've done it 2 years in a row. It's great to see, wonderful to see. But obviously, a lot of the external partners here with some very large numbers. So I hope that we're able to kind of go through and work with them tomorrow and not try to just find all the savings internally, because we're squeezing mid-single digit numbers down, where obviously some of these in the teens and 20s, I feel like there's some opportunities there, and if we're for fairness, I mean, if we're going to ask for some service cuts, if we're going to sharpen the pencil, I think it should be felt by everyone. I think Hastings County, I think internally and the partners too. I think we have to keep it fair and balanced and when we're looking at that. So, thanks.
So how much longer do you need?
Yeah, so just thinking that, Mayor, I've got maybe about 10 to 15 minutes left to finish the summary, and then maybe we'll take a break then and go into departments. Is that okay? All right. So street lighting and career fire, which is page 30. As I mentioned, that one, street lighting increased by 0.86%. We're continuing to see good numbers on our hydro bills with those LED lights. Career firefighting, we have an increase of 5.79%. Again, that will be worked into the Trenton area taxes. Going to the tax levy impact, we've broken down again here how the increases apply to each ward due to the area rating in each ward. So we're an average at 9.26%, with 9.4 as the max for the Sydney, Murray, Frankfurt, and 8.9 as the lower percentage on Trenton. However, the yearly increase is higher in Trenton because they have a career firefighting. Then again, we broke it down by tax class, so you can see how that increase affects residential, commercial, industrial, farm, and multi-residential units. That's pretty much consistent with commercial coming in slightly lower at 7%. User fees and reserves. I just wanted to highlight that our charges for 2024 have been approved. They're on our website, and we can review them if council wishes. There are a few that I've highlighted here on page 32 that are have a bigger impact on the overall budget. The arena and sport field rental fees, we're talking maybe tens of thousands of dollars with a few percentage points increase on those. Bag tag fees is obviously your biggest one, where last year we discussed that as well, where a 50-cent increase provides about $300,000, almost 0.5% on the tax levy increase. And facility rental fees as well, we may be talking a few tens of thousands on those increases. Otherwise, we will be coming back. We're planning to come back to council in the new year to look at 25-26 user fees. But this budget doesn't propose a change from what was already approved for 2024 unless that comes up. Special capital levies, this was already mentioned, where there are two levies, the $150,000 for land, industrial land, and housing initiatives. And the capital budget, which is page 34. So similar to prior years, we've got the 24 capital program, and then behind this, we'll look at the fleet program separately. I just want to make a few highlights that we'll get into again on the departmental side, but some of the keystone projects are the $7 million Marina breakwall, which will come up with the corporate facilities budget, the $6.3 million in various roads, the arterial road program, I'm sure will come up with Chris Angelo in his budget. We have the Bain Park to Centennial Park, which has about $2.6 million in grant funding that we've been kind of waiting for to pull the trigger on this. YMCA roof replacement, $450,000. I just want to highlight that one, big number there. And the North Murray renovations, $650,000. So there's some big ticket items in here. Overall, the spend of $26.4 million on capital. And then if we flip the page, there's an additional amount for fleet, so $2.4 million. So we've separated all the capital from the fleet. So overall, you're 28 million on your 24 capital program. And in fleet, you're going to see several half tons that are a bit older that need to be replaced, and snow plows, backhoes, dump trucks. And similar to last year, we want to look for reapproval of 25 and 26 fleet. This will just allow us to procure it ahead of time. You can see there's pretty consistent spend, close to $3 million a year on fleet, and with pre-approval of 25 and 26 fleet, staff can work with our procurement department to try to get the best price, and if there are delays in these vehicles, we can get them earlier. I'll mention too that fire fleet, the fire fleet is in the original 2024 budget document. It's not separated out. I apologize for that. There are 3 items in there on page 34. Mini pumper, the SUV, and the additional funds for the tanker replacement. Chief Whalen will get into what we need there for 2024. Whereas in the 25 and 26 charts, which you'll see on page 36 and 37, they do include the top line item in each. There's a pumper replacement, $721,000, and pumper replacement in 26 for $743,000. So these are huge numbers just to replace pumpers and tankers, and I know Chief Whalen will get into that. Now, page 38, for our capital program, you can just see a pie chart of how many sources we use as revenue sources we use to pay for this capital program. Debt is heavy this year, 24%, just because that Marina breakwall project is in there, and we don't have the sufficient reserves. Well, our reserve balance is almost projected the same value of that project, so that would pretty much bring our capital reserves to zero, which we think is not advisable. Your capital levy is about 23%, another quarter of the pie of paying for your capital program. The OSIF, which was probably a 1/4% in previous years, is now down to 16%. Other reserves, this mainly is your fleet reserves, 14.6%. CCBF, which is your gas tax, is about 10% of the pie. Grants is 7.5%, that's for the Bain Park project. And development charges is 4%, which we'll talk a bit about the growth projects later. It's important to note that chart, which doesn't look great in that we've historically spent on average $19 million over the last few years. We're going to spend $28 million this year. $7 million of that is a break wall that really isn't part of our asset management plan. It kind of came, it's a rehab event that we shouldn't have really had in this chart. So we're closer to $21 million in actual capital spend this year if you take that project out. And our asset management plan is saying if you want to maintain your assets in the same condition they are today, we should really be spending close to $36 million a year. And so this speaks to the $10 million plus in infrastructure deficit that we're facing. The page 39, we'll skip overall the carry forward projects, which we update council quarterly on. They're in the back of the book if you want to refer to them. And the long-term capital plan we did review with council earlier in November. So the financial position, debt and reserves. The city has a reserve policy that sets out target balances. We're seeing in our stabilization reserves that the 2024 projection of $3.2 million is pretty similar to what we had last year. In this number are reserves for winter control, as I mentioned, social services in case Hastings County comes in over or under what we project. We have full-time firefighting reserves for one-time, big increases in that budget. We have a reserve for all the municipal studies we do, and there is no money right now in the tax rate stabilization reserve. Going to the special projects and initiatives, that 2 million, that's where we put reserves like your housing reserve and your history museum, that we put a reserve aside there. The capital asset renewal and replacement reserve is going down from 7.6 to a projected balance of 5.7 at the end of 2024. This is below what we set as a target balance of 16 million. And so this is one concern when we look at how much either debt we're taking on or how many projects we're taking on. We don't want to bring this too low, this balance too low. It allows us to take on projects throughout the year that come up, but as every year, as you, I'm sure, well aware, projects come in mid-year that we want to action. It allows us to have that fund available. And if there's any emergencies, we also require to have funds on hand so we don't have to take on debt for those types of events. So that brings us to a total reserve projection going down from 19 to 16.7 million. And we highlighted that because those are discretionary reserves, right? Those ones we have the ability to put in or take out. The obligatory reserves of 18 million are really just placeholders for your OSIF, your gas tax, your development charges. Those are earmarked for certain years or certain projects that may be 5 or 10 years out. And so that obligatory reserve isn't as discretionary in terms of spending it or using that or having access to it. And so those are set to have a balance of 18 million for a total reserve fund, reserve and reserve fund balance projected at 35 million by the end of the year. Next page, this is more specifically that chart that you're seeing, the line is your capital plan reserve, where you can see it starts at 7 next year, end of next year, we expect it to be 5.7. And basically it doesn't get up to the target balance in the 10-year forecast. And so that's one of the pretenses in terms of what we've put in our long-term capital plan, and the capital plan here is to ensure that doesn't get much lower than it is currently. And similar on the right side, we made that comment about debt, where we are trying to limit the debt we take on. That allows us to have capacity for big events in the future. And you can see that it does increase at the end of the 10-year period, but we're trying to level that new debt we take on and debt payments that are required by the city. Next page, you'll see also the BMA study. We like to look at our comparators, and total reserves per capita in Quinte West is lower than average, and our debt per capita is higher than average. So these are also just indicators for us to look at when we think about reducing reserves or increasing debt. And that wraps up my section. If we want to talk about the summary before getting into have a break,
we'll
and then get
take
into
questions
funds.
and then we'll take a break. Okay, Councillor Stedall on first, please.
Just a quick question. When you were talking about the reserves and the renewal and replacement, and you said that that was used for some emergencies, the water main break is not, I understand it, would it be included in there, or that's separate? The water reserves are actually separate?
Correct. The water and wastewater reserves are separate from this. That would be the category in the water and sewer budget, but yeah, not this number you're looking at.
Okay, so I guess not now, but at some point I'd like to know what the difference, why there was a change in the projected from 7.6 to 5.7.
Oh, so sorry, I should have labeled those better. 2023 projected, we haven't done all our final reserve transfers. We are pretty sure the 23 ending balance will be 7.6 million. Okay. After we complete this budget as it is for 2024, the 24 ending balance would be 5.7 million.
Oh, okay.
So the budget is planning us to draw it down over the year.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else for questions? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, Caleb. With regard to the Housing Action Plan Reserve and also the Industrial Land Reserve, should we comment and address those in those particular operating budgets when we get there, or should we address them now?
You know what, I think this might be the best time because it's not specific to any department. So it might be a good time to discuss it now or end of day tomorrow, but I think maybe now might be a good time.
Okay. If this is the time, I just want to, and I know we're going to be addressing a request we have tomorrow to increase the affordable housing reserve. We currently, I believe in this budget, are also including the 150,000 that we did last year. But I was just looking, and I think this is accurate, the reserve that we have left in industrial is very little, right? So we really are just dealing with 150,000. And in the housing reserve, we do have about, I think it's, 300. So we would have 300 with this 150. So basically, if we are to increase those, that is going to be a tax increase. So we'd have to look at it in terms of the priorities. So my question is to Brian Jardine, Director. The Housing Action Plan that we applied for, Brian, and we don't know that yet if we're going to be successful. If we were, is there an element of that grant that we could put into our reserve fund for that potential, discussion we're going to have tomorrow? Could we add funds from that grant to be put in the reserve for housing for that project?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So with respect to the application first, just to give Council an update, we did make application, as you know, for Housing Accelerator funding. I think it was $3.4 million for a number of housing initiatives that were included within the plan. The application went in earlier in the summer. We were, the original target for decisions on that was September. I guess due to the scale of the applications that CMHC have received, they're still reviewing them. I got an update last week from our contact, and they're still saying that they're hoping to make announcements in the coming months, and that's months plural. So I don't suspect we'll hear anything until into the new year on that. With respect to adding money to the reserve, I'm not sure we could exactly do that. However, I think the point I would make is that for the city to implement any of the action items in the plan, in the approved plan that Council approved, they do take financial input. Ideally, the vast majority of the funding to initiate and implement those initiatives will come from that fund if we are successful. If not, the only alternative we would have is to pull on the city's own reserves. But obviously, even with the proposed 150,000, that would take us to 450,000 reserve. There's a big difference between that and the 3.4 million that we've applied for. So I don't think we would put it directly into the reserve, but we would use that funding, if received, for the housing initiatives, and that might lessen up or ease up some of the need to dip into the reserve money. Yep.
Supplementary then. So I know that will be part of maybe the discussion tomorrow, Brian, when we have the presentation, but it was just something, as Caleb said, if we talk about it now, just for some opportunity to review. And the other one relates to an industrial land, and again, we have the 150,000 in that reserve, and we've pretty much used all of the money from 2023 by looking at year-end balance estimates that I see. So again, we know that we need the industrial land to then, have the businesses and then have the tax base and so forth. Is there, and maybe through to Jacqueline, we are undertaking the industrial lands study, and from that there may be some, some new initiatives that will assist us in that regard with industrial lands. And maybe, Jacqueline, you could comment on the status of that and how that is proceeding, please. Thank you.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, to Councillor Sharp. Yes, we are in the process and well underway in undertaking the industrial lands review and strategy. We have had a number of meetings with the consultant that's been engaged as part of that project already. We have established a working group through the Economic Development Tourism and Advisory Committee as well. That's been tasked with that project. We will have information coming back in early 2024 on that. Certainly a lot of recommendations to bring back to council for consideration, but I certainly don't have the specifics given that the plan is still being undertaken currently, but news in early 2024.
Thank you, Director of Equipment. Thank you very much. Councillor Boyce.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Director. My question is about the industrial reserve, and I failed to hear how much we had left in it. And I know in 2026, in our long-term capital project, we're looking at about $12 million because as everyone around the table knows, and I think everyone in the community, the sooner we get industrial land, the better off these kind of budgets are going to be for the tax base. So I mean, it's a priority, and I'll certainly be pushing to see if it could even go to 2025 instead of 2026. But the question is, what's left in the reserve right now?
Yeah, so Your Worship, that reserve with that angel contribution of 150,000, it's been spent several times with these industrial park extensions that we've approved over the last few years. So there's really nothing left in the reserve. But what happens is when there's nothing left in the reserve, we often use capital reserves to finish those projects, or if there was a new project, we would just recommend using the capital reserves. It's not ideally how this works, but that's often where we end up going. So yeah, there's nothing in the industrial. There'll be 150,000 contribution, but that's it for 2024. The rest, if we wanted to do something, would have to come from capital reserves.
Okay, so I guess supplementary, are you recommending then that we look at putting in 150,000 to this? I just don't want to see our projects delayed any further in terms of industrial land because it's so needed.
Right. So this budget proposes the continuation of putting 150,000 in every year. Okay. Yeah, I would recommend more, if not for the tax levy increase. So 150 is what it's set at for this proposed budget.
Okay. Well, hopefully we'll be able to find it somewhere, even if we have to cut something else.
Councillor Stedall.
Does the city have a policy where any land sales that we make the money would go back into the industrial land reserve?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so it is being funded. And I guess another question, which is not related to that, I'm just wondering if I can get the actual dollar amount. You talked about the growth-related assessment that we received this year was already built into the 9% that we're looking at, and I'm just wondering if I can get what the total number was and also what the percentage of growth was, if you've got that.
Yep.
Year over year.
Percentage of growth 1.3%, and it's between 800 and 900,000.
So 800,000 to 900,000 was already, additional revenue was already included to get us to the 9.26.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. When we do get through to the Capitol, and I know that we've just heard this morning, subject to receiving the check, the PILT funding of $3 million, and we don't want to use that for operating because it really won't help us going forward in the future, but certainly very beneficial for one time and for capital. I wonder if council, as we get into that process, would consider taking some of those funds and putting them in our housing reserve and our industrial reserve, because one-time funding could go in those reserves, start topping them up, and not impact necessarily operating. So I'd ask council to consider that. Thank you.
Through your worship, I think that from our perspective, we encourage that one-time funding to go into specific reserves, whether it's capital, industrial, housing. That is a better use than simply using it to offset annual expenses. So if council wants to bring up the allocation of that fund, maybe with the resolutions tomorrow, that would probably be a good idea.
Hopefully. Councillor Card.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that the housing request tomorrow to up the contribution is vitally important. It is relatively small dollar amount wise. I know, of course, this is obviously a very tough year and we have to find that money somewhere else. But I think, to my point, like, the logic behind that allocation is that if in the unfortunate circumstance we are rejected for the Housing Accelerator Fund, the community is desperate and united that we need more affordable housing investment. That has, I think, been communicated to us. It was the number one, I believe, in the survey results, it was the number one identified priority. If we don't get that money, that reserve is essentially going to be our only kind of leg to stand on for getting our, the most geared to income units. I think about over the course of this term, you look at like previous council terms, terms. There were always, big projects, whether it be an op center, a police building, and a fire hall. And I don't know necessarily what our big project will be, but I certainly would be happy with a legacy of a big affordable housing build. And this 150,000, upping it to 300, the contribution this year certainly won't make it a big build by any stretch. A very small ask, but I mean the community. We had weeks of public input every day. People coming up begging us to do more, begging us to do more. It was #1 in the survey results. I think that we have to make that investment. Frankly, I think if there's if there is a will and an appetite on council, I would love to put more of that 3 million into that reserve as well. Because if we don't get any housing accelerator fund, we are going to have to go it alone. I know we have some other kind of things that we can do, but yeah, College Street is we gotta get that going.
Thank you very much, Councillor Quinte.
In regards to the PILT money, when the city of Quinte West was first introduced to how this PILT money was going to do, I believe that we had a percentage. We were doing 80% and 20%. I forget if those are the right numbers.
When we first amalgamated, we were only receiving $400,000 PILT money.
And it wasn't even called that then.
Well, call it whatever.
But I'm talking about back in...
It was actually paid to Sydney.
I'm talking about back when it was actually labeled the PILT money, and I don't remember the year. I think it's like 2010 or 12 or something like that. And CAO Clazy, he was the finance director at the time, so I'm sure he knows exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm going to ask him to clarify. But I'm fairly certain, in long range, for the benefit of the city of Quinte West, we should follow exactly what we were doing when we first started with that 80-20 split. If the province of Ontario, which they say they're coming good with, hallelujah, and if it's a one-time thing, it's a one-time thing to help us out, because I just want people to understand that it was 2021 that we got shorted the $1 million, and 2022 and 2023. So actually we're just getting topped up from what we thought we were going to have in 2020. 2020, we thought we were going to get the $1 million in 21 and 22 and 23, and we didn't. And so we've been operating thinking that this money was going to come somehow, some way, and now we're getting it. It's been promised that it's coming back to us, and hallelujah, thank you, the province of Ontario. But I really feel that we should follow that same exact percentage, and help me out, CAO Clazy, on what the numbers are, and allocate that money exactly in the same fashion. Otherwise, for the future, we're going to have some real problems. Like, we have real problems now, but we're just going to have bigger ones if we don't do it in that format. Mr. Clazy, please.
Thank you, Councillor Quincy. Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Quincy. You are correct. Back probably 10, 15 years ago, when the major expansion started to be undertaken at the base, at that time, council basically passed a resolution that I think it was 80% of any new money coming from the base would go towards capital infrastructure projects, and that was a big part of our capital, or transfer to capital that we have now in that 11 million. And then the other 20% was used to kind of offset ongoing operational costs. And we've pretty much stuck with that formula as we move forward. I guess my only comment would be, I think this 3 million retro payment, if you will, or top-up payment, I think we should be treating it a little bit differently, in the sense that I don't feel it would be prudent to take 20% of that and put towards operations, because it is a one-time top-up. We have no, if we find out from the province that we do have guaranteed money every year moving forward to replace that million, I think that's a different conversation. But my comment, along with Director Nowens, for that 3 million, I think council should be looking at that as one-time funding, put it towards either into some reserves or some one-time projects, and not putting any of it towards any operations at this point.
Thank you. Just a comment, and we're going to take a break. All council members can help. Sorry.
We can't hear you.
Thought it was on. Sorry. All council members can help by contacting our MPs and let them know that, the accelerated fund did not have enough money in it to start with. That's the issue as far as I'm concerned. That's why we got nothing, because it went to other places. And the federal government, whoever organized that program, should be smart enough to realize if there isn't enough to go around, you add more to it. That's my take on it. So help me out. Contact MPs and let them know, yes, we have projects, we have work, we have housing. We need to work on it, but we need your help. Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break, please. Thank you very much. Okay, I think, Dave, are you back? Are you, David, Director, CAO Clazy, are you back on?
Yes.
Thank you. Just one more comment, folks. Make sure we address people with respect. In other words, if they're a director, we acknowledge that they are directors and so on, so that I think it's just important that we acknowledge people respectfully. That's my, I'm not criticizing, I'm just reminding, that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I get to kick off the actual meat of today's meeting, actually talking about the individual department budgets. So of course, the area I'm going to be speaking to is council and CAO, which I think for the most part is pretty straightforward, but anyways, I'll make a few comments. Just starting off talking about some of the goals for 24 and then how the budget kind of supports that. So of course, continuing to advocate to higher levels of government for financial assistance for the city, delivering a refresh and update to the city strat plan. That's something we have budgeted for. Exploring opportunities for digital and in-person engagement with the community. And I know there's some comment and feedback on our first engagement for the budget, and we'll take those away and see what we can do moving forward to incorporate some of those comments. We have a number of administrative policies we're looking at updating across the organization in the upcoming year and continuing to look at opportunities to support community cultural events. So if we can flip to page 48, please. So the CAO council area is basically made up of 5 different groups, if you will, or 5 different areas. The first one, of course, being council. This looks after council salaries, conferences, and also memberships. And part of the increase in there this year is for the membership. So we have memberships for AMO, FCM, Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus, and there's a few others in there. But those make up the council area and the majority of that increase. Council support basically is Office of the Mayor, and that's really just salaries and benefits adjustment. Community grants, and I won't spend a whole lot on this. I know I mentioned it earlier, and I know Caleb brought it up. This is the area where we set aside the $76,000 for our community grants. So when all the individual organizations apply for up to those $5,000 grants, and then this is where our our yearly ongoing grants to some organizations like the Youth Center and a few others, that's incorporated in that area. So again, we've left those kind of allotments the same totals as they were last year. That's why you don't see any increase there. And then in the CAO's area, that's really for myself and Yvonne, and that's salary and benefits adjustments and just a few other small adjustments to just better reflect what the actuals were in 23. And then the last part is municipal studies. And I know, excuse me, Director Denowden highlighted a few of these. But again, we have about 450,000 of different studies planned for this year. And we funded a number of those from various reserves. So the impact to the tax base is still the same as last year, still that 100,000. And I'll just highlight a couple of them for you just to give council a little more information. I think they were in the budget book. But as I mentioned, the strat plan, it's 4 or 5 years old and was done pre-COVID. So I think just taking a refresh look at that. We've got money allocated for that. We have a bridge needs study that we have to do every 2 years. There's money included for that. We have money to look at our purchasing templates and our documents to make sure that they're keeping up with best practices in the current legislation. Corporate energy management plan that we required to do every 5 years by the province. And as well, facilities assessment is also part of that as well, that we'll be using that information for our asset management plan and insurance purposes. So that's really kind of the highlights. Just to comment, there's no suggested levels of service change or no really service enhancements. The majority of those costs in there are just inflationary and just adjustment to kind of reflect what our actuals are.
Okay,
so
thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Councillor Sharp?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, CAO Clazy. A question regarding the grants. So we, in this operating budget, has the 76,000 that when we deal with the up to $5,000 applications.
Correct.
So that's for another day. And those applications, I think we requested in September. And just a question to Director Denouden, when will we deal with those particular ones, the under fives?
Yeah, through your worship, I think it's January 31st. We have it on the agenda right now.
Okay. So January 31st would
I
be the
believe
small.
we've set aside another day for that, I
It's a
believe,
community
correct?
grant,
Yes.
specific meeting for just for that.
Right. So just supplementary then, so a few grants we're going to deal with tomorrow that would fall into that, but are requesting now to be annuals. If we chose at that point to redirect them back to that meeting to work within the $76,000 budget, that is something that could be considered. Right?
Yeah, I guess.
So I think there's one or two that actually put in a community grant application. VIQ, for example, would be one of them, where if it wasn't approved as an annual amount, then they would still be considered on the community grant fund. If they were approved as an annual amount, we would remove their application from the community grant fund.
And supplementary then, with the $170,850, which takes into account nothing that we're dealing with tomorrow, there's no recommendation for funds there. These are grant allocations we've already committed, Mr. Clazy?
Yes, that's correct. And just for council's information, so as I mentioned, there's the youth center in Trenton, Frankfurt Youth Center, Trenton Curling Club, Harvest Hastings, just to name a few, Sterling Agricultural Museum. Yeah, I think there's probably 10 or 15 different organizations that historically or in the past, council has agreed to do a yearly amount to those organizations.
Councillor O'Neill?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the CAO. One of the things with the grant allocations last year, there was no financial statements provided or reasons why they got a yearly allocation. Will that be changed this year? And are there some ones that may not get it this year? Or that don't?
That's the decision.
I guess to answer that question, I guess how, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is in the past, once these have been approved by council for a yearly amount, they generally stay on the list. But I'm not sure, have we asked for additional information this year?
No, generally we don't have the administrative resources to try to gather these, audit them, review them. So we generally just, if once they've been approved, we continue with them. We just don't have the ability to do that.
My concern was, one, the curling club had theirs reduced, but no one knew why they were getting what they were getting. We should at least know why they're getting that amount, I would at least hope for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong?
My question about the grants are, let's say there's 20 applications, but we only can accept 15. Those 5 that don't get it, would they, and they apply the next year, would they go to the front of the line possibly for the next year? Because
It's up to us.
I know it's up to us, but it just seems sometimes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Because
through
it's a
to
money thing.
Councillor Armstrong, I don't believe our policy speaks to them, if you're not approved this year, to be automatically kind of at the top of the list next year. I think they would be evaluated next year in with all the applications for that year.
Or the ones that receive it, they sit out a year kind of thing? Is there any, there's nothing like that in place, I know that.
We've
No,
done both.
that's correct. That's not how it currently works. I guess if that's something that council wants to consider making changes to that program moving forward, that's something we can have a discussion about.
Councillor Stedall?
Just to follow up with the community groups, and I apologize if it's somewhere in the book. The listing of community groups that are annual amounts, can we get a list of what those amounts are and maybe the year in which they became an annual amount, maybe a little bit of background? At some, like, there's no rush, I just don't have the
We can
history,
put it
and
up
I'd
right
like to know
now
what
if
that.
we want to look at it in detail.
Actually, do you guys have it to put it up? We do have the list. I don't think the list might not have the actual year that it was.
Well, you don't have to do it now, but you can get that information
Yeah,
for us by
it's fine.
tomorrow? By tomorrow?
Yeah,
Is that
oh,
okay?
sure, yeah, it's just to get a little bit of history
Yes.
there with these groups.
That's fine.
Thanks.
Okay, by tomorrow would be great. Councillor Card?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One other option So I know there's conversation after last year's kind of a equitable way to do that. One other way that I thought could be attractive if we had a preliminary kind of yes/no approved of not a dollar amount, but just an up or down on yes or no for everyone, and then at the end we factored down the asks based on the envelope of money. So if there was, say, 20 asks and we gave the thumbs up on 16 and that totaled 90,000, but there was only 74, everyone could just get 18% less to get it to, from their ask to get to 74. If there's enough, everyone gets 100%, that's all fine and well, but if it's oversubscribed, that would be a way of keeping it within the allocation, is just everyone gets factored down to all of the yeses, all of the worthy ones. That's another way of doing it. Well, if it's all 20, if it's all 20, then then you can still do it that way. If everyone that applies, we can say yes if they're all worthy, and it just gets factored down. Maybe everyone gets 80% of what they asked, or 70%, to facilitate everyone getting money rather than a bunch of yeses and a bunch of nos. That's one way.
We'll deal with that in January.
We're back to the accelerator fund, aren't we? Anyway.
Conversation on putting more money in the fund if the numbers are too low, but that's just one way of doing it for fair.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I can, and I think those are conversations that could possibly have at that special meeting, how council wants to potentially divvy up that $76,000 amount at that time. I know the staff have pulled up, this is a list of the annual grants that we currently have, and what was awarded and what's currently in this year's budget as proposed. So you can see the list of them there and the annual amounts that have been approved by council in the past.
So you can.
We can share that list with council, that's not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Just one follow-up. In my previous term, there wasn't a cap, and then we implemented a $50,000 cap, which helped us to make decisions, right? And then also the $5,000 cap, but now it's changed. I know that's probably
Mr. Mayor,
when it changed, why it changed.
Through you to Councillor Armstrong, I believe when we initially established the program, I think it was a $50,000 global limit. Over the last number of years, council has slowly increased that from time to time, depending on the number of applications and that sort of thing. So I guess if council was interested in increasing that overall limit, that should be a conversation we should probably be having today and not at that meeting. I think if we're talking overall budget and how much council wants to allocate towards these types of requests, now's the time to have that conversation and not leave it to the January. I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay, well, let's keep on with what we're doing right now.
That's fine.
Okay. We'll get that list out to everybody, and then we can talk about it. Go ahead.
That's all I really have for, say, my
Okay.
area is pretty small
Any
and
more
fairly concise,
questions
but-
for Mr. CEO Crazy, Councillor Stidham?
I guess just a comment, now that I see the list, there's a couple of organizations on here that are quite hefty, the amount that they receive annually. And I would suggest that we should probably see what their business plans are as they go forward. I'm talking the RCAF Museum and the Youth Center.
They're coming, the RCF Museum is coming, I know that.
Yes, they're on our list for tomorrow, correct, I think?
That's right. These are just these commitments that these organizations expect annually. That one for RCF, we have a commitment to 2025. So unless there is a will to change these commitments that these organizations are expecting on an annual basis, the additional money that RCF is asking for is tomorrow.
Oh, okay, so these agreements then, I guess that's what I'd be looking for, is that when I talk about history, is just a little bit more if there is, and if it is an end date of 2025, then that kind of information.
Yeah, I would say
It's there,
unless specifically listed here, like the RCAF Museum one, all of those other grants, I would say, are basically, they're approved yearly on an ongoing basis with no end date unless council makes a decision to end any of them.
Exactly. Anything over $10,000 there, we have a lease agreement or agreement with them. Anything under 10,000 there, like the Santa Claus Parade, there is no formal agreement, but I would hazard to say that their operation might cease to exist if we didn't continue those. So that's, I guess, a way to look at those.
Just before we leave that one in particular, they're doing a fantastic work over there. They've got another plane, which is the one they've got that they're restoring now. Okay, well, stop by and see it. It's fantastic.
I've watched them.
Pardon?
I've watched the building.
Okay, so what's the plane that they're working?
They're planning on taking it to Picton.
Yes.
In the meantime.
Yes.
The concern I have is, once it gets to Picton, will it come back?
Yes, it will come back, but they have to build.
That addition.
Have to build an addition.
That's right. They want to mirror the building from the front to the back.
Yeah.
And that's similar to what the Halifax idea is,
exactly.
be a showcase. It's a great idea, in my opinion.
And I was just there this week.
Yep.
And I would say there were at least 6 retired airmen working on the new project.
Yeah, they have probably 40 or 50 overall throughout a week, right? They all rotate through. It's really good.
I don't know, but all I'm saying is it's fantastic the work that they do.
Oh, yeah.
And it's precise. It's not just close, it's precise. Yeah.
They've repaired a couple of the planes I've hit.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm very impressed with the work they do. So that's me. But anyways, we'll get back to that. Okay, are you done?
That's it for me, unless there's any other questions under
for
this
Mr.
area, and if not,
Okay.
I'll turn it over. I think Jacqueline's next in line.
Okay,
No?
thank you,
Oh,
Director
no?
Grimmett.
Okay.
No,
Caleb's up.
no, he's a little taller. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, we went a bit out of order here. We're going to jump over to the
You're trying
Finance
to fool
Department,
me, you
which
are.
is around page 63.
Thank you. 63, wow.
So on page 65, which we have up on the screen, our goals in our department are basically around asset management. We have deadline, as I mentioned earlier, July 1st. We're working on monthly water billing, several other small things we're dealing with in water and tax to clean things up. Developing dashboards for public on our quarterly reports. And we're updating our aerial base map this year, which will be nice to have a brand new aerial if you use our GIS mapping. We have a work order software that we're working on in collaboration with our Public Works Department. And we have a risk management plan with several implementations. You'll see in the capital program, there's vehicle cameras in our fleet budget, fleet capital program to improve our risk management. And we also are completing facility appraisals as part of our asset management and insurance. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes. Diving into our actual budget, mainly here you'll see 5.06% core increase. That relates to salaries and benefits, and as I mentioned, insurance premiums up 13%. We have a contingency that the insurance reserve is currently at over $300,000. So this is an important reserve to have, as our deductible is a bit higher right now, close to 100,000, or it is 100,000, I should say. And this contingency is if we have a significant claim or significant amount of claims in a year. But this is also one of those things like interest revenue, where it's kind of discretionary as to what our risk appetite is for guessing or budgeting at a number here. Going right, so after 5% for your basic inflationary costs, you do have growth of 3.67%. This is mainly for a new position in our asset management data analytics division. This will help us do more on completing our asset management plan on a timely basis with good results that help us make data-driven decisions. This was brought up in the organizational review as well. We have a purchasing coordinator, which we finally filled that position. We're fully staffed, so the remaining cost to that position is in there as well. And we also have costs for software purchases to improve our data management as well. The service level, so you see the staffing totals, we're going from 27.25 to 28 full-time equivalent. So it's not a full FTE equivalent because we reduced our need for part-time staff on the counters by reducing from 3 to 2 counters. And we also have postage costs. We spend over $100,000 a year on postage, water bills, tax bills, arrears, and various items there. We expect this to increase actually by $20,000 due to the movement to monthly water billing. And we have over $200,000 in revenue from tax account setup fees, mortgage fees, and administrative fees to help offset some of the costs in this department. We have software for payroll for financial systems of over $300,000. These are costs that we really can't go without. They manage all of our ERP systems. And for this year, we have no capital for the finance division, so we'll leave it here, and I'm open to questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm glad to hear you're updating the payroll system, because if people didn't get paid, I'm sure we'd hear about it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Card and then Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to touch briefly the asset management position. Are there implications for, forgive me if I'm wrong, you mentioned the asset management plan linked tangentially to some of the OSIF funding. Are there implications if we are not hiring this role in terms of potential OSIF cuts because we're not delivering provincial kind of requirements, or can you talk about that interaction a bit?
Yeah, so this is a good question. It's not, maybe not directly, but indirectly. I mean, the better work we do on our core asset valuations, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of assets, over $1 billion in assets, the City of Quinte West. If we don't put time and effort into valuing those assets correctly, then yeah, we could be missing out on money based on the OSIF formula that uses that value. And this goes to risk and insurance as well, valuing those assets for risk management purposes. Yeah, there's definitely a return on investment, which we're seeing ever since we started this division, on looking at the data and what we need to do to mitigate costs, crack sealing for roads, storm pond management. When we look at the data, it tells us that's a better spend than the spend of full rehabilitation 20 years later. And so there's definitely an ROI on looking at this asset management data position and the work it's doing for the province. I mean, the province mandates we do this work and to do it right.
Thank you. Yes, I've heard a lot of the directors speak very highly of the data analytics work that Riley does, and yeah, I suppose like when we're trying to identify places to find some savings here, I certainly don't want to suggest not making a hire that is going to pay for itself 3 times over and actually end up costing taxpayers more in that respect. So thank you for that point.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 questions. I just want to add on to Councillor Card. The asset management coordinator that we retained to, address asset management, which I recall was a big decision and has been very fruitful in terms of our benefit from that work. So this is another asset management position. And so what we're hearing is the asset management coordinator can't do the analysis. You need more? Is that, you need more asset management work?
Yeah, there's a capacity constraint for sure. I mean, we have we support all the departments when it comes to asset management, and not just asset management, but even data reporting. So we're trying to get on the website, doing some quarterly reports, encumbrance accounting, which is super important for our directors to know what they've committed to financially. We don't have that capacity right now. There's a lot of work in terms of KPIs. If council asks us for any kind of KPI on any department, we're lacking right now. So there's a ton of work we're kind of pushing onto this one position that we know we could do way more, and there's an ROI on it too.
And if I could, the work order software for triaging and tracking customer inquiries and so forth, I'm very interested in that program. It's an additional $8,700, but it's for tracking customer inquiries. Is that for all customer service with Quinte West when they call, or specific to finance?
Yeah, we're working on this. This one is specific to public works work orders. We're looking at the system and how we can use it for as many services as possible. So there's like one source of customer, inquiries, but there's such differences between, a planning inquiry and a pothole inquiry that they might end up diverging into separate systems. So we're still working on that. This one is specific to public works.
Councillor O'Neill, then Councillor Stedall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Director of Finance. the city GPS fleet reporting system of 140 vehicles, can that track to see if a lot of vehicles aren't being really utilized that much, that we could get rid of some vehicles?
Yeah, this is again a need that we know we can do better in terms of tracking. We've got the data. We have a ton of data. We just don't have the people to extract that data and tell the story of that data. Absolutely, we have that at our fingertips. We just need the resources to use it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stedall.
I just want to go back to the asset management position, and while I realize that the city has an excellent asset management plan and it's been developed and it's very useful, the whole discussion that happened just a minute ago about the fact that we would get more money if we had this position is not true. What the information is that the province is using, they develop their own. They've got this CRV information that you send in. So it helps to get the province better information. But just because they get better information does not mean that we would get more funding.
Right, we just report on.
Okay, but I'm going to refer to Director Angelo on this one, because I worked on asset management back in the year 2000. That's when we actually started this whole process. And so anything new with the organization that you're a director on?
Well, thank you, Worship. So for Council's information, through Advocacy Day that we attended at Queen's Park through Good Roads Association 2 weeks ago, one of the things we're advocating across the province is that additional funding for asset management. And we've asked for a consistent $50,000 for each municipality, because we know there's a lot of rural municipalities, smaller municipalities that haven't completed their asset management plans. And for those that have completed their asset management plans, they need to improve that data. And that's where that $50,000 that we're advocating for across the board for each one of the 400 and some odd municipalities across the province. They need additional funding.
So, but I'm still on the point that the better the information that we submit to the province, the more positive the reaction is for funding from the province for us and all other municipalities. That's why we started this whole process, correct?
That is correct. In addition, when there's funding out there issued by the province or the federal government, they're looking to ensure that municipalities have completed their asset management plans. And then they're looking at the details of those asset management plans to see if they're compliant or not.
Okay, and back to Councillor Stedall's comment, it doesn't mean that we will get more funding, correct? But we have a better chance of getting it. That's my point. Thank you.
And further to that, just to clarify, is that the OCIF, the standard funding that we receive, will not be increased, because we've seen it in the last 2 years, it's gone back. So even though our asset management information is better, we're getting less money. So it's not going to affect that, but I do agree is that having solid information when you make application for, ICIP grants and different things, other Ministry of Infrastructure, that's good. But I believe we already have a very solid asset management plan and good information at this point. I think the city's well.
Okay, but I think we all feel this way, that we're not going to let the province continue to slip back. Yeah, okay, thank you. I agree. Councillor Quinte.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Question for Director Denowden and his team, and maybe you don't have the answer to this question, but I'm asking a question in regards to tax collection. So every year we budget amount of funds for properties who either have adjustments to taxes or they have unique situations, and we have to write those. Do we have an idea yet on, is that still on target as to what we estimated? And refresh my memory on what that amount is, if you happen to know. And then I have a follow-up question.
Okay.
Yeah, so we write off approximately $580,000 worth of taxes this year. There are certain uncollectibles, so 30 Dundas as an example. But
Correct.
we, in an assessment year, so we expect this in the next year or two, in an assessment year, a lot of people appeal their assessments, and there's even more write-offs in an assessment year. But for this year, we have $600,000 budgeted for write-offs.
So we're close. And then do we know if we're still on target, like has everybody paid their taxes, I guess, in the year where we know they don't have any issues, or I mean, as far as issues, I mean like reassessments or the house burnt down or some unique situations. Where do we think the city stands in regards to the collection of taxes where there are no outstanding issues other than the people are just having issues making their installments or their payments? Do we have that information?
At this point, I can come back to you with some more specific information on how we're trending in terms of tax arrears. We know that it's not, it's kind of average, especially when we look at the BMA study and we look at last year's results. It's very similar to our other municipalities in terms of percentage in receivables. So we can get you more specific information on our tax receivables if you'd like.
Yeah, I was just curious because the money coming in has to go out, and this is why that's why we're all sitting here, is we're trying to make everything work. And so if somebody is having issues with keeping up with their taxes, there are arrangements that can be made with your department. And while people are listening and watching, I wondered if you might assist us and give a little explanation on how that might work.
Yeah, through your worship, we have several methods of payment that you can pay at your bank. More specifically, the pre-authorized payment plan allows people to tell us how much to deduct from their bank, either on a quarterly basis or a monthly basis. And if you're in arrears, we'll work with you to help you catch up, so that we can get you paid up over a time period that's reasonable. So we do work with all our residents when we know they're in arrears and they want to find a way to catch up. We give them time and try to make it happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Keep going. Councilor Card, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to go back briefly to is it $1 billion that the coordinator is kind of overseeing with the asset management? That's it. Why was that? I know there's different approaches with this, and I think that it's very clear and easy. For instance, looking at the library's proposed budget, and it's very clear, new hires, added services. That's very clear cut in a tough year. I want to always take a second look when the director is saying to us, there are going to be returns on investment here. Realize we just did hire somebody in the recent past in the sector, but I look at, in the group, I look at the private sector, and I think about kind of some of the principles that can kind of carry across into public sector. And I think about when we're seeing groups or asset management and data analytics where our director is saying, we're getting good returns here. This is the only hire that I prioritized, that I really wanted. Think about the private sector, companies dumping money into AI, data analytics, large language models, or whether it was just a chain of pizza restaurants. If CFO is saying, yes, we hired someone last year and they saved us some money here, there were efficiencies here, they're paying for themselves, then I want to take a second look at it, even in a tough year.
Yeah, through your worship. So, you look at, human capital, we spend $26 million a year on salaries, but capital is $1 billion. Like, we don't want to overlook the value of these assets that are under the ground, on the ground. We've seen it this year, water main breaks. I mean, these assets, without anybody keeping an eye on them, their age, how to best fix them, other than kind of like, reactive. We want to be proactive, and this department is really focused on helping our other departments be proactive when it comes to our $1 billion in infrastructure.
Thank you. Keep going. Oh, you're done? Okay, thank you. That's even better. Okay, good. Director Grimman, it looks like you're, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Harrison, members of council. Today I will be presenting the Community Services and Strategic Partnerships Department budget information for your consideration. As you saw and heard in CAO Clazy's corporate highlights, we certainly have a lot to be proud of in terms of what the city accomplished in 2023. I'm going to dive a bit deeper into that in terms of our department initiatives and also some of the work that we have on the horizon for 2024. Before I do get into that, I want to take the opportunity to thank and appreciate the work of our dedicated staff who continue to make meaningful contributions to the growth, the vibrancy, and the business of the city each and every day. I also just want to acknowledge the management team that I have with me here today. Sean Beamer, our Manager of Buildings and Facilities, Rebecca Cotter, the Manager of Communications and Community Engagement, and Linda Lyle, Manager of Economic Development and Tourism Services. We certainly have a diverse department, which includes the divisions of Economic Development and Tourism, Corporate Communications, Special Events, Corporate and Recreation Facilities, which includes our arenas and our marina, and our crossing guard operations. I'll speak first about our department's operating budget. You do have within the budget book on page 51, which you see on the screen as well, our list of accomplishments, which the team is certainly very proud of, and I'm proud of the team for accomplishing in 2023. In terms of some of the goals that we have on the docket for 2024, certainly the the completion of the 15-year Parks and Recreation Master Plan. We're looking forward to bringing forward to council, certainly long overdue and well-needed guiding document that we look forward to being able to bring forward to council to look at short, medium, and long-term contributions in terms of recreation provision in the city. The completions to the city's medical building at 149 North Murray Street, the implementation of a new tourism sector community improvement plan, as well as an updated downtown commercial community improvement plan. We, as discussed earlier, will be completing the industrial lands review and strategy, and certainly delivering the Canada Soccer Toyota National U15 Soccer Championships. In 2024, the department is proposing a budget of $5.585 million, which equates to a 9.1% increase over 2023. The highlights are included on page 52 and 3 of the budget book in 3 different areas, and I'll just highlight some of those here this morning. As Director Denowden discussed this morning, we have categorized these areas into 3 different buckets. So the core inflationary adjustments, growth requirements, and service level changes. I will just speak to some of those that are affecting and impacting our department more specifically. In terms of the areas of core inflationary adjustments, we certainly have a broad mix of staff within our department. We have 2 different unions of employees from CUPE with our crossing guards and our other unionized staff as well. And we have also a mix of non-union and management positions within our department. There are some salary adjustments, increases to benefits that are contractual obligations that are included in the budget considerations. We have also included the increases in utility cost, which we anticipate across all facilities. And certainly the Parks and Recreation Master Plan will be timely in kind of looking at some of those aging facilities that we do have across the city and how we plan to continue to invest in those. The proposed budget also accounts for increases to contracted services that we see across many areas of our department, including building repairs and maintenance, and certainly special events as well. Regarding growth in our department, we did establish a permanent full-time tourism coordinator position last year that was filled in 2023 and funded in 2023 from the municipal accommodation tax as approved by council. The only new position that we would be proposing for 2024 would be the addition of an executive assistant that was identified through the organizational review a number of years ago that we look forward to bringing forward to support the department's administration, certainly with the number of committees that we're working with, and the increase to the work that we're doing in all areas of the department. We have tried to work to be as efficient as we can and share some of those administrative resources with other departments, and that has become increasingly more challenging and really not possible just given the workloads of all the departments across the city. So certainly it would be great to establish the administrative support for our department, especially with the upcoming plans that we have undertaking in 2024. I'll just mention further with regards to the tourism coordinator position that was funded. The 2024 budget cycle would be the first time that we would be looking to establish permanent funding from the operating budget for that position. In terms of service level changes, certainly we are looking forward and have proposed to support the Quinte International Air Show as we did back in 2016, 2017. The LeaderCast event, which has been a great success for the business community and with our economic development team, we are looking to work with the Chamber of Commerce to transition that event to their portfolio and provide a sponsorship to support to transition that event. That would look to decrease what we were seeing as our expenses previously with the hosting of that event. And then certainly some unfortunate additional communication expenses as a result of the Online News Act, Bill C-18, that we are seeing and have introduced in the budget for 2024. In terms of the capital budget, we do have that broken down into a number of different areas. So the community services area broadly, our corporate facilities team, and then our arenas group. So I'll start with the community services group. We are proposing 2 projects for a total of $700,000, again split between those 2. The first being additional funds that we are recommending for the medical building at 149 North Murray Street. Council previously approved $1.25 million for the renovation for that facility. After further design and extensive consultation with our engineers on that, it has been recommended that an additional $650,000 to support the full renovation of that facility, which also includes the addition of an elevator, be brought forward. And then also the Caring Place Industrial Park signage. So we have worked hard with certainly our economic development team and our public works group to bring online the Caring Place Industrial Park, and we've certainly seen some interest in potential purchases of that land for industrial use. And similar and in keeping with the other industrial parks around the city, we are proposing a gateway sign for that facility to again maintain site identification, visibility, and consistency with our other properties. I'll just ask for the next slide, please. In the area of our corporate facilities, a number of projects here proposing totaling $7.8 million. The largest portion of that, which is not hard to see, is the $7 million proposed for the Trentport Marina breakwall replacement, which you can also find further details later on in the agenda in a more detailed report from myself and Director Angelo. In terms of the projects in this area, certainly the break walls we heard, council heard last year from staff, the need to address the replacement of those. We are in a position that we would like to move forward after kind of extensive research and consultation on the cost and weighing our options on a fixed solution of a rock revetment system versus a floating steel structure. After much cost analysis, as staff were recommending the replacement with the floating steel structures. We've certainly worked closely as well with our finance department to do some life cycle modeling, and that does appear to be the most cost-effective solution moving forward. The additional funds for the YMCA generator that was also identified. We are looking to put a generator at that facility, as that facility is named as one of the emergency sites within the city's emergency plan. So we'd certainly like to make sure that we're ready and able to support should the need arise. The roof replacement project for the youth center, certainly extensive deterioration to the roof structure there that we would like to address, as well as some roof replacement at the YMCA. That is in the area specifically above the pool. We certainly see a lot of humidity and effects from the pool on the roof structure and the pieces of equipment that exist on the roof to support the pool. So that project has been identified as well as a need, certainly so that we don't get into a situation of having to take any part of that facility or the pool offline. Some minor work on the exterior duct insulation and weatherproofing here at City Hall. Some more kind of cosmetic replacement, wear and tear and age at the YMCA facility on the steam room tiles, the floor, and the walls. The City Hall, we have identified $50,000 in the capital program for changes to the first floor, what was formerly the customer service area. And I know there's a kind of a pilot project right now where we have the finance group has worked to bring that upstairs and consolidated the services, and that seems to be working well. So this would be to provide renovations to that space and certainly support any accessibility requirements as well. And then 30 Pelham Street, we did complete a project formally on the front entrance canopies. This would just be to kind of mirror that project on the back of the building, again, from a health and safety standpoint, to kind of deal with any ice and snow runoff from the roof. And then in the last area of the capital program, in our arenas group, 2 projects, one being the carbon monoxide replacement. The carbon monoxide replacement detection system is certainly aged, and we are having a hard time getting parts for the existing systems in all of the arenas, both in Frankfurt and Trenton. So this would be to replace those systems and certainly maintain the health and safety within the facilities. And then the arena sound system, the $150,000 that's proposed in the capital budget for that project would look to upgrade the current sound system, as well as include some sound baffling throughout the facility as well. We certainly continue to hear from users of that facility and some of our major user groups that the sound quality has been a bit questionable and compromised, and the age of that equipment, after looking at that, could benefit from a replacement. Certainly a lot of information. We've got a lot of great things to be proud of, as I said, and certainly some challenges ahead in some of the projects that we're being faced with, but I'm happy to receive questions.
Thank you very much. I compliment your staff on the work that they've done in our budget and in our buildings. Thank you. Question first, Councillor Stedall, then.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple questions with regards to potential funding. So the North Murray renovations, that's 650,000, I guess, is just for the elevator. Is that correct? Is 650, or is that additional funds from last year?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Stedel, the 650 is in addition to the 1.25 that was approved last year.
And is that including, is this 650 for the elevator? You'd mentioned elevator. Is that what this is? Or is
Not specifically for the elevator, but it would be included in the total project cost. The elevator costs certainly are a large part of that. We anticipate anywhere from $500,000 to $600,000 for the elevator specifically, but then to undertake the renovations needed on the first and second floor as well, that's also part of this budget.
Okay, and just the funding part of that is that there is an accessibility grant that is currently available right now, and I believe it closes mid-December, and I'm just wondering if the city is making application for that. And just on another funding question was regards to the arena sound system. So you raised the point is that a number of different users are complaining about the sound system. Are those users also willing to make donations to help us improve the sound system? Are we looking for any kind of donations from those groups to assist us to improve it, to maybe sponsor, an improved sound system?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Stedel, I'll address the first question with regards to the accessibility grant. Can certainly take a look at that and just work with our internal departments just to make sure there aren't other applications currently in the works for that, but if that's something that applies, then we can certainly pursue that. With regards to the sound system, certainly not only the user groups, but the members of the public are also who we're hearing from in some of those concerns with regards to the sound quality in the facility. We haven't at this time addressed or had any user groups come forward that would be willing to contribute to the cost.
Maybe we could ask.
I don't think we've asked, but we have had support to keep the sound system going that we have, which is terrible. But anyway, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Grimmin, a couple questions. How many city properties are managed by your department? Roughly.
Mr. Beamer?
Approximately 50.
Okay. And the second question is on the capital program. I'm just wondering, the priority score, the lower it is, the lower priority it is. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the rear entrance canopies at 10 and the sound system at 13, I would that's $300,000 total, would be like 0.5%. I'm just wondering why something with such a low priority is being proposed for this upcoming year.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor O'Neill, the project for Pelham Street with the canopies, certainly we don't want to run into an issue where we do experience a safety issue or concern. That was why the front of the building was addressed. We do have a lot of use out of the rear of the building with the entrance and the exit doorways there. So that's certainly something that we want to make sure that we pay attention to, so that we don't end up in a situation of risk and or safety.
Wouldn't that be reflected in the priority score? Shouldn't that be higher?
I can certainly
Okay. I'm just wondering,
discuss that with the team.
Priorities while looking at their scoring.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay. We need them both. The one in particular, gotta remember, that's a public works building rebuild. That building taught us a lot. It's cheaper to build new than it is to try to, anyway, we learn through experience, unfortunately. But that certainly is something needs to be done to make it safe, and food bank is there and so on, and Quinte access, so it's certainly a priority for our city. Councillor Armstrong.
Follow up to that, I would rank that much higher than if it's a safety thing. up in 40s or 50s, at least if that's an issue with ice, for example, coming off the roof and stuff, to protect people. A couple of questions. Was there a replacement of the roof at the Y at one point?
Yes.
This is the second time?
Yes.
Second time. So that building's what, 30 years, 25 years? How old is it?
Well, it can't be 30, but anyways.
Okay, so-
Somebody else has got to help me on that age, but
2008? I think it's 2008.
That's a lot of, okay.
what was it?
Mr. Mayor, if I-
2008.
Yeah, 2008. And we've already replaced that roof once. Yes. But that's, yeah. Don't get me into the tendering process.
I can,
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, maybe, my understanding was, and maybe Mr. Beamer can correct me, I think this is for a different section than we've replaced before, or is it the same section?
No, it was after the construction, it was replaced, but I'm not arguing over it. It was done, and I can't tell you what part. The reason it was done was it blew off. That should have been warranty, but it wasn't. The company that, anyways, it's another story. So we need to do it, That's,
so that answers that question. So we're in the wrong business here. We should be in the roofing business. Anyway,
Good luck.
the soccer tournament, it's a big thing.
Yes.
The business about the canopy or the covered benches and stuff, are these for the tournament? Those covered benches you're gonna have with pads and stuff? Who am I talking to?
Your worship,
Sorry.
if I can maybe clarify, that's actually in under my Parks division, and we can talk about that when it comes to my budget presentation.
Listen, I'll bring that up then. Okay, so that answers that question. Okay.
doesn't answer, it defers it.
It differs, and I agree, the sound system is not a priority in my mind. It's,
It's not a priority?
not even close. The
Really?
music, I hear it after they score a goal, that's great. I hear the monkey going and all that stuff.
No, you see it.
Oh, I hear it. My hearing's pretty good.
It's okay, mine isn't good and it's terrible. Okay.
No comment.
And I can give you a lot of people who comment to me regarding that, but anyways,
Well,
go ahead. Anything else, Councilor Armstrong? No?
no, we just disagree to agree.
Okay,
to
well,
disagree.
that's fine. Councilor Reed?
Yeah,
You're
that's what I was,
fir-
Freeman.
You're next. Then I'll come over.
That's where I was trying to.
Councilor
I
Reed?
think Councillor Freeman has had her hand up for quite some time, and then I will take my turn.
Okay, Councilor Freeman and then Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This isn't a current budget question, but it is a question of Director Grimmin and possibly Sean Beamer as well. But we have two, at least, oh God, way more than two, but there's certainly two major buildings downtown. Number one is their clock tower, and the other one being the old restaurant of Jimmy's that we all know and used to love. But we do not want to end up owning or at least being stuck with those buildings because they are not being looked after. So is that your department, Director, that is keeping a close eye on that and making sure that bylaw and fire department and everybody else is keeping an eye on those and other buildings?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Freeman, we don't own the properties that I believe you're referring to. So if it is a matter of a bylaw question, I'd have to defer to Director Jardine for that.
Well, pardon me, Mr. Mayor, I know we don't own them, but, absolutely. We didn't own the Mighty Dollar either, and look what that has cost us. So I'm just saying, who is responsible for keeping an eye on these buildings, checking on them, making sure they aren't disturbing, literally, the building beside them or attached to them? And that's true of the restaurant and some of the other buildings across the road that the people that own the restaurant now also own. So I'm just wondering who in the city is keeping an eye on that so we don't end up with a horrible mess.
I don't think we can, but CEO Clazy, have you got an answer for that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would say, to some degree, it might fall under our building bylaw department, but I think unless we're receiving complaints, we're not out actively looking at those buildings.
But we
A
know they're
follow-up
not.
to that, Mr. Mayor. Then manager of IT was looking after the town or the city, the old city hall with the clock tower and keeping an eye on it and checking on it and seeing that there was all kinds of problems with the tower, the clock tower itself. So I wondered if that got passed on, and if so, is somebody keeping an eye on it? Because we are going to end up with a big bill if somebody isn't.
Director Jardine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Council and Councillor Freeman. As CEO Clazy mentioned, we don't proactively review private buildings within the municipality. That being said, we have had a number of bylaw complaints and orders put against those buildings over the period of the last 10 years. So we do monitor them to an extent. When we do get a complaint, there's been issues both internally, certainly in the clock tower, and externally, which we have issued orders on and had remediation action undertaken, but we don't proactively go in and monitor buildings. Obviously, there's a legal implication to doing that as well. So, but we do respond to any complaints or any known issues that we see.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Thank you, Your Worship. And before I ask any questions, I just need a clarification. When we get to the capital projects, we'll have an opportunity to go project by project, correct? Well, like I don't want to ask my questions now or say yay or nay whether or not I agree to it. I want the opportunity to speak on each capital project as it's put forward. And I just wanted that clarification, because I don't want to ask my questions now necessarily on the marina or state my opinion when we're just going to do it if we get an opportunity.
Well, we'll likely have to come back to many of them, yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship.
Director or CAO Clazy.
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest our intent was to deal with the capital projects department by department. So any of the projects that are related here on this list to Director Grimmon's department, we should be having those discussions now. And if you want to leave a final decision, I guess, till later, that's an option. But I would say certainly any questions or any comments, now would be the time to do it as we're going through the departments. We weren't intending to come back and do a full capital. This was to look department by department.
Oh, because I think last year we had an opportunity to go the full capital, because there's some projects that I'm going to disagree with them being listed, but I would like to see how it's progressing before I make the statement. And so I'm asking that we have the opportunity to go. There's not that many capital projects that we can't take time and talk about each one and discuss it in yay or nay. Because I think, I'd like a vote on a number of them.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll come back.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions, Director Grimman. With regard, and I think this is where we would address it, is the industrial reserve transfers in your operating budgets, is that correct? So right now it has 150,000 going into the industrial reserve, correct? So I would like to make a motion that an additional $350,000 from the PILT funding be included in the industrial reserve.
Well, I think we should hold that motion until we're all finished here before we start dealing with. I want to get an email from Mr. Smith or Premier Ford confirming that PILT money before I start splitting it up. So
okay, fair
that's
enough.
which I've been checking, and I haven't received anything yet.
Right, could be checks in the mail, I
But
understand. The other question, if I could, I just had one or two more. Okay. With regard to the International Air Show.
Yes.
And you have funds in this budget, and they would be one time for 2024. How much of your operating budget is for the air show?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Sharp. The ask from the air show group was 25,000. There are other in-kind costs that you may see in Director Angelo's budget in terms of some of the support that we've historically provided for that event as well. But the cash contribution requested from the group is 25,000.
So if I could, as we go through over the next few days, Mr. Mayor, this is where some of these one-time funds, maybe to help with the operating budget, that are one-time only, could be utilized with that fund. So I'm just making a bit of a list. The other question I have relates to the tourism and the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and I know that it's been tough to get that particular project completed. And last year I know others did, requests for projects. And we said, well, we want to wait for the Parks and Rec Master Plan. So we don't have that. So we know it's coming, and it will, I'm sure, have a lot of priorities. I want to speak to the need, and it may come under Mr. Angelo or yourself, but I want to speak to the need to resurface the tennis courts in Tucker's Corners. They are so deteriorated and overgrown, and we know they need to be done. Whether for tennis courts, pickleball, we need to have that in the capital budget. If we aren't able to accommodate it, and I know I've looked ahead, it doesn't have a scoring, it's not on the future list because it's coming out of this report, I understand. So I would say give it an 80 out of 100, but that's just me. I really think 85 coming from it, or Councillor Boyce.
He can't count, can he?
Well, there you go. That needs to be done. And so in terms of the funding, and I see, I'm not going to knock everything, but a score clock at a 9 or whatever score it was given. So for 100,000, I understand these courts may be 150. So I'd like to just speak for that, and if we have to access the Parkland Reserve, then I think that's a priority where there are funds in the Parkland Reserve. So I really want to speak to that as we go forward because it falls under Parks and Rec somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll do our best to make things better. That's our objective, to do what we can. Okay, am I going the right way? Councillor Quinte.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 points. The first one is just a follow-up to Councillor Boyce's question about projects. So later on in the agenda, there's a staff report regarding the Marina breakwater. So are we going to be discussing that when that item on the agenda comes up, either later today or tomorrow, or are we to talk about that now? Or does anybody know? Because there's a separate item on the agenda, staff report 23-023 CS, December 6, 2023.
Mr. Mayor, if I can,
Yes,
I would suggest that we have that conversation now. That report was provided, it's on there as printed information, basically to provide some additional information and context to that whole discussion. The last direction staff has was to basically bring a report back with more information, which is what's in that report. And we are, as staff, basically suggesting a different option forward than was kind of what council had discussed before. So we are anticipating that there should be a conversation had around that, and I would think this would be the appropriate time to at least have that discussion.
Oh my God.
Okay. We'll hold.
Before we do that, I have a different point I'd like to do.
That's
then.
okay. We'll come with it.
So
Anything else
when,
Councillor Reid.
well, I said I had 2 points. Can I finish my second point? Which has nothing to do with the marina. So in the requests for information from council regarding projects that we councillors wanted to see, I had indicated in my questionnaire or my points that I wanted to see some similar to the signs that are currently in Trenton and in Frankfurt near the bridges. Just a simple digital sign that's there, and I wanted to see more of those spread farther around the city. As an example, like one at Tucker's Corners, maybe one out in Wooler, or where the staff might think that there's a volume of traffic, where these signs could be placed, so that we can better communicate with our citizens. The news reporting is sparse at best, and I just feel that we aren't getting the message to spread out throughout the city in a proper fashion. And we have a wide area, and there are some, I guess, choke points, I guess, where cars and traffics are flowing, and I'm pretty sure we can figure where some of those points are, and we could place a half a dozen of these signs around the city, because we could use Old Highway 2 as an example. There's lots of vehicles coming in and out of the city, people going to work or coming to work, and I just feel that for not a giant amount of money, we could send messages to our citizens about what's going on and when things are happening, rather than just in Frankfurt at the bridge and in Trenton at the bridge. And I didn't see any of that in any of these reports about A, what would that going to cost? B, can we even do it? And C, has anybody else got any interest in seeing some of that? So that was one point that I did not see in any of the information that I had. Is there a response from staff on that?
I think it's 100,000 a sign, if I remember rightly, but anyways, we'll have to.
And when you say 100,000, does that include the electrical, or is that just for the sign?
No, I'm going to ask Director Nenouden to respond. Can you respond, or no? Somebody.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe I can get started. Certainly, we would have to assess what locations would be considered, whether there would be the need to run hydro to those sites, and whether those connections are already in place, or whether we would need to establish them. The cost for those signs would certainly vary depending if they were lower level, ground level signs, or kind of large pillar signs like you see the one across from the OPP station. The former pricing, I know when we did install some of those signs, was anywhere from $50,000 and up, and that was quite a number of years ago. So we would have to go back and do some research into what the current costs are.
It just seems like such a simple way to communicate to our citizens about what's happening, and they're there for like those signs in Frankfurt and Trenton, and they've held up well, and they're simple, and well, so what? It has to be replaced. At least we're getting the word out. Anyhow, so are we going back to the marina then now, or is that what we're going to do? Because it's already 12:06, and we're going to need about 3 hours for that.
I wasn't planning on going swimming.
Well, it's just down here at about 5-minute walk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Reid and then Councillor Stedall. I keep forgetting. I got your name down, but I keep forgetting. Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Reid.
That's okay. That's okay. I've been listening very intently to everything. I just wanted to say thank you, Director Grimman and staff, for all of your thought processes. But I know I'm going to be saying the same thing with all directors, going through with all of their departments. All of these things are important, including Councillor Quince's request for signs, but we have to be very cognizant of the fact that there are needs and there are wants. And so we're going to have to cut some of the wants. So when I look through at these things, I'm looking at the industrial park entrance sign. That's not a need as far as I'm concerned. I think that's something that can wait. Down the road, yes, we're going to need all of these things, but let's work on what we absolutely need. The City Hall first floor meeting spaces and accessibility, leave that alone for now. We're not anywhere near that. We have just made a commitment for 6 months upstairs to see how that works. Let's wait on that. The City Hall exterior ductwork insulation and weatherproofing, can we wait on that? The sound system, that's not really that important. I know maybe the words aren't clear when you're going to the hockey games and stuff, but there are things that we can wait on. The health needs, the fire and emergency needs, the roads, the bridges, that's what everybody needs in the city of Quinte West, and I want us to focus on those things. Even as far as the tennis courts at Sydney Township, that's a really great idea, but what about a fundraising group? We had fundraising group years ago. I'm a little bit familiar with that, to do splash pads and skate parks and libraries. So we need to utilize lots of community volunteers as well. So I thank you for all of this, but I think we do need to keep in mind the things that we need to have, not what we want to have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stedall, is that where I'm going next? I hope so.
My question is, again, I do not want to talk about that break wall, but I already watched, I think, 2 hours of the previous council talk about it, so I'm sure it should be a long conversation. However, in the report, in the listing, there are, and one of your items up for discussion was the additional full-time person, executive assistant. And I see when I'm looking in page 52, is it changing the FTEs from 1 to 1.5. So is that, we're only budgeting for the FTE for a portion of a year? Is that trying to?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Stedall, yes, that's correct. It would just be a portion of the year based on when we anticipate budget being approved and then the time forward to develop that position and get through the posting.
Okay, and then I don't see there would be additional cost. You're talking about making one staff permanent, and there is an additional cost, I would imagine, for that, benefits and things like that, and that's also included?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Stedall, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I guess just when we're talking about process to get through all of these, if we are going to deal with all of the capital projects maybe at the end, if we could also deal with all the staffing at the end as well and have a more fulsome conversation on both of those points together, I would appreciate that.
Well, what was the ruling on the break wall?
Sorry.
Are we going to talk about that now, or are we taking a break
Well, if we're coming back
first?
to capital items, won't the break walls be part of that?
Mr. Clazy suggested talking about it now, so I'm just
All right,
trying to get
okay.
clarification
Go ahead.
on what
Go
we're
ahead.
doing.
I'm fine.
I guess at the end of the day, excuse me, it is up to council if we are going to have I'm going to say another discussion regarding all of capital, then it might make sense to have that as part of that discussion.
I agree.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Anything else? Anyone else? Any other things for Director Grimman? Well, thank you very much. Yeah, there are a lot of things on your plate. I know a lot on ours too. I appreciate the work that's done. I try to attend various functions at both Dunk and the Frankfurt Arena and so on, and we've got some very important teams playing in both arenas, and we want to maintain that as part of our, I guess you'd say part of our daily revenue. So thank you very much for all the work that's done and has been done and will continue to do. I can tell you from my small lifetime and short lifetime and experience, I've not seen a recreational facility be in the black. That's it. So
there's always tomorrow.
There's always hope. Yes, Councillor Card.
I wanted to point out there's a little bit of public opinion on this earlier. As I understand it, 2024, the marina on operations close to break even is the plan on that. I know the city provides maintenance and there's some obviously, but the actual operations going to be close to break even is the projection.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Card, yes, that's correct. We are in a position that we are looking to recover our costs operationally in 2023 and certainly projecting the same for 2024. The Marina team under the direction of the Supervisor Andrew Belay and certainly Manager Beamer have worked very hard to find efficiencies the last few years, and we're proud of being able to move that forward to more of a cost recovery model operationally.
Councillor Boyce.
But just some clarification on that one, when we talk about being cost even, does that include including new docks and the capital projects that go in? Because when I talk about cost recovery, I think, you know, how much I've invested in a project or something, and if I've put down, say, for example, $250,000 in the dock, is that included in that cost recovery, or is that separate?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Boyce, no, that would be separate.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
separate.
Yeah.
So it's cost recovery in terms of how much money we're getting from those very few boaters, as compared to how much that we're putting in strictly in operation for staffing, correct?
Correct.
Not for docks or anything else. Okay.
If I may supplemental, yes, and that's why I said the operational break even, of course, which is better than, I think that we should identify successes where they are, and if it was, I don't know what the losses were during COVID operationally or back in the late teens, but getting to current account break even or operational break even, not counting capital investments, the would be a mortgage payment or a debt payment for the city on the actual building costs and interest. That is certainly progress from where it was a few years ago, and I think that needs to be a hand given to Director Grimmon's group for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, I don't know, it doesn't say, but I think we should take a break for lunch. Try to be back, what do we have 30 minutes, get us going, back again, quarter to one? Yep. Thank you very much. Quarter to one, we'll reconvene. Thank you very much. Corporate Services, overview for budget analysis. You're on, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. So I'm here representing my department, Corporate Services. With me today, I've got, as always in meetings, Josh and Pete. So Corporate Services deals with information technology, managed by Peter Adam, and our Legislative Services Department, managed by Josh McChesney. Just for a brief summary, I know you guys know what we do. Council Committee, Legislative Services is our rules department. I know sometimes we don't like following them, but they're good to have. Cemeteries.
I knew I liked you.
Yeah, sometimes. Cemeteries, licensing, weddings, records, elections, privacy, MFIPA, stuff like that is legislative services. And technology, I would summarize with everything that lets us do the work that we do every day. Our strategic goals for 2024 surround, they're not very ambitious because we've tried to rein things in for this year, knowing that we wanted to be fiscally responsible. Accessibility, we want to make sure that that's looked after very well. Louise is actually here, our accessibility coordinator. So lots of stuff surrounding that. We want to examine our business licensing bylaw. We want to just make sure that we're ensuring that it meets the changing needs of the businesses, meaning we want to try and get out of the way, make sure businesses are opening quickly and successful in Quinte West. On the technological side, we're just going to continue expanding our wide area network. That really allows us to do a whole bunch of stuff that I'll get to in a little bit. And some corporate fees and bylaws that really reflects Councillor Stettall's direction from a couple meetings ago. User fees paying for things that we're doing around here. So we want to make sure that we're sharpening our pencils there. The technology side, we continue just to support all of the entire city, along with a lot of our strategic partners, OPP, community police, the library, transit, the food bank, DBIA, stuff like that. But Pete gets emails every day from all kinds of people that we help. If you move to the next page, thanks guys. This is our budget broken down. The two increases here, we're coming in at 7.1. The two increases are in legislative services. This was for the staff member that was hired in 2023, approved by council. And the other 3.5-ish is for core inflationary. So this is steps through our salary bands, raises that were approved by council most recently, and increased costs to our contracts that we use for many of the services that we procure. Cemeteries down by 15. That reflects us trying to, again, sharpen our pencils and get closer to actuals. So we reviewed the actuals for the past 2-3 years and reduced our budget to try and get as close as possible. We'll end up transferring less to reserves because of that, but we wanted to be as fiscally prudent as possible. On the capital side, there's 3 programs or projects that we're looking at. One is the UPS system that's in City Hall. So majority, we're cloud-based for the majority, but there is still some stuff that we need to maintain here to keep our systems running. The UPS system was installed over a decade ago, so it's reaching end of life. We're suggesting replacing it. As part of our emergency operations meeting or exercise that we had this year, it was identified that we could use some AV upgrades for managing emergencies. So we put a $50K project in here to upgrade our technology for our EOC and our backup and I think tertiary EOCs as well. And then the final one is our community safety technology. Community safety technology encompasses things like our network expansion, CCTV expansion for the OPP and city buildings, smart city enabling. So, if Director Angelo wanted to do a smart traffic thing, we want to enable that by providing him the network connectivity in order to do that, and things like public Wi-Fi. That's, I said I'd be brief. That's basically it. So we'll open it up to questions. We can do some stuff.
Your Worship?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Great job, Director. One thing I was impressed upon, and I know other municipalities aren't doing this, or they're getting away from it, but I read in here, the department will be performing weddings, civil
Oh, yeah, so
ceremonies.
as I did skip over that.
Yeah. and
I'm not
that's
going to take credit for this. This is something that our manager of legislative services wanted to bring back. So as we moved through a transition through legislative services, as you know, our staffing transitioned, we did stop doing weddings for a few years. Josh wanted to bring them back, so we're bringing back weddings for 2024. He gets lots of calls, and so we'll be performing wedding ceremonies again at the city.
And that's a good thing, because I can tell you, you're going opposite of the trend. There's so many municipalities that are getting away from it. So I'm glad to see Quinte West is doing that.
Well, part of that was we got a little bit of more stability in our department with your approval of hiring that staff last year. So this is a direct result of that support.
Perfect. Maybe get a discount.
Councillor Sharp, and then
Your third one's free.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, through you to Director Johnson, I too wanted to comment on the civil ceremonies. I think that's a positive thought. When it indicates that about the revenues to help offset the cost of the staff. How much estimate of new revenue would we have from the civil ceremonies, approximate? I know we're going back and doing them, but.
I can't remember the number we typed in. Do you remember? Do you have it in front of you?
I think we said approximately $50,000. It's hard to ballpark. It's hard to know what the kind of uptake. I know that Deputy Clerk Louise and I have kind of been monitoring them for the past number of months. The requests we've gotten. Right. And it's been quite substantial, so we're excited to bring it back. It doesn't take long to prepare for, to actually do the ceremonies, and it's quite a bit of revenue we get as a result.
No, that is substantial, and we'll get the word out that we're here to do civil ceremonies. That's wonderful.
I just wanted to ask Chief Whalen, did you hear it doesn't take long? Go ahead.
Yeah. And the other thing, Mr. Johnson, I know this is more operational, maybe not related to budget so much, but it could be. The corporate services, your department is really coordinating all of the administration for all the committees we have. And, working with the departments, but really that's where the minutes are going, the coordination and so forth. How are you finding that in terms of process and?
So it's okay right now. We always strive to be a little bit better. So there's a couple of, I want to say workflows, but workflows with some added technology that we're trying to introduce. That's going to allow us to streamline a little bit more, do some communication without communicating like actively. It'll be more passive communication to all departments, so people are all on the same page. Along with council, you'll have access to it, but be looking in the next couple months for a little bit of process improvement around all of that, driven, by the process by legislative services and the technology by our technology department. So coming together to make things a little bit more streamlined.
Thank you.
Councillor Stedall and. Councillor Neal, I think, is next, and then Councillor Stedall. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Johnson, on the civil ceremonies, will they be just during working hours?
We haven't really thought about that yet. I mean, probably.
And there'll be an opportunity to upsell too, like using the marina.
So at this time, I think Josh envisioned it, and correct me if I'm wrong, as civil ceremonies here. So like the more budget-focused civil ceremony that's, come in, get married, get your paperwork done, that kind of stuff. If you were using our facilities, I think you'd be talking to our facilities group, and then probably bring in your own officiant and things like that.
But there'd be opportunity to upsell, and also
there always is an opportunity
to upsell. There may be rooms here that you may be able to rent out too,
yep.
Right?
Yep.
Just Stedall, next.
Thank you, Your Worship. So thank you very much for looking into the more user fees. That really is, I think, a good source of revenue for us. Just not user fees, but grants. So the public Wi-Fi you talked about with the community safety technology, I understand there were some grants available, and this is more with the downtown, but I just wondered if there might be something that we could tap into if we are going to do some public Wi-Fi. And then the other question I had was in regards to the animal control number. So I think a number of us have been talking with the Humane Society, and one thing that they've indicated is that their pound fees have historically been very low, and that they should be putting them up. And one of the things that is suggested is that they will go up. So I'm just wondering if this number that's in here includes them increasing those fees.
It does not. This number includes the final year of our animal control contract. And then we'll be doing a holistic review probably mid-24 as we embark upon a contract renewal. So I would think that anything that comes out of the Humane Society around those fees would have to be absorbed in some kind of stabilization reserve. And we'd look at the 25 budget for whatever the next round of all of that is.
Okay, and they're coming, I guess, tomorrow, so we can talk more to them about it. Great. Okay, thank you.
Next.
Do you oversee the cameras that are on the streets and buildings?
Which ones?
I'm just asking, which ones do we have?
Okay. So we have over 200 probably cameras throughout the city. I've lost track, but we could probably pull numbers.
Is it hooked up with the OPP?
So some of them are city only. So there's a bit of a divide. Right now, Pete, OPP is 60? That includes the new ones? No? Okay, so 60 OPP cameras currently, and I think over 200 city ones, so, but yes, that's us.
Because the question is, every time I inquire about a situation, it's too grainy and all of this, they need to be upgraded, so.
So as part of community safety technology, there's a couple of funding spots that we use to upgrade and continually improve that system. There's an operational component to the policing budget that we use. There's community safety technology that we use. And the connectivity that we've been using to connect all of this stuff up together, which provides us the ability to get higher level or better resolution. That was funded from something that we cut last year to save money, so that was our fiber budget. We've again cut it this year, but we've been building up that reserve so that we can do some projects. So we'll continue to expand, but we've been taking it out of our current budgets. In the long-term 10-year capital that you look in here, the fiber budget does come back. And we've been leveraging that to build up reserves in order to increase that. So we are upgrading it consistently, and we just actually had some stuff come in that we're going to be deploying in probably the next 6 months.
So basically, you can't come into Quinte West without getting picked up on a camera, I've been told.
Soon?
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
if you come from the west end, you get picked up. If you come from the east end, you get picked up. If there's a couple places that you might be able to sneak in from the north, I think.
Sydney Street is picked up.
Sydney Street will be picked up by the end of this year, yeah.
Because that's all good to have for all these situations that take place.
Well, just further, we did receive a grant for those particular cameras from the provincial government because of security.
Out to RCAF, that was the gangs and guns or something grant, I believe. And that helped us build out to RCAF Road, correct?
Okay. You also oversee the cemeteries. White's Road, or White's Cemetery, is that yours?
I believe White's is one that we maintain, yes.
Maintain, that's just the grounds?
The maintainer, is it? No, we don't?
We don't?
We don't.
I thought I read that. I thought we read that. Okay, so you don't see that one. I was just curious as to the new fence that's gone up, if we had anything to do with that. Okay.
I thought we gave them money. I think we give them money.
Is that part of the grants one?
I think Louise wanted to, or
One of the grants.
staff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, White's Road Cemetery has actually just recently been purchased privately, so it is no longer something that the municipality remains. The new fence is what the new owner is doing. There is a small portion of the White's Road Cemetery that is a historical that the city does still have an interest in, but it's not the entire cemetery now. So it is now technically a private cemetery.
But further to this, we have somebody who would be willing to take over all these cemeteries and look after them. And when I look at this, we could save $100,000 by doing that. Anyway, I don't know, CEO Clazy, have you received anything in writing or no?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have had a conversation with an individual, and I believe we're continuing through corporate services to have some conversations, but we don't have anything in place or anything permanent at this point. But yes,
Okay, no, that's
we have
fine.
been approached.
That's fine. Thank you. Well, that's something that you can look at with the with the CAO. I promote and devote people quickly. Yeah, but I think it would be great when I look at what it's costing us to look. Anyways, that's my opinion. But you're dealing with it, not me. Councillor Quinte.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. First of all, with the ceremonies, please reach out to Doug Stevenson and his Quinte marketing team and let them know what you're doing. It might attract some attention that way, because they could help. Is it your department that is overseeing like the cameras and the microphones here in the council chambers, and are we doing anything in 2024 with that?
We're doing something in 2023 about it. In
Really?
fact, Pete just ordered some cabling, and we had the electricians improving some of the conduit.
And it'll be all done next week then?
I'm hoping it'll be done as soon as we can.
So like a carryover deal, okay.
Yeah.
And then talk a little bit about, because your department also is helping the city with cyber protection.
Yes.
Can you just expand on how your team has done so well in protecting the city's computer system, communication system, and a little bit about how we have insurance, but insurance doesn't solve all the problems. It only provides money when we do have a problem, when we don't want to have a problem, so that's where your team comes in.
Yeah, I mean, cybersecurity is one of our largest focuses in the IT department. We spend a considerable amount of time on securing our infrastructure, and part of that involves not only all of you, but all of our staff. We spend a lot of time on training. We spend a lot of time educating as much as we can. The stuff that we did this year, multi-factor authentication, so having everyone have your cell phone allowed us to roll out multi-factor authentication. That's really important for keeping our accounts protected. We have a 24/7 security operation that we pay for. So when we're sleeping, they're still monitoring our stuff and through log aggregation and all kinds of stuff. And around the insurance part, our insurance coordinator mentioned to me the other day, and I tried to get what the actual stats were, but we don't know yet. But we're one of few municipalities that actually qualify for cyber insurance in our area. So that's something that I'm really proud of the guys about, that we still qualify for stuff like this. It's expensive, and Director Denaud and I go and we evaluate whether or not we're getting value for the insurance that we buy all the time. But for the moment, the fact that we do qualify is a feather in our cap.
I have to agree, and all of those things that you mentioned previous about the training, authentication, can't even say the word, it's so.
Despite how much people don't like it, we keep on pushing it.
No,
yeah.
I hear you. And great service from your computer wizards, because I need them all the time. So thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Freeman, you're on. Councillor Freeman?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I couldn't get myself off mute there, but I guess my question is, the 36 is the priority score for community safety technology, and that sounds a little scary with the word safety in there, but I also wonder about something to replace the PRISM system. Is that in there somewhere?
Through your chair to Councillor Freeman, that sits actually with our Fire and Emergency Services Department. Chief Whalen's running with that project. We'll assist as needed, though.
So PRISM will come under Fire and Emergency Services as opposed to IT?
That's correct. It's an emergency management system, and Fire and Emergency Services runs that program. So they're running with the program. We're there to support with any technical need as needed.
So I guess my question is, have you found something to replace PRISM as the person that'll be helping them do that?
That question would be better suited for Chief Whalen.
Okay, we'll save that for Chief Whalen. Okay. Just that brings my memory back. How many years ago was it that the first cyber attack we had, or possibly could have had, Jay Whalen was the guy that I think I don't even know what words you use, uncovered, discover, or stopped it, and it was coming from Russia, so some server in Russia at that time.
We've had a few close calls, but our teams have been able to mitigate and make sure that we weren't exposed.
And what you're talking about is, well, someplace, and I think it's Toronto Library, where did they not?
They recently had one, yes.
And they're down and won't be back operating until 24, is that correct?
Not sure of the details around that.
I'm not either. So, Councillor Card.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Director Johnson. One thing that I appreciate about your work is commitment to innovation and efficiency. I know that you're always trying to innovate and push the envelope to do more with less, streamline processes, cut times. Do you want to speak a little bit? I know that in the previous report that you brought to council, probably a few months ago now, you talked a little bit about some of the work leveraging AI, Chat GPT-4 with some of the report templates and some of that. I don't know if you wanted to touch on that maybe briefly on the progress of that or any other innovative solutions.
Sure, through your chair to Councilor Card. We're constantly trying to ride the, we don't want to be on the hemorrhaging end, but we kind of want to ride the bleeding edge of new technology. Obviously, large language models and generative AI are dominating the space right now. We've seen quick advancements in some of the more specifically like purpose-built language models trained to like a niche kind of thing. I would say that all of it exists right now in the pre-alpha kind of research and development kind of spot where we're thinking of stuff, we try stuff. We've been trying to fail fast. I mean, we wrote, trained, I don't know what the right word is anymore, to a policy advisor kind of one to quickly kind of generate the basis of some policies. And Caleb and I were actually playing around with one that could kind of look at our procedural bylaws and any bylaws that are specific to the municipality in order to give meaningful feedback in a chat-based way to people. Right now, the accuracy is not, I don't think, ready for prime time, but for you know, being a force multiplier to our human capital and putting stuff in, I think we're getting close to that, where we can get things started and you know, bounce ideas off a large language model to get us summarizing other policies from other places that we might like, bring them into a format that looks more like a Quinte West format, put stuff in that makes sense to Quinte West, and then have someone kind of rewrite it for us, but using that as a base to kind of speed up our process on getting some policies updated.
It's so important too. I think that some folks might think that, you know, headcounts are gonna, you know, shrink overnight, but the force multiplier, very important, where, you know, maybe over the next decade, if we're kind of not being left behind and continuing to invest, have directors like yourself that are kind of trying to leverage that in the IT area, I think that, yeah, force multiplier, maybe there's less new hires, people are doing more, able to do more work than they were before, quicker, more accurately. I think it's just a complete win, and I'm glad that you're applying resources to that, and that we're not going to get left behind the larger cities that certainly aren't.
Anything? Oh, Councillor Steno.
Just to follow with that, because I know like there's emerging new technologies that are available everywhere, and we can all, even as councillors, use different technologies. Is there anywhere built into this any kind of training component for staff and council on IT?
So training is a tough one. The traditional training methods of you know, documenting things, handing them over, and ingesting that, and going over things, I think this will get into like more maybe a philosophical discussion, but those I think are starting to become less effective, mainly because technology moves so quickly. As soon as I laminate that piece of paper that says these are the buttons to push, that piece of paper is garbage. So what we've been trying to do is you know, teach people how to be agile and work with systems that are intuitive, and take away some of the fear about clicking on things, but still maintain that you know, level of security that just don't click willy-nilly on everything, I think. So with training, if we don't want to give training to a whole bunch of people that may be okay with it and put our resources into that. So if you have specific questions around stuff, if you need a little bit one-on-one to help get things, we find that that's actually more effective these days. So reach out and we'd be happy to walk you through everything, to give you the tools that you need to be agile with whatever technology that we roll down.
Okay. Thank you very much, and keep up the good work. If you, need any help, Peter's here.
And Josh is there. We're good.
Josh is there. So, but I do appreciate I know somebody always uses my phone and pushes the wrong buttons. I don't know who it is.
We'll get to the bottom of who that is.
But
yeah.
I appreciate the help that I get from many of you, Peter and Will and so on, and yeah, it's just fantastic. In fact, they even went so far to work in a barn and fix a Santa Claus parade float.
We're not gonna advertise that.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
No, they didn't.
It all worked. The music was great. So I want to thank him for the work and all of them for doing that. That was beyond my, I guess you'd say, my employees' ability. I shouldn't say that, should I? But I did. Anyways, thank you very much, and we had a great day. Great 2 days, actually. And also, you're good, Brian, but I want to also recognize we got Jimmy Turner here today. Jimmy is, we don't often get such gray-haired guys here, so I want to recognize the fact that he works regularly and consistently and has ever since we amalgamated in '97, and does a lot of reactions and proactive work. But if you need something and you call him, you can count on it being done, or at least he will make sure somebody else follows through. So I thank you very much, Jimmy, and glad you're here because Director Angelo needs help. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, Chief, you're on. Saving questions for you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and staff, and I'm here all by myself. Deputy Caddick's on holiday, so I don't have any backup today. And I do like to see Jim Turner blush. He does that once in a while, so thank you, Mayor, for that. I'll start off, Your Worship, if you don't mind addressing Council Freeman's question about our
Yes,
system. So
go
we
right ahead.
just recently put an application in a provincial application for a system called RAV Alert, and then a couple of our neighbors have that, and it's an automated system similar to what we had before. And it's very reasonably priced. We did get a price, and it's actually under 15,000. And we put in the application for the province for just under 50, and that's in the application. And thanks to Director Grimmon's bunch too, we want extra money to train the public and staff and everything else. So we should be hearing shortly about that system.
Well, that's great because Councillor O'Neill and I, and maybe others, including you, the workshops that we've been at lately, they say be prepared for the unexpected.
Yes.
Whatever you're doing, whatever you think might happen, it's going to be more serious than you ever thought. So
yes, and
thank you.
And I've told a few of our staff too. Deputy and I were just on a chief seminar, and one of the big things they're talking about across the province, and it was Ottawa Police that put it on, is mass casualty shootings. That can happen anywhere. It doesn't have to be in a big city. So we're actually in the process of buying bleed kits. And the inspector that put on the presentation said that's going to be the new normal. You'll have a defib in your city hall, and you'll have another bag beside it with bleed kits to stop the bleeding right away. So that's the new norm that they're talking about, unfortunately. Anyway, we'll start off here with our accomplishments, and of course I'm very proud of our fire department and our staff, both career and our volunteer. As you know, we've switched our dispatch to St. Catharines. And just to give council a bit of an update, everybody in the Hastings and Prince Edward counties have switched now to St. Catharines except Belleville. They're going to Peterborough Fire for their dispatch. We've implemented a new medical training program, and that's just a little step higher than what we're used to with standard first aid and defib. And as you know, our call volumes are going up quite a bit, and it's all to do with medical calls. We had 6 calls on the weekend just at Station 1. For majority of them were VSAs, so, and a lot of it's opioid drug related. And another thing that this bothers me, and it's not really for me to address, but we're finding more and more that the paramedics are stressed, and either they're not getting there on time, or we're finding they're pulling up with one person in their ambulance. So that puts the onus and the training back on us to make sure citizens are getting proper medical care.
Just before you leave that, Chief, I appreciate the training center that we have, and every time I go there, the one guy that comes up in my mind is Chuck Nathan. And I know Robert Rutter was a big help, but Chuck Nathan was the guy that spearheaded that project, and there are so many different municipalities that come here to train because of what Chuck did. So I thank Chuck and his family, and Robert Rutter and Dale Milligan, and who's the other fellow that's retired from Belleville that helps all the time?
Yes, Pete Helm and Paul Lafferty. We could go on and on and on. And again, that facility too, the OPP use it. It's quite often the military will book it too, so it's a regional. It doesn't have to be just for fire. And as you know too, we
Councilor O'Neill's got a comment before you go on.
Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the chief. On the call volumes being up significantly and mostly for medical, do you have whoever available first respond? Like, does Station 1 respond to the different Sydney wards, Murray wards, if they can get there faster?
No, we don't. But what happens quite often, which has happened quite frequently, our fire prevention out doing different inspections in Sydney ward or Murray ward, and they'll respond.
Do you think that may be something you could look into, is having the full-time respond if they can respond quicker?
Yeah, we could, but in general speaking, Councillor, our response times aren't bad at all in the rural areas. And again, the ratepayers in Trenton, this is the issue you have. If you go too far out and there's a house fire in Trenton, they're supposed to be ready to available for that house fire. So, and again, it comes to staffing. If I only have 2 people on, it's hard to take that truck out of Ward 1.
Just before you leave this, how many years ago we actually did a test with Station 2 and Station 1, both, I think, responding to something east of Walmart in that area?
Yeah, that's right. We had a tiered response, Your Worship, and the response times are actually excellent in all our stations right now.
But anyways, you're not off the mark. Councillor Armstrong, I'll take another question.
Have you addressed that problem of the shortage of EMS people to Hastings County? Because
and Chief
the
Bacher,
responders themselves are complaining about it, and they don't seem to have anybody advocating for them, so they feel. Yeah,
you're right, through Your Worship, Councillor Armstrong and Chief Bacher. We all meet quite often, and the last meeting we had with him, he said we're down like 23, 25 paramedics. So I'm not so sure what the problem is. If it's the big thing in all of our services is mental health, and we take that very seriously, and that's one of the accomplishments that it's not on your list, but I put it on afterwards.
Okay, I'll take another. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add to what Councillor Armstrong said, and Councillor Boyce and I sit on EMS with the paramedic services and with the chief, and you're right, Chief. There's a lot of mental health. There's a lot of stress. We as a committee, we're working with Hastings County to recruit more paramedics, and to provide the resources and so forth to serve. But yes, we are in some cases down to 1 paramedic in an ambulance, and they're working really hard on this. It's an issue. We're looking at what can we do. We're working harder with Loyalist College in terms of their program and process to get, and we're all competing for the same skilled resources, but a lot of people are worn out after COVID with all of the issues that the paramedics face, and the challenge of the job, as you know. You're a first responder, and they're really struggling. So we'll be addressing that also at budget, I'm sure, and just wanted to speak to it. But we're all working together. We're trying.
Yeah, and through Your Worship, the Council Sharp, and we're not any different than other municipalities too. And what I'm finding quite often, and last night I was at a call where we're getting a Northumberland ambulance show up.
And, excuse me, we're also doing a lot of, just in Hastings County, and I do believe when we have the Sterling base, that will help a lot more with the north as well. But we're working with Kingston ambulances and Peterborough and making sure, you know, that distance get like a mutual aid.
Sure.
And I should have acknowledged Councilor O'Neill is also on the committee.
Good.
Okay, Councillor Armstrong?
Another question about the new dispatch system. Have you folks evaluated how effective it is, even though it's saving money?
Yeah.
Since
No, I don't
Belleville
think-
hasn't
Yeah.
joined in, right? And Brighton, I think, they stayed with Peterborough, is it?
That's correct.
So
Yep.
there were reasons for that. I just wonder if there's an evaluation process. And, yeah, this is a good thing.
Yeah, through you, your worship, to Councillor Armstrong, I can tell you we're very pleased, just the short 2 months that we've been involved in. You know, the professional, they're all certified. We're, you know, I don't want to degrade our last dispatches, but they weren't certified. And I know that Brighton are going to be looking when their contract's up with Peterborough. And I think, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think, and I'm not sure about this, but I'm not sure why Belleville didn't go, but I know some municipalities didn't like the 15-year contract, so that could be. But anyway, we're very happy. We toured, the deputy and I toured their dispatch center 2 weeks ago, and very professional bunch, just class act, and just the radio transmissions, and automatically when we go to a car accident, they've called the OPP, they've called the paramedics, where before we'd have to get on the radio and ask if these different agencies have been notified, so we're very pleased.
When we tendered for dispatch, we only had one bid.
That's
Correct?
correct, your worship, yes.
Yes. It wasn't done because of money. We just had,
I just noticed that we saved $60,000.
okay, okay.
About money.
Okay, but I guess I'm saying, I'm not emphasizing the
Quality.
yeah, I'm emphasizing the quality of
Yeah.
the service,
Yeah.
and I haven't heard anything negative from anybody.
That's why I asked the question,
Yeah.
just to
Yeah.
No, but that's a good point about evaluating, because, yeah.
And I'm
we'll
sure
give them
that
high
you
marks.
and the deputy will absolutely be involved in everything with it, and if there is an issue, you will deal with it quickly. I'm sure you
Correct,
will.
your worship.
Yeah, I just want to make one more comment, then we'll go on. Yes, we are having issues with paramedics, I know that. And that's part of us, but it's also a major part of the province. They've got to step up to the plate and make sure that they've got the equipment and the training available for people. And I'll take it one step. We have 130-plus volunteers, and we have a list of people who are wanting to join our volunteer system. So we're really pleased and blessed. And I believe a lot of it's to do with the training tower and the fact that we can train here with Loyalist College and be certified and get I guess you'd say, achieve the provincial requirements.
Well, that's correct, your worship. And Human Resource Director Laurie Coxwell Duncan, we're amazed when we look at the applicants and the good applicants we're getting. We've got,
That's good.
Laurie, correct me if I'm wrong, we were about 85 in the queue waiting to apply, which is great.
She's
for us.
nodding her head, so you must be right. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the chief. Read the emergency services and paramedics. There's a lot of shifts that the full ambulance is down, and there's shifts where there's just one person that responds. They can respond, but they can't transport. Is there any way your department could provide a driver so the ambulance could transport?
Yeah, through your worship, Councilor O'Neill, that's a good question. And actually, I drove an ambulance not too long ago. We've done it quite often. They'll get in the back with our firefighters, and we're exempt to drive their ambulance, even if we don't have their license.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is your hand up?
Thank
It's
you,
the left
thank you,
hand
Your Worship.
got up.
And, no, it's up.
Go ahead.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because I know other fire departments are doing it as well. Some new hires are often former paramedics too, and I'm not sure if we have that in line here with any of our men or women that are former paramedics. Do we?
Through your worship, yes, we do. To
Yeah.
Councilor Boyce, we actually have 3 paramedics, and we have 1 supervisor. They're all volunteer firefighters. in
So
our
that
system right
certainly
now.
assists.
Yeah, and we do have actually the fire chief of the base, he's a volunteer with us now too, so I like to say that.
That's good.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
That's good.
that's true.
Just make sure you don't go east, go west. Councillor Quinte.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Chief Whalen and I joined, he joined as the chief the same day I got sworn in as councillor way back when. Just a quick question, long-range planning. The City of Quinte West purchased land right on Old Highway 2 at the Bayside with the long-range plan of moving the Bayside Fire Hall from Aikens Road up onto the highway. Have you got that in your sights to make a recommendation to council sometime in the next few years as to get a new hall right up on the highway, which would be safer for your team and safer for the users going up and down the road and make better response time for your team? It's just that we bought that land, I want to say it was like 2015 or 2016. I don't remember when we bought it. Maybe it was old. Maybe it's been longer. Anyhow, I was just asking that.
Yeah, through your worship, the Council Quincy. I'll have to check on our 10-year plan, but I know that we did at one time have that earmarked, that as well as combining Station 7 in Frankfurt and Battawa to a piece of property on Plant Street, but that was very long range, and I don't know, I can see myself personally, maybe, paramedics working out of our fire stations like they do in the States eventually, but I know they have long-term leases here, so, but I can see that in a few years.
Yeah, I just remember quite a number of years ago now, you were saying the Bayside Hall is already like fully utilized. There's no room for any growth there whatsoever. So I'm guessing it's can't be any better. It probably have the same issues. But we should be definitely looking at both those ideas that you mentioned about making things newer and efficient for your team. And I really would like to see that in the coming years going forward. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Stay there. I think I got a couple of more questions. Councillor Armstrong or Councillor Stedall?
The pumper truck, is that for Station 5?
Through your worship, to Council Armstrong, no, the truck that I've got in the budget to replace is for the Murray North Station 6. Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Did you want me to carry on?
Where's Station 6?
It's where all the flames are and all.
Yeah,
that's
right. Good. Good for you.
You guys wanted it beside the cemetery in Stockdale a long time
That's
ago.
right. No, I didn't.
Somebody
I wasn't
did.
there then, but no.
No, in Murray.
Where it is now is the best spot for it. Yeah,
I know.
thank you. And you might, Chief Whalen did talk, or did mention something about amalgamating. That's not under our radar. We're not closing any fire halls, so let's make that clear. We are not closing any fire halls.
That's right, your worship. That was talked about, the video
Yes, it
amalgamation.
was talked
and
about, but
yes,
it's not
yeah.
going to happen. As long as we can get the volunteers to be there and respond, we're sticking with what we've got. And I listen, we're truly blessed to have the response, the people and so on that we have, and the training and the ability. Listen, yeah, it's like running home and asking for money and getting it sent to you. So
Yes,
I love
agree.
the work they do, and I'm not, you heard me. Who's next? Councillor Stedall. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship, and apologies if we've interrupted your presentation
okay.
with all the questions. But there are a couple of things that were highlighted, and Councillor Armstrong alluded to the one. So with the purchase of new vehicles, are we taking a look at, I know there's increased cost across the province with those, and there's also, long timelines to get them in, but I've recently seen some purchases that were made through using the LAS Canoe program, and also changing the model type for the chassis in order to reduce the cost. And I'm wondering if we are taking a look at something like that in order to try and keep the costs a little bit lower.
Yes, that's a good question, Councillor. Through your worship,
You
Councillor
answered
Stedall.
it very carefully, Chief, because you know where I stand.
Well, yes, and I'll tell you this, everyone, that ever since I become chief, I've tried to keep in mind, you know, the financial aspect and buying demos, and I bought trucks with other municipalities to save money. And that is the thing that we're looking at is to buy a, you know, not a custom cab, a conventional cab, because that puts the money way up on these trucks. And with the terms of the, I think it's, there's a procurement, the canoe, I can't remember what the term is, but I've already talked to Director Denouden, and that's the route we'll be going. And again, these trucks, and they're unpredictable. So the truck that we spec'd out last year went up $100,000. And my last chiefs meeting, there's a fire chief in Western Ontario. They priced an aerial truck a year and a half ago, and he was going to his council shortly to ask for another $1 million. It'd gone up that much. And that's that's a specialized piece of equipment. And again, Councillor Stedall, some of these trucks now are going to take 2 to 3 years if we order them. That's why we'll be asking to look at our the next 2 years capital budget. And that's no different than Director Angelo.
But you've got one on the line, right?
There's a couple on the line right now, yes, that are.
One you're going to be able to put your name on it?
Well, I'm not sure. We'll see when our budget's passed.
I hope you do. And then the basic, from my point of view as mayor, the basic truck that we buy is a Freightliner chassis with a Cummins motor. That's what we've been buying for the last, at least 10 years. And we've had excellent, not just good service, but excellent service and warranty by the Pierce Aero Company. They are the ones that have, take the aerial ladder. What did they do to it maybe 5 years ago now? But they stood behind that aerial ladder, and it's in the 90s.
Yes,
that one.
That's correct, Your Worship. They did. They warrantied the vehicle for the rear end. It was a $15,000 fix, and they warrantied it. And we do have the local Cummins dealers here, which is nice, where we don't have to drive to Kingston or Peterborough to have a truck service.
I just have another follow-up question on a different item. So I see from the pages in the budget, there's an additional full-time FTE, and that's a fire prevention officer taking the complement from 3 to 4. So I just wonder if there's some background on why that complement's increasing.
Yeah, through Your Worship, the Councillor Stedall, we proposed this last year, and again, with the provincial mandate to have everybody certified by 2026 and 2028. We're finding it very difficult to get all our people trained. I talked to CEO Clazy, and if the position's successful, we're still struggling too with emergency management, and that would be part of that portfolio, training officer and helping us out with emergency management. Again, the province has given us downloads and downloads. City of Kingston have 2 full-time employees that do emergency management alone. So that's the idea of the training officer, and also the training officer is a firefighter too. So if the person's working on a shift and we do get a major structure fire, they will respond. I will add too that one of our career firefighters has been down with a bad back for 6 months, so we're technically down a person, and I hope he gets better, but I'm not sure at this point. The other idea with the training officer too is that I put it in with the complement of the fire prevention officers, where they'd be going out to all 4 wards, so the area rating would be spread out for all 4 wards.
Councillor O'Neill?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the chief, the training officer, is a possibility that we could charge him out to smaller municipalities that don't have that capacity?
Through Your Worship to Councillor O'Neill, that's a possibility. Yes, it is. Because a lot of times they're coming to the training tower right now, and they're being charged to take the courses. So we could look at that. I never thought of that.
Okay, thank you. That training center is fantastic, and listen, I recommend any of you, and most Saturdays and Wednesdays particular, but Saturday and for me, I often go over there Saturday morning, and there'll be 15 or 20, and if you just stop by and say thank you very much, you're proud of what you're doing, and we really admire your ability and wanting to be better. So that's 5 minutes and you're out of there, but they really appreciate it. And the one thing that we haven't touched on at this point in time, and I'm coming to you and Director Angelo, and the issue is the repairing of the vehicles. And I know Paul Lafferty does a fantastic job for us. You can't get anybody better. But I know and you know that he's getting up in age like a lot of us, and we haven't prepared for the future. And we need another mechanic at the operations center, and if we had that, we would be able to do work on those fire trucks, because we don't want a fire truck to be down. We want it, if there's an issue, we want it to be fixed and ready to go. And they really should be fixed inside, not outside in the weather, and the operations center has the space to do that. So that's where I'm disappointed we didn't have that in this budget, but we're going to have to do it. Otherwise, I believe we're struggling to get them repaired like they have been.
Yes, Your Worship, and we have sent them to our op center in the past, but they're very busy, as you know, and when we have a truck in for repair, we need it fixed right away. But we've had some good luck with some local larger dealers, but we're paying the money to have them serviced.
I never, if things are done properly, that's great. That's great. Don't complain about the cost. If it's fixed right, I'm happy. And I think you are too. But
yes,
it's a challenge, and I know that if we had another mechanic, we could do a lot that would help you and help us, and make the city just that much more. I don't know that we can be much more efficient, I think is the word.
Yeah.
Safer, but
yeah,
we're
you're right,
safe.
Your Worship, and they're high maintenance vehicles, as you know. They're going all the time.
Even though they don't go far, don't go often, but that's right. You're definitely right. And we go back to the guy that started many years ago, Murray McLafferty. Used to do a lot of work in Station 2. And I'm going to rely on Councillor Elliott before I let you go. We bought a new Volvo in Murray Ward, 1990, 91. It was a fantastic truck. Do you remember what we paid for that vehicle? 120,000?
A little over 120,000. A little over 120,000, yeah.
And that was a full pumper, tanker, beautiful truck. I remember being concerned because it was the first automatic that we had in Murray. And I took it up that Wooler Hill loaded with a full tank of water, just marched up through those hills like, yeah. And today, all of our trucks we're buying are automatics, correct?
That's correct, Your Worship, and I remember that truck because I was in the system, but I was a volunteer in Sydney South when that truck was a demo. It was a long time ago. And I can recall that the firefighters at that time didn't want that truck because it wasn't painted yellow. And
we fought over, we didn't fight, we just argued and discussed whether they should be red or yellow, yes.
I remember
but
the
we're still
late,
sticking with
yes.
the red.
And so you bought that truck, and then our former reeve, the late Tom Nobles, we ended up buying another demo.
Yeah.
And I remember him saying to them down there, if you touch that truck, if you paint that truck, we'll charge you with.
Anyways, Councillor Stedall, go ahead.
Just one more question, and it regards to one of your items in here. It says that there are significant building repairs are required for Station 4, but I don't see anything in capital, and the facilities really have only gone up a small amount, $8,300.
Yes, through your worship, the Councillor Stedall, and it's not that major. Is Sean still here? No, we thought it was going to be major. There's a couple bricks that have come off on the corners, and we thought that was going to be major, but Sean Beamer's gone out and looked at it. It's not a major thing, so we really shouldn't have had that in there.
Okay, thank
I thought it was going to be very expensive, but it wasn't.
Okay,
And
Councillor Stedall.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Councillor Card.
Thank you.
Time to quit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the chief, while we're on the facilities, Station 1 roof, I know there was some leaking in one of the areas there. Has that been kind of dealt with internally, or is that looking like a larger fix later on, or what's the situation there?
Yep, through you, your worship, the Councillor Card, again, Director, or not Director, but Manager Beamer had the people that actually originally put the roof on, they came back and did the warranty work, so it's been fixed, so we're very happy about that. It was a group out of Toronto that put it on, and we ended for other councillors.
Who was the contractor for that project?
It was Task Force, but I don't know what happened locally. They didn't get somebody locally, and they had somebody out of Toronto that put the roof on. We had some leakage.
A great contractor, yes.
Yes, so that's been fixed. So if you don't mind, your worship, I'd like to go just to our vehicles and just to explain a couple of the replacements that we were asking for. Really, that's not a mini pumper for the 632. That's just a heavy-duty pickup truck that we put a pump on. And all our fire halls have pickup trucks now, and when we have a major fire, all the hose and the dirty equipment goes in the back of that truck, and it's hosed off before it gets to the station. Because we're so aware of the different cancers that can develop with being exposed to the flames and the cleanup. So that's with that truck. And this truck, it's 20 years old, and it's going to need some cab corners and things that are rotting on it. So that's why that truck's in there. And the next one is the SUV that was written off in April. And so we've been using the fire prevention vehicles to try and, that's the deputy's vehicle. And we did receive in May $23,000 from insurance on the Ford Explorer that was written off. So that's why, and actually we did put a tender out for that vehicle already.
Anything else? Any other questions? Oh,
Yep.
Rich. Councillor Boyce.
Thank you to the chief. So was that, so the 23,000 that you received for it being written off, so the vehicle probably cost 95,000, but you're just asking for the 72,000 or what?
Through your worship, Councillor Boyce, no, the tender came back at 76,000 for the full-size SUV. And I might have to go to Finance Manager Matt on that, or Director Bernardi. Okay.
Okay, so the money from the insurance company then went into the reserve? Okay, you'll be pulling out 72,000.
Yes, and I might add too, we did send a tender out, and I was off on medical, and what came back was a vehicle the size of the mayor's vehicle, and that's just not big enough for our equipment we carry, and quite frankly, we would like something around us when we're out in the 401. Yeah. In case we get hit.
Councillor Armstrong.
I was going to suggest maybe you could carpool with him since you're always at the, but
Yeah, we'll
because
let
of the equipment.
We'll send Councillor O'Neill as the driver. Okay.
And again, your worship, back to council for this budget, we're asking for to top up from last year when I priced that pumper tanker, it was around 500, and now it's 650. So some of these things are out of our control, and that's another identified item that needs to be replaced.
What you're saying.
And again, with the 25 and 26 budget, you know, we're going to have to start putting a plan together to replace a couple other pumpers.
Listen, we want to be able to provide the service that is necessary. So thank you very much. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay. We're going the right way. I'm on the next page. Lori, you're on, please. Thank you for being here with us.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am happy to be here this afternoon to tell you all about the HR strategic goals for 2024. We're looking forward to a very busy and exciting year. We will be working with our client groups so that we can support the introduction and rollout of the employment assessment program, focused and aligned with many of the goals that the groups are sharing with you today. We will be updating our employment-related policies, and we will work with our client groups as they explore and implement possible flexible work arrangements. We are looking to continue our conversations with Loyalist College in an effort to highlight and bring training programs locally to assist in filling positions that present challenges to us due to either certification or educational requirements. And an example of this would be the Building Inspector Development Program. And we will be working from a staff development and networking opportunity perspective to have we have many supervisors here who have many years of experience, and I know we've talked about Jim Turner earlier today, but he would be an example of one of those. And then we have a number of new, either to the city or to supervisory roles. And we want to provide them with a forum to educate them and for them to learn from each other. And so the goal being to explore commonly shared staff-related challenges where we can collectively educate, they can share their experiences with each other and best practices, and mentor and support each other. And moving forward, so overall the HR area is very straightforward. It is consisting primarily of wages and benefits. And there are a few other categories in there, recruitment and training related. Earlier this year, we did introduce the HR coordinator position that was approved, and they joined our team to support our city's recruitment and HR needs. And we also changed the HR generalist title, HR business partner, to better reflect the partnership with the client groups. And when it comes to the training budget itself, we did reduce this by 50% to reflect the actual spend. Short and sweet. Are there any questions?
Okay, questions? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. To you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you.
Oh, do I have to turn this one off, maybe?
This is on, I think.
Oh, here we go.
Did I? Maybe I pushed it.
He pushed a new.
Nice try. Anyway, through you to
I didn't even know. I thought I was making it louder.
I just wanted to ask regarding the opportunities for grants, employment grants. And I know they've reduced over the years, and I'm thinking of the upcoming air show and lots of initiatives such as that. Do we take advantage of those? Are those programs still available? And just where we're at. I know it's Loyalist College. We try to get students and so forth, but the summer months, what's our plan? Thank you.
So through the mayor to Councillor Sharp, I would say for the past 5 years, we have not, the programs that did exist were removed, and so we have not been reaping any benefits from those grants.
That's unfortunate.
I'm sorry, I pushed the right button. Further to that, we did have someone here who looked after grants. We did. What do we do now?
Mr. Mayor, that's still part of our community services division under
Okay.
Jacqueline and under Rebecca.
So then there is somebody to help people like Lori to reach out and see if, okay? I think that's what you want, what I want to know.
Yes, absolutely, Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor, that's what I want. Could I have one more and then, thank you. The digital exit interview process, so that was achieved in 2023, that is done, so any exit interviews, there is a process in place?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Sharp. With introducing that, they still have the opportunity to meet with a member of the Human Resources team to go through an exit interview in person. However, if they prefer to complete the form itself by typing, they are more than welcome to do that. It's another opportunity for us to capture information that we weren't necessarily getting in the past.
Councillor Stedall?
Just to follow up to that, it's recently been noted that you often will interview at the beginning of a person's career and then an exit interview, but nothing in the middle. And I'm just wondering if the city is looking at any kind of a program where you can actually interview or have conversations good conversations with people, not just about how they're doing, but about, you know, what's going on with the organization. I'm wondering if we're having anything implemented in that respect.
Through the mayor to Councillor Stedel, at this time, that is not something that we had been thinking about, but it's certainly something that we can take back and to consider further.
It's a good comment. I would hope that the managers, the people who are in charge of the employee, they have the opportunity to discuss situations and work. If there is something, either be positive or negative, get it, gather it, and pass it on, so that their people are, you know, appreciated. That's the way I see it. So, but I also want, you okay? From my point of view as mayor, I really appreciate the hiring process that we use. It works, it works, it works, and we are certainly benefiting from the quality of people that we are hiring. Yes, we are. And I thank you very much for the process and sticking to it. And often I get requests, if, you know, what can I do to, and I say I can't do much, but if I can help you, I will, and that's it. And I'm sticking to that. I really don't want to be involved any more than I am, and I appreciate the work that everybody's doing to get good people. Thank you. Councillor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would agree with Councillor Stedel's point. I think that there could be some great value in possibly turning it into kind of a 360-degree assessment. Presume there's yearly employee assessments or something to that extent. Now possibly having a turnaround and managers being assessed and kind of have a two-way information street in that sense. Is there yearly employee assessments currently? Or is it quarterly, yearly?
So through the mayor to Councillor Card, that is our objective this year, is to roll out a program. So there currently is not a system in place, but we have the Day4 system that we started using about 3 years ago that had that module, and that's what we're rolling out as soon as we possibly can.
That's great to hear, and I don't know if there's a possibility to incorporate that kind of 360-degree, but I certainly would agree with information flowing back to management. I think that makes a ton of sense also, and I don't know if there's a component that where it would be maybe have an anonymous factor for the more kind of organizational things. I don't know if there's a way to facilitate that as well, but definitely flow of information both ways I think is definitely valuable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Right now would not be a good time to interview some of our staff because we just passed, what do you call that, some kind of wage scale. And in anything that you do, there's somebody that wins and sometimes there's somebody that loses. And that's what I leave to David, CEO Clazy, to sort that all out and try to repair it. Thank you. Okay, who's on next? Brian Jardine, the man from Scotland. Okay. Come on up, sir. We're going the right way. My goodness, we're almost at Angelo. Is that Angelo or Angel?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thanks very much. I'd like to be pleased to present the 2024 budget for Planning and Development Services. As you know, Planning and Development Services is comprised of Planning Department, Building Department, and Bylaw Enforcement. Those are the three work units. As with all the presentations, a list of 2023 accomplishments and then 2024 goals. I won't go through the list of 2023 accomplishments, but just a couple of comments I would like to make. First of all, there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of stuff in the news just now about the economy and changes to the economy, and particularly how that reflects construction, building, and new development within municipalities. And I think the one thing I would like to just say there is in relation to workflow and workload, while there's been it's true there's been a slight shift in the markets and the types of projects that we're seeing, overall workload is consistent, and I do have some numbers if council wish them in relation to building permit numbers, application numbers, actual work flowing through the system, and I'd like to give a shout out and a kudos and credit to all of the staff in the department for managing that workload and managing those shifts as well as 2023 has gone on. And I think also I'll reflect on some of those components when I look more closely at the different elements of the budget. The other thing I would like to just kind of point out from the start is that just recently in the last couple of months, I'm pleased to say that we've been able to fill all of the outstanding vacancies of positions that were approved by council for the department. So we now have a fully staffed department. I think that's first time in, I'm going to say 4 or 5 years that we have had all the positions filled. No new positions going into 2024, but we have filled all of the positions, so I'm very happy to announce that. As far as strategic goals for 2024, the main things there are, one of the biggest things, and council's heard this before, one of the biggest things is moving forward and implementing our electronic permit and application system. That's something that was actually approved through the 2023 budget. Resources did not allow us to move forward with that, and we didn't want to implement it during the middle of the busier part of the season, but we are looking forward to implementing that over this winter period so that it's in place for next year and operational by next year. And that will be a huge step forward for the department and for the city in terms of our way of receiving and processing both planning applications and building permits. Make things easier for the city, more streamlined, but also make things much easier for applicants and members of the public. Part and parcel to that electronic kind of element of things, we are implementing and introducing more technology in the field, particularly for building inspectors and bylaw, so that they don't have to necessarily come back to the office to do all of their paperwork. They can do that while in the field, while moving from site to site. Housing Action Plan, it was referenced earlier on in the meeting earlier on this morning. One of the big workload items for us in 2024 is going to be implementing the initiatives out of the Housing Action Plan. The speed and the way in which we implement them is obviously still very much dependent on whether or not we're successful in the funding. But through council, we did, when we presented the plan earlier this year, we did commit to moving forward with the implementation of many, if not all of those initiatives, albeit that they may take longer and they may require other sources of funding. So that's still very much a large workload item for us this year, or this coming year. The official plan, there's another one. City and Planning Department and with council's assistance, members of the public, to put a huge amount of work into the update of the official plan that was completed early this year, sent off to the province in February into March. We're still waiting for response or for any approvals on that. Hopefully we're going to receive that before too long, and that will help us to implement those policy changes, which will have an impact on our application flow, and I'll comment on that when we get to some of the numbers. The second part to that is with the approval of the official plan, that will allow us to move forward and update our zoning bylaw. As you know, the zoning bylaw is a partner document to the official plan. Once the policies are updated in the DOP, that will allow us to go in and make some changes to the zoning bylaw. The last thing on the list there is the implementation. Just recently, as council are aware, you made a decision to implement a free parking system with time-limited parking on street in the downtown core of Trenton. We will be moving forward to implement that system into 2024. And again, there's some comments in the actual financials there that reflect those changes. Okay, so going to the numbers. First thing I would mention on the actual chart there, you'll see under the different sections on the left-hand side, there's the line for development there. As council will remember, one of the things coming out of the organisational review was to ultimately transfer the development engineering team from Public Works Department into Planning and Development. That was going to be triggered by the hiring of a manager, a development manager, and that would initiate and instigate the moving of that work unit. That position is yet to be filled. It's still vacant. At this point in time, that obviously that line item shows up is a zero. That will be captured in Director Angelo's budget, but it's there as a line item. If that transition happens through 2024, that budget would be moved across into planning and development. Okay. The other things I would note overall in the budget, we have changes through the core in inflationary increases, total of 4.39% across the different departments. That's a combination of salary updates, benefit updates, as with all departments. There's also a couple of components in there around revenue. Under our planning revenues, we've made a few changes, very minor, and they basically cancel each other out, but they're worth noting. Through recent legislation at the provincial level, we do have some limitations on certain types of planning applications, predominantly site plan applications, that we can actually require from development. So we have reduced the projected budgets under site plan applications. But correlate to that is we have actually increased our projections for consent applications. Again, assuming the update to the official plan, one of the much talked about components of the policy changes in the official plan was refreshing the policies on severance applications. So with that in place, we would expect an increase in revenues for consents. We've also, through our general fee updates, we're suggesting a 7% increase for the majority of planning and development application fees, excluding building permits. I would also mention on the building permits revenue, where we're maintaining that consistent at $1.3 million. Again, lots of shifts in the market. If you look at some of our building stats, you'll see that while overall some permit numbers are down, what we're seeing is a shift towards larger scale developments, apartment type developments as opposed to single family homes. The value of construction is staying relatively constant, as is our intake for permit fees. So we're not seeing any change, and we're maintaining 1.3 million as the projection for 2024. The other area where you'll see a change is through the service level change. And they all fall under the bylaw. And as I mentioned earlier, that relates to the change in the parking system. And there's really two components to that. The first part is the lost revenue through changing to a free parking system. And that's being calculated at a net $58,000 lost revenue. And that would be an ongoing thing, obviously. In addition to that, the other aspect of that 23% increase, well, it's a large percentage, it's a relatively small number. The other part of that is to actually implement the change. There's a number of things that need to be done. We need to remove the existing parking machines that are there and do any remediation works in the parking lots. We have to do some signage. There's going to be a communication aspect to this as well, which will be rolling out in the spring. And there's also a requirement for us to update our current fines software package, both because the existing system is out of date, and also, in addition to that, to give us the ability to do the time-limited parking aspect of parking tickets. So those are the parts that add up to that $141,000 additional cost under bylaw, and the 24% related to that. That's it on the operational side. I'm not presenting any capital projects at this point in time. I would just say, though, that within planning and development, we do have the line item as a carryover project, which is the budget for the e-permitting system. That's $200,000, and that was budgeted this year, 2023, as a carry-forward project. I would say, again, going back to the Housing Accelerator Fund, the e-permit process was something that we had captured under that action item. So if we do receive funding through the programme, we would be able to offset the capital expense for the municipality under the budget. And with that, I'll open up to any questions.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill on first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm quite happy this year, the number of apartment units that are being approved. I think that's great, coming from your department. I have a couple questions on page 144 for the operating budget. Material and supplies have gone up 72% from 91,000 to 157,000. I'm just wondering why such an increase in material and supplies, and I have one other question on the budget too.
Yes, thank you. The materials and supplies increase, that relates to that implementation cost of the new parking system. The removal of parking machines, any rehabilitation work in the car parks, signage, communication, and software cost as well.
Great, thank you. And the other is transfer from reserves, gone from 54,000 to 118,000. So about 120% increase in transfer from reserves. Is that just to cover the increased costs?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, wasn't that in last year's budget? Is that,
I'm talking 2024 budget as opposed to 23 budget.
okay, but isn't that why that money was there? Because it was in, you didn't use it?
No, we quite often, in finance department could probably speak to this better than I do, but we quite often transfer just to make sure we're cost neutral on certain things.
Councillor Stedall?
Thank you, Worship. Our question in regards to, you're saying the building permits and the quantity of the permits is staying the same. And I'm just wondering, is there any kind of disconnect that you're seeing with the amount of assessment that we're seeing? Like, we've got a 1.3% assessment growth. We've got all of this growth in building permits and planning permits and things like that, but it doesn't seem to be reflected in the assessment. And I know part of that has to do with closing out permits and impacts, but I'm just wondering if there's something that we're going to be doing, maybe the e-permitting is going to improve something there? I don't know.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't know what I know what you mean in terms of the disconnect. There's definitely been a huge shift when it comes to, if you look at our permitting numbers overall, they're down. And when you look at housing-specific permit numbers, the shift has been from single-family home permits, which is essentially one permit for one home. When you look at that from respect to an apartment project, they're obviously much larger projects, but they accommodate a larger number of living units. What we have seen, though, is that I think this is one place where the market probably has something to play in this, where apartment projects take longer to actually put shovels in the ground because it's a much larger project. So I think there's probably a delay there in them reaching the assessment where they're going through the permit process, they're getting issued as permits, but it takes longer. We have one project at the moment as a good example, which has been permitted for quite some time, but the proponent is essentially waiting for the market. So that's holding up some units. It's not being assessed, but it's reflected in the building permit numbers.
Councillor Sharp?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm really happy that the planning department actually starting the year with all the staff after 5 years. So, Director Jardine, just with regard to bylaw enforcement, and this year we had 570 new bylaw enforcement complaints. But I've noticed a difference in the calls I'm getting to the positive. And I'm just wondering if you're seeing that as well, that it's, there were a couple years there when it was just, really crazy in terms of getting back, and then we did increase bylaw. But I also think there's a good process going on, and maybe you could talk about that.
Yeah, thank you very much, through your worship, to Councillor Sharp. I think I actually said at the time when we did the organisation, I think it was after we did the organisational review and Council approved that with respect to process changes, one of the biggest wins for Planning and Development Department out of that organisational review was the changes we made to the bylaw department. And there was two main parts to that. There was the creation of a supervisor position to oversee, and the creation of an admin assistant to take the calls. And those are the two parts that kind of bookend all of the inspectors, so that there's much more immediacy in the response to calls and calls back, and there's a supervisor who's able to triage and spread the work out amongst the inspectors. So that's made a huge difference to the system overall. Yep.
If I could, one other.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, another huge project with the Coney West official plan. I know we have part 2 once it's approved by the province with the zoning bylaws, but just a lot accomplished. My question relates back again, I mentioned it earlier on in the meeting, regarding the Housing Action Plan, and there are some funds available to work from, but we really need those funds to carry it forward. So again, Mr. Mayor, I know you want us to wait till we get
Go
PILT
ahead.
fu-
Go ahead.
PILT funding, but I'd really like to see, and I think Councillor Card and others will speak to it, is some more funds used from PILT to go into that Housing Action Fund.
Once I get a confirmation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I just don't like to spend money I don't have.
I know.
Thank you very much. Anything else for, oh, go ahead. Sorry. Oh, Councillor Freeman. Councillor Freeman.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Jardine, has there been many people asking for small units, you know, making a garage into a granny flat or adding on apartments? Is there any of that sort of thing going on in the residential parts of town?
Yeah, through your worship, yeah, very much so. I think it's surprising just how many accessory dwelling units and second units permits we're seeing. And again, hopefully, if we do get the funding through the Housing Accelerator Fund, there was one component in there which was an incentive programme to even drive that harder, but we're definitely seeing a significant number of those types of developments and permits happening.
That's
Okay.
great news. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sharp. Or Councillor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I want to thank Director Jardine for all of the work, kind of seeing the overview of 2023, and obviously with the official plan and the Housing Accelerator Fund. There's a lot of action and planning sitting on the PAC committee, and all of the provincial changes is certainly a lively time. Yeah, to Councillor Sharp's point, I think that there's definitely an important conversation to have. We're kind of flying blind a little bit in terms of the Housing Accelerator Fund, that ask, and when we'll get an answer on that. But if Director Jardine could speak to, I guess in a worst case scenario, if we do get the funding, then I suppose all things are possible, and we can have a big College Street build, and that can be a sort of kind of legacy project almost for this term of council. But speaking about in a worst case scenario, what on the report that you did, not only the Housing Accelerator Fund report, but the subsequent one that you did after the public delegations we had, how much of that, as of now, with the funds keeping it at 150,000 for this year, just kind of baseline, no HAF funding, what can we realistically accomplish off of between the HAF ideas and then the subsequent stuff that was in the report from the public delegations?
Yeah, through your worship, that's a tough one to answer, and we've been kind of milling around. Director Grimm and myself have had a couple of conversations on that, and I think without preempting anything, we're already thinking about a report, what a report would look like to bring to council in the new year. Should we be in a situation where there's no funding forthcoming? What do we do with the resources that we have, and what do we do with any financial reserve that we have? I think when you look at the initiatives that we had in the Housing Action Plan, they really break down into two certain groups. There's policy changes that we can make to our official plan policies or zoning bylaws to ease the passage and speed up the passage for proposals to get to development. Those are things that we can do in-house. They'll just take longer, because the way that we were going to use the funding would be to get consultant assistance to be able to fast-track some of those policy changes. So I think we could put them to one side. We could use the existing reserves. We could go out to consultants, and we could do 5 out of the 7 initiatives, even with the reserves money that we have in the pot right now, to be quite honest. Where we would struggle would be the projects, the College Street project and the secondary dwelling project, where there was a direct financial incentive coming from the funding, where there was cash on the table effectively. That's where the city's reserve would run dry very, very quickly. Director Grimm and I had a meeting just recently with one interested proponent, of which there are a number on the College Street project, and one thing we're looking to pull together relatively quickly is a bit of a stakeholder roundtable meeting, just to speak to different players in the community, be they donors, be they builders, be the other forms of philanthropists, entrepreneurs, whatever you want to call them, as to what it is they would require in order to partner into a project such as that, whether it's finances, whether it's waived fees, waived charges, whether it's direct financial input, or whether it's something else. So, long story short, we could probably do a lot of the policy projects out of the city's reserve. Again, the pot would be relatively small if we were trying to incentivise something as large as College Street project. So that would be the conversation we have with council if the funding exercise is unsuccessful.
Thank you. And one of the interested groups, of course, presenting tomorrow, and I agree. I suppose the devil's in the details, because as we've seen, there just isn't a private sector appetite to do affordable builds. What subsidies and assistance from different provinces and the feds are certainly not enough to sway folks. So I for one would like to definitely, and I think there's other folks, members that would like to invest in that. Not only is there a dire need, I think that it is one thing that basically unites the whole community. Everyone says they want investment on this. Obviously, we have a lot of competing factors this year, but I think even just communications-wise, to come out of this and say, you know, we have all these growth drivers for costs. It's a very difficult year. Everyone understands that, but we're making big investments in affordable housing. You know, we are getting this many kilometers of roads resurfaced. I think that those are big communication points, and people will be appreciative of that. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. That's great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a
Go
quick
ahead,
question
Counselor. Pardon?
quick question for Director Jordan.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you just refresh us on the number of subdivisions that are in the planning works right now, and how many homes might that translate into? Are we talking isn't there 14 of them?
Yeah, to your worship, I think when we did that report, I think we had 14 active subdivisions. I think my numbers were 440 apartments that are in process or building permits issued.
Included in those subdivisions?
And no, in addition to.
Oh, in addition to.
And then within the subdivisions, I think we had over 400 lots that were ready for building permits.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Otherwise, thank you very much, sir. We'll keep moving to the next director, and that looks like Director Angelo.
Mr. Mayor, may I suggest we take a 10-minute break and then we can come back with Director Angelo?
It's not bedtime.
All right. I want to keep going. But, 10 minutes at the most. You're on, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. I'm pleased to be here today to present the Public Works and Environmental Services operating capital budget for 2024. I first, as a prelude, I guess, I'm going to talk about the roads, parks, the Public Works budget first, and then I'll get into water and wastewater after that. And Mr. Downing will get into the more specifics about water, wastewater financing and costs of that as we go forward.
Okay, as you take a breath, I want to introduce you. You've got Jimmy Turner, manager.
Well, if you wait, Your Worship, I was going to do a bit of a prelude into that as well. So as many of you know, as good leaders are in the organization, we're only supplemented by the great team that we have. And before me today, or behind me today, is the great members of my management team, Mr. Turner, who's in charge of outdoor operations, Mr. Jackson, who's in charge of all of our engineering services, and then Mr. Tracy, who's in charge of water, wastewater. And without them, I probably wouldn't be here today professing all the great work that we've done over the last, I've been here almost 30 years, so the great work we've done over 30 years.
You certainly wouldn't be welcome without Matt, Matt being here, because Matt was the guy in charge of that major water leak we had, and got it fixed and repaired very fast, very quickly, and no downtime, no ministry orders. Great work. Thank you, Matt.
Very true. As many of you know, a lot of times when we're enjoying our sleep at night, in the dead of winter, our road staff and park staff are out maintaining our roads and our parking lots and our trails. When the water mains break in the middle of the dead winter, Matt's crew are out repairing those on those freezing temperatures. So a testament to all of their great work is I can't say enough of the great work that they do every day to keep us moving forward in a positive direction. And without them, I wouldn't be here today professing all those great things that we do. As we get into, I just want to give a very brief prelude into some of the 2023 accomplishments. Roughly last year, or this year, we completed almost $10 million of arterial, local, and road resurfacing projects throughout the entire city, which is a great accomplishment for all of us. 5.2 kilometers of all of that is new active transportation paths in our municipality. So that's a great testament to adhering to our active transportation plan and supporting bicycle lanes and walking and cycling throughout our entire municipality. So that is a great testament to all of you and their strategic plan that supports all of that. We've completed a number of upgrades to our soccer fields in Centennial Park for all the youth in our community. That was desperately needed for last year. We've also completed phase one of the industrial park servicing of Caring Place, which is servicing, 6-7 new industrial lots in that area. And as well, we just completed the new bus bay area at the John Williams YMCA. That many of you that have been there recently will see the new alignment that accommodates not only the buses we have for Quinte Transit, but larger buses as well that end up using that facility over time. When we look at some of the strategic goals that we've set for my roads and park staff and engineering staff for 2024, we're looking at updating our engineering standards. I first put those in place back, I guess, in 1999, 2000. We did a small update to that in 2011, 2012, but really they should be updated to reflect current day standards going forward. We're also looking at completing a service level review. Part of our asset management plans require us to have service level standards, so we need to complete that in 2024. We also need to complete our risk assessment and the groundwater remediation at the former Murad Erie site. As many of you know, we have some off-site contamination of the groundwater that we've been dealing with for the last 10 to 12 years. And part of that now involves, we've treated well over about 2.3 million liters of groundwater and clean up the groundwater. We now have to do the risk assessment and complete that. So that's one of the goals, to get that started. It's about a 2-year process to start to finish, but we want to get that started in 2024. And one of the bigger projects that I'm working on is the transition of the Blue Box program to full producer responsibilities. In the summer of 2025 and going into 2026, the state of our Blue Box program is really going to change significantly. It's going to be full producer responsibilities. You as council will need to make some decisions on some of the other core services that Quinte Waste Solutions currently provides. For instance, downtown cardboard collection, the collection of recyclables at hospitals and schools and public facilities. We need to decide as a community how we're going and moving forward with that, whether we're going to have it done by the contractor that's actually picking up the blue boxes in Quinte West, or perhaps it could be an independent contractor. We aligned our waste services contract to end in July of 2025 in concert with the City of Belleville, so we can look at partnerships going forward on this transition to the Blue Box program. So with that in mind, I just want to talk about a little bit of the operating budget. We'll look at Public Works that really, and as I said earlier, excludes water and wastewater, which we'll get into after this presentation. But when we talk about Public Works, we look at the Public Works Administration, engineering, roads, our facilities, parks, garbage collection, waste services, environmental control, which is really the Murad Erie site, street lights, and then the total Public Works budget that is roughly $17.8 million. Some of the core inflationary items, as many of you heard today from some of my colleagues, salary and benefit increases have been included in there based on contractual negotiations this year. We've added in $100,000 of increased garbage and garbage and disposal costs based on some of the trends in some of the garbages and organics tonnages. We have last year, you may recall, we used a one-time climate reserve of $56,000 to offset the chipping of the brush at the Frankfurt landfill site. So that $56,000 has been built into that landfill budget. There's an increase of $70,000 for flowers in the parks budget that's never been really accounted for in the past. We have a number of flowers that we either plant or have planted throughout the entire city, and we've been haven't been really accounting properly for those that cost every year. We have inflation to contract services, and we've seen and realized, unfortunately, a reduction in some of our projection for our revenues for entrance permits and tourist park fees were not realized in 2023. Some of the growth requirements, that's adding to about a 1.9% increase, 1.19% increase in 2024 is the balance of the manager of development position, as Mr. Jardine alluded to. We tried unsuccessfully in this year to recruit for that position, and unfortunately weren't successful. We're hopeful that we'll be successful in 2024 going forward. We have the balance of the surveyor position for my engineering staff to do survey work. That's been included in here. There's 66% of the development inspector, as Mr. Jardine attested to. The development side continues to progress with subdivisions, site plans, and those services and public works facilities need to be inspected on a continual basis, and that's why the inspector is included in there, with the balance of the salary happening in 2025. And the continued implementation of converting of 2 seasonals to full-time, which is shared between roads and parks departments. With that also in mind, to talk a little bit about the service level changes, there's $50,000 been allocated in the Public Works budget for software. Many of you may know that this year we instituted a AI type of camera in the road patrol vehicle. So we're required by legislation, by city policy, to patrol all of these roads in Quinte West on a regular basis, some more than others. Some we have to patrol 3 times a week, some we have to patrol once a month. We've been doing that in the past since the minimum standards came about in 2002, 2003. Doing that with just a handwritten paper Excel spreadsheet, and then work orders would be generated by hand by doing that. We've converted that now all over to a digital system. Any work orders coming in through the customer service reps here at City Hall get issued through a digital work order system to the supervisor, then out to staff, and we're able to follow up and monitor all that. The road patrol is a similar type of system that when an operator is driving a road, they'll pick up all the deficiencies, the depth of the pothole, the width of the pothole, the surface area, whether a sign is bent, and that generates a work order to the supervisors and can action those type of things. So that additional software cost has been built into the budget this year. We've increased our road maintenance budget for crack sealing this year. Last year we had budgeted $100,000, now $120,000. As Mr. Denowden has mentioned and Mr. Walters has mentioned, the pass-through asset management. The more we can put into enhancing and protecting our existing infrastructure that we have by crack sealing some of the pavement will extend the life of that asset. And that's really the reason why we're increasing some of that budget. We've also added in, because of asset management, the clean out of stormwater ponds throughout Quinte West. When I first started almost 3 decades ago, I started with our first stormwater pond in Trenton Ward just off of Ireland Drive, and it's never been cleaned out once. So those ponds need continual maintenance, and we're seeing some of those effects by not doing that. So last year we had put that in the budget. We deferred it for a year because of the increase to the tax rate, but again, I'm putting that back in this year because it's something that we desperately need to start doing. We've added back in the $25,000 for guardrail replacements throughout the city, and we've added back in the fall line painting of our arterial roads. In addition, we've also added under the parks budget a one-time cost of the $50,000 for staff and resources for the air show this year. In 2016, I recall that we spent about $43,000 between parks and road staff for assistance for the air show, whether it's barricading roads, adjusting traffic signals, overtime for staff on the weekend. So we've included that as a one-time cost in the parks budget this year. I think now would be good to just talk a little bit about our capital program. Some of you see that the first 2 projects, the Willow Road project and Victoria Avenue project, are both tied to water wastewater. There's projects that we have an overlap in between roads and water and wastewater, and these are 2 of them. So going forward, there's you'll see in future years that there's always that continual, when we're looking at road rehabilitation and road reconstruction, we're also looking at the underground infrastructure, whether that needs to be done or not. One of the things we don't want to do, and I've seen this happen in other municipalities, is they pave a road, and next year they're ripping up because the water line needs to be done or the wastewater line needs to be replaced. That's something we're able to manage internally here through our asset management plan and through staff discussions, so we're not doing that. And this is one of the examples where we've worked with staff and asset management to make sure that there is no overlap in that we're actually putting money where it's best needed. And some of these projects, like the Willow Road upgrading the sewer line, is also being done because of growth in that Telephone Road area. We need to enlarge that pipe to accommodate future development. I'm not sure you want me to go through all the specific capital projects, or we're going to talk about that at the end, but some of the highlights, the arterial road program, $6.34 million this year. Includes a section of Walbersflores Road up by Chowderton Valley, includes another section of Foxborough Sterling Road from where we left out at Oak Hills down to what's the side street? Marsh Hill Road, and then a section of County Road 5 leaving the village of Willard to Jameson Road. We also have the local road program and also the service treatment program. What we're trying to do is balance the surface treatment program is a little bit higher than last year, about the $1.2 million from last year, or this year, I should say, in 2023. But there's a number of roads that desperately need to be done in the rural area that because of claims, because of potholes, because of drainage that we need to complete. There's also the new box culvert, the culvert on County Road 40, just south of Highway 2. Some of the pictures speak 1,000 words. You can see the rot of that culvert that desperately needs to be replaced. And in conjunction with that, it's being oversized to accommodate some of that development on the east side of County Road 40 over to Dug Hill Road. Under our parks budget, you'll see we're having some issues with rocks protruding up through the playing field, the ball field at Bain Park. So it's replacement of repairing that and replacing that infield. It's the east-west link as well, the continuation of that program, that connect Bain Park and Centennial Park. That's been on the books for a number of years. We received about $2.7 million or $2.1 million of grant funding. And with that, they'll connect those two large parks in the Trenton Ward. In addition, we're also having a number of upgrades to Centennial Park and the playing fields because of the soccer tournament that's being hosted here this coming summer. And with that, perhaps, Your Worship, I'd be happy to entertain questions, or we can go through specific capital projects that council may have some questions about.
Councillor Armstrong. And then
I raised the question earlier about the soccer tournament, the pads and all that. The pads are going to be permanent by the sounds of it. And these, I guess, canopies you're calling them, are they going to be like a wooden structure, or are they going to be like a canvas pop-up structure that can be moved?
Through Your Worship, it'll be exactly that. It'll be a canopy type of structure that we can move around and keep for other events that we're going to have throughout the municipality.
So one of the fields is it Field 6, the direction of it, the new one along Bay Street? That's
Yes.
going to be used as a big field, but they also convert to the smaller ones after, right?
Correct, yes.
Those pads won't interfere when that transition takes place?
Far as I understand, no, they will not,
Okay.
no.
Has there been any consideration of sponsorship for these canopies, or whatever the tournament direction's saying, you're not allowed to have sponsorship, but maybe some of the clubs, et cetera, would like to sponsor it, then they can use that pop-up?
So that's certainly a possibility. One of the conditions of this tournament is that we have to provide a canopy or some sort of shade for the players and for the coaches and for the teams. So we're happy to entertain, I think, if there's a sponsorship of some of that, but if not, we need to include money in the budget to have those available.
Okay. Second question. I've had a lot of people asking me to bring this up, and I'm going to ask you to prepare a report on 2nd Doug Hill Road to see about the costs involved for a sidewalk on Doug Hill Road.
That road, that issue is under investigation.
But that's not my question.
I know it isn't, but our lawyer has advised us. CEO Clazy.
I'm just asking for a cost.
I
The design for a
think it
sidewalk.
would be okay for Mr. Angelo to put together maybe a costing for a sidewalk,
That's
but
all I'm
I
asking.
think that would be the extent of what we would potentially get into.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Through Your Worship, so that's something in further to what Mr. Clazy has said. One of the things that I'm concerned about is the placement of this sidewalk or active transportation trail, wherever we're going to put in there, if that's what council's wish is that it's something that we don't throw away or have to rip up when
Right.
we go to redo that road in the future.
Right.
Whether that's 2026, 2027, whenever that case is going to be. And that takes a little bit of work to try to sort out. I can tell you off the top of my head, we're probably looking at $750,000 from Highway 2 South to Hillside Meadows to put
Right.
some sort of sidewalk or active transportation path with lighting. Because again, if we're going to put a sidewalk in off the roadway into the boulevard area, it probably needs to be lit. So we're probably looking at $750,000, somewhere around that figure. But I can certainly put some numbers together in a
Okay.
conceptual plan if that's council's wish, and bring that forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Angelo. Yeah, my preference would be to have the sidewalk off the road like it is on North Murray Street. And if you
Right.
could do that, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Boyce.
Concerning garbage tags, currently they're $250, and you just mentioned that you're putting in another $100,000 to offset some of the costs. For pickup and disposal, what do you think, and I'm not going to hold you right to the nickel, but what do you think the true reflective cost of a garbage tag is or should be?
Through Your Worship, that's a good question. If we're just looking at, right now, the way the budget's structured, it's all-inclusive, like that total waste management budget is all-inclusive of the Frankfurt landfill site, organics pickup, the leaf and yard waste pickup. Are we looking at having a bag tag that'll encompass all that, or just the true cost of garbage and and leaving organics alone by itself. That's what I need to know,
Yeah.
that we can work the numbers backwards.
Yeah, because I'd like to know, like, I was asked the other day, you know, they're paying $2.50 now because they went up last year, but they said, this particular individual puts out one bag every couple weeks, and they noticed that, the neighbors around them are putting out 3, 4, and they're just curious, how much are they offsetting the neighbors' waste by putting, by buying one tag for $2.50 and the other neighbors are buying them for $2.50. They're putting out a lot more. And are they offsetting the costs of everybody else to?
I think, through your worship, if you, and we could run some numbers, but I think if you strictly wanted to cover the cost of picking up and disposal of the garbage, save it except for, not including organics, you're probably looking at $3.50 to $4 a bag tag.
So it's about, like, if I put out a bag at $2.50, it's costing me $2.50, and it's costing all my neighbors and everybody in Quinte West $1 for me to put that out, eh?
It is, save it except, through your worship, that the tag fee is now $3.
Yeah, three. Yeah, no, I meant, 3. So it'd be like 50 cents.
Yeah, 50 cents, yes.
I still got some old colored ones. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding. But it's at least 50 cents, eh?
At least,
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely. Okay.
I'm not arguing with you, but, we've been at this a long time, and many years ago, we started at $1.50. And that was a cost. That's how we determined it. But anyways, if it's cheaper, I'll be glad, but I don't think so. Who's now? Are you finished, or you got more to do?
I've opened it up for questions to
Okay.
council.
Anybody else?
Sure.
Yes,
Councilor
please.
Quincy.
I know that you have a list of roads that you're recommending to be done, but I also understand limitations of staff and finding contractors and stuff. So is the list of roads, like the number of roads for resurfacing, like with tar and gravel, are we at that limit for the number of roads, or could we add a couple roads, or I guess that's my question.
We don't have any roads, do we, that aren't chipped and tarred?
Through your worship, we do have some gravel roads.
We do?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay. I thought we had them all done.
No, there are some dead-end roads that wouldn't make sense, even a number of years ago, to convert
Okay.
over to surface treatment, just because of the
Just
amount of
some-
traffic.
Just some dead-end roads.
Pretty much, yes, yeah.
I don't live on a dead-end road, thank God.
Some people do, but anyhow, I was asking about the number of,
Quinte West.
on his list, he's got a list of roads that he's recommending for
Yes.
tar and gravel resurfacing due to their condition. And I've got a recommendation of one road for tar and gravel, but that's not on the list, and so that's why I was asking the question, are we at the limit for the number of roads that, from your staffing point of view and being able to find contractors to do the work, or is there room to add some more if we agree that's what we want to do?
Through your worship, I guess my caveat to that would be, my answer is, yes, we could add some, but my caveat is, it depends on what it is. If it's a surface treated road, we could probably manage that. If it's a full design of a arterial road that we haven't even started yet, that takes time, and whether we're able to get that and fit that in next year's capital program is a different situation.
Yeah, that's a different question. I was
Yeah.
speaking about an existing road that's currently a tar and gravel surfaced road that has exactly the images you've provided in this finish. I'm speaking of Catalina Road north of Richards Way, where we're patching the potholes again and again, like it's the same potholes appearing again and again. And I've been working great with Stacy for years now. I call her after every rain event. The team comes out and patches up the potholes that keep reoccurring. And I was just wondering, like, Catalina is not mentioned. We did a section of Catalina 3 or 4 years ago. We did south of Richards Way, right to Old Stone Road, but we stopped and didn't do the rest of it. And that's my question. Can we squeeze Catalina north of Richards Way
I think
into.
not squeezing anything in today, we've got to look at everything and then determine how much funds you've got and what you're going to do and what are the priorities. That's what
Correct.
we've got to do. So, thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
The question is, are any of them gravel right now that you're on that list?
No,
Okay, so these are upgraded,
no, these are resurfacing existing roads that are surface treated or paved.
and you're
or-
doing that again? Resurfacing those?
Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, these are already
that's
done.
what I'm asking.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just again on page 125 with the surface treated program, I'm pretty pleased to see what is there. And I can also, with regard to Councillor Quinte, subject to, the next priorities, may there be a secondary list depending on how the tenders go to look at that. But it looks pretty good. I just wanted to comment, Mr. Angelo, with regard to the arterial roads and the 6,340,000 on page 90. I think you did comment on Wildbridge Loyalist being done, or a good section of it. Is that in that particular budget? I think that's what you commented on.
Yes, through your worship, yes, it is. So
Okay,
that's in the
great.
arterial road program on Walbridge Willis Road from Highway 14 to County Road 5 is included right now.
Perfect, because in the little map, it just had Trenton, Frankfurt, but I knew you meant, I was pretty sure you
Yes.
said it.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure.
Yes, it is.
Thank-
The only thing I'd like to also clarify, your worship, the list of roads for the surface treatment program is our initial list. It's always subject to a spring review that Mr. Turner and myself do, and we'll present that revised list if there's differences in the spring to council. As you know, many of those rural roads change depending on the freeze-thaw cycles, worse than our arterial or local roads. So we always say to council, it's subject to a spring review.
Right, and of course, this winter, they've told us so many things. I'm not sure if we're going to have a winter, but possible, I guess, eh?
Yeah.
Anyways, rain and rain and rain is what they're saying. Councillor Stedall.
Just in following with the roads discussion, and I don't know whether this is an arterial road or surface treated, but Moira Street, what? Our section, west?
The 50-kilometer section?
The section where there's millions of more traffic that's going up and down that road.
Going west.
Mara Street West, our side, not Belleville side. Anyway, that road is deteriorating quickly. People are hydroplaning on it when there's water. There's people that are walking on it. There's no sidewalks. Like, it's just got more and more problems. It's starting to get, the trees are overhanging. And even, talking on the transit committee, the buses don't want to go down there because they know it's a rough road. They'd rather go number 2, which is excluding residents from being able to get onto the access. So I don't know, like I said, which road it is or if it's under consideration or how far out it is, but it's really deteriorated badly in the last year.
Through worship, off the top of my head, I believe that road's under the surface treatment program because it is a surface treated roadway.
So would it be something that could be, take a drive-by? And when it's raining hard, you'll see how you
Your worship, I guess there's many challenges and many priorities throughout the entire city. It's difficult. Like, we use asset management, we use staff reviews of driving each road to ensure we're spending the money wisely and where our priorities lie. And I guess it's something we can take a look at, but again, there's lots of priorities and unfortunately, we just can't fund every priority.
Oh, and I completely understand that. I just want to make sure that it is at least highlighted, that there is something, because I get lots of residents asking about that. Another question I had was in regards to the soccer items that are on here. Again, same question I had last year. Is there any external funding that could be retained for any of these additions to our soccer? We have we had a few years ago a very healthy soccer club. healthy in finances. And is there any way that they could possibly, or maybe there could be sponsorships for any of this additional, the benches, the canopies, any of that type of work, if we can take a look at that to help alleviate some of the costs that we're putting in? Because I believe, can you remind me how much we spent on the fields this past year?
Quite a bit, quite a bit.
Jim? How much we spent, was it over 600? Yeah.
At least.
Well, I think it was well over $600,000 in renovating those fields.
Right, and now we're going to be putting, all this additional money into them, so I'm just thinking that potentially there could be some, the soccer club's using those fields all the time, and I'm sure that there could be something that they could do some fundraising for these types of things, because they're not just going to be used for this tournament. And then, in addition to that, there was something that was mentioned when you talked about the roads, the capital budget, growth related. And you've got Wooler Road, but is there anywhere else that we can use development charges for any of these roads projects?
Through Worship, we through Mr. Hodge and Mr. Walters took a really good look at all those road projects that within the 10-year capital plan that would really be growth related, and some of them are and some of them aren't. And we've had this discussion with our consultant about those type of projects, whether they could be included or not. What we're seeing right now is that road component cost for development charges is going to increase substantially for what developers are currently paying. And we're hopeful to get that to all of you to see come, I think, January, February of next year.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, just a question on recycling. Sorry, just to skip around. But the recycling costs that you're talking about that are going to get implemented in 2025, my understanding, I'm assuming there'll be a report that's coming forward, but the recycling is actually going to potentially, we'll have to make a decision if it's going to start to cost, or we're going to have to start to charge businesses for picking up. There's going to be, that's something that we're going to have, it's a policy that we're going to have to look at, is that correct?
Yeah, through your worship, yes. So there, partly yes, I guess. The way we see the Blue Box program now is going to change dramatically. All the residential Blue Box costs are going to be picked up by the producers of that. So out of that total cost of what, $1.3, $1.4 million that we see in recycling right now, 3/4 of that cost we're envisioning will disappear from the budget. But there will be things like the household hazardous waste program. There'll be things like the battery program, the getting rid of your batteries, the cardboard pickup for the downtown businesses, the pickup of recycling for schools, city facilities, et cetera. Those are decisions that council will need to make. And I'll be bringing a report back sometime early next year where we'll have to make some of those decisions moving forward, whether it's a service we want to continue to provide in our community, whether it's a service we're going to charge back. But all of those costs right now are built into that recycling budget.
Yes, and you just got some information. I sent it to you.
Yes, you did, yeah.
Okay, so you know that's down.
Yes.
Anything, before I take another question, do you want to mention anything about the operations center and the repairs and the fact that we have 2 mechanics on and we need 3 and we could do a lot more work that we're farming out, or no?
Well, I don't think so at this point, Your Worship. Okay. I know you've mentioned it, and we've had a discussion about it before, but it's some of those as part of our strategic planning, and I think we'll have to bring something back to the Personnel Committee in the future, is when we look at the services that, or the fleet services that the fire department is currently doing and how they're outsourcing some of those repairs, the repairs that are being done by Quinte Transit, how they're being outsourced to different contractors. Is that a service that we as a municipality want to provide in-house at our operations center? And I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's going to take 1 mechanic. It'll probably take 2 or 3 to look after all that other equipment if that's something that we as a municipality want to do. But it's something that I think we need to bring forward, look at the cost-benefit analysis, return on investment and all that. We've realized that having our own mechanics in-house has saved us a great deal of downtime. with our equipment. Every time that we go to pick up snow or we have a large storm event, one of those mechanics are coming in to make sure that if there is a breakdown, the equipment is back up and running in quick order, because we need those trucks out on the road plowing and maintaining our roads. And that saved us a great deal of time and expense.
And also, it makes us much more efficient. In other words, we don't have any heavy tows.
Correct.
Those are cheap. When they hook that cable on, the bill is reflected by the mood they're in. That's my opinion. And I'm not saying I'm not talking about Action Towing or anybody else, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor O'Neill is next, and then Councillor Quinte. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few questions through you to Director Angelo. The first is, I believe last year, we cut some of the capital works, and one was resurfacing McCall Street, but I don't see that on here at all. Is that still going to be done?
Through McCall Street?
I thought that was on last year, but I don't see it in the next 5 years. I'm just, if it was the last one last year, why is it not on here now?
Through worship, through our asset management planning, we were able to get better data this year and apply that to all of our infrastructure projects. And I think you're seeing some of those being pushed out because of the condition of that road and based on traffic counts that we have, there's other greater priorities based on asset management.
Okay, great.
We're trying to make sound decisions based on the data, and that's where Mr. Denalden noted additional staff in that asset management division helps make better sound decisions going forward.
Thanks. And the next question is on the sidewalk replacement program. We had 100,000 budgeted in 2022 that we've spent nothing on, and then we're going to budget another 400,000 now. So if we haven't spent anything in the last 2 years, why are we adding another $400,000?
Through your worship, that money, the $100,000, was allocated for other projects that we went over budget on. For instance, Douglas Road or the YMCA bus bay, where we did some extra sidewalk work. So we did those works under those projects and just underspent on this one. What we're looking at is we have a number of deficiencies on all of our sidewalks that we currently have throughout the entire municipality. And doing it and replacing them in sections isn't really doing the job it needs to do. We're having a lot of liability claims for trips and falls. And one of the biggest issues right now is on Dundas Street West from basically Queen Street up McClellan. There's bad sections of that entire sidewalk. We've costed that out. That's roughly $450,000. So we need to take larger sections of sidewalk and start rebuilding them and replacing them.
Thank you.
Okay, who's next? Councillor Quinte, and then
Thanks.
come this way.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just an observation in regard, well, I got 2 points, but the observation is, remember when we resurfaced Montrose Road and it didn't go well? And so the contractor came back and skim coated, am I saying it right? Mm-hmm. Skim coated the section, the northern section of Montrose Road. That has held up really well. I don't know if you've been to that section to see it for yourself. So perhaps maybe that's something you can consider for some roads, because that's really held up well with the weather and the rain. There's like pretty much zero potholes. I can only think of 2 that I've seen on that. And that wasn't from Mother Nature. That was somebody moving too heavy a load or something. And then the next question I had, and maybe this is more for Caleb, I don't know. When we order new trucks and you have it in their schedule that we're going to purchase a dump truck or a triaxle, or if I know you don't do the fire trucks, but do we have to put like a down payment to get these trucks, or are we, because we're a municipality, we don't have, because we order it and it comes like 2 years later, do we just wait until the truck comes and then we pay, or do we have to put like a substantial down payment down to get these? That means you have to set money aside.
Well, I can answer that, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Through the public tender process, we're not required to put a down payment down at all.
Perfect.
So we don't pay until we actually receive the truck. So whether that's 2 years or 18 months, when we receive the truck and it's checked out by staff, that's when we will issue payment.
That works for cash flow. Perfect. Thanks.
Okay, which is fine, but where does it hit us? Where does it hit us? go back to the last single axle truck that we received. What did we have to pay between the tender price and the actual receiving of that vehicle?
There's inflationary increases on some of the
Twice,
materials
two-
twice, for price of steel increases, et cetera, that we end up paying, unfortunately.
Right.
And
So-
every municipality is in the same boat, unfortunately.
I know. But
And contractors too.
Pardon?
Anybody who's buying one of these trucks is going to face that
No, if
issue.
you give me a price and I give you a payment
Well,
on that truck.
what if we pay in advance? Will they accept it?
Yes, they certainly will.
Well, then let's do that then.
But I don't believe, listen, I wouldn't do business with them the second time. Because the first time I feel like I've been already ripped enough without going back. If you agree to sell me a vehicle and, the price is $120,000, I'll pay you the $120,000. But don't come back to me and try to put water up my back and convince me I'm sweating.
Yeah, well, Your Worship, you and I have talked about this, and I actually asked our lawyer if we can fight that. His advice to us is, don't buy the truck then, and that's what the dealer said, and he said, well, we'll just sell it to somebody else at the higher price. So we're under that, unfortunately, we're all under that gun where you either pay the price or don't receive the vehicle. And we need the vehicle, so.
I know.
It's a hard pill to swallow, for sure.
I find it hard to swallow because, if I go to Deerhaven and buy a tractor, I'm gonna get one right on the yard. I'm gonna drive it home the same day I give them the check because I'm not going to, and Councillor Allier would do the same.
The unfortunate thing with these large vehicles is that they're 2 years down the road.
I know you try to convince me that too, but I think that those vehicles are, we have to do research and find them. Maybe the tender process isn't the right way to do it. I think we've found that, right?
We've had good success in the past with finding vehicles on the lots and acquiring them by single source.
That's right. And we know that other municipalities
And
not
with
too
the
far
fire
from us
shows,
tendered
can
those
you-
same vehicles and
Yeah.
paid more money than we did when we sole sourced and picked it up. Anyways, don't argue. I like the work you're doing. Don't think
I know.
I'm not being negative all the time. Councillor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Director Angelo. I definitely would agree that if some of these capital purchases are running at double inflation factor, double the CPI, then I think down payments and payments up front, if there's reserves, I think all those should be on the table if that's at all possible to lock in prices. I think that might be could be something to explore. But the producer responsibility recycling will be a good issue for environmental stewardship. I mentioned at the next meeting that'll be one we can really sink our teeth into. But I have a couple of questions. I didn't know kind of the way the process would go. I'm trying to obviously find some potential trying to find some potential kind of areas of savings or kind of probing questions around that, I guess, in terms of to facilitate things like the asset managing staff that Caleb's asking for and some of these other things. So the gravel roads, we don't have a lot of savings, as I understand it, that could be realized by converting from paved to gravel in some of these rural sections. That conversion, that wouldn't necessarily save us money. Is that kind of your opinion on that, or is there some savings there?
Through your worship, that is my opinion. There wouldn't be any savings. In fact, I think it's going to cost you more. When you look at the price of calcium chloride just for dust suppressant being applied, that you need to do at least once or twice a year. The grading, we're going to need to purchase graders. They're not cheap anymore. The continual grading of those roads after a rainstorm event or snow event, I don't believe we're going to save money. In fact, I think it's going to cost us more.
So I've got
You're absolutely right. That's why we chipped and tarred all our roads. Thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've got just a couple.
Almost all.
Almost all. I've got just a couple more here. I wasn't sure if we would Yeah, just some, again, ideas on this. This is a harder one. I think we've talked a little bit about it before, but alternating weeks for the waste pickup. Is there money to be found there potentially?
Through your worship, one of the tenders that Belleville and Quinte West did a few years ago was an options tender where we looked at alternate week collection for garbage and organics, and it didn't save us anything. There's still the same tonnages you're going to pick up, just more of it on one day. There's going to need to provide more trucks and more transfers at the transfer station. So it's something that we can investigate, but we're under contract right now till the summer of 2025.
Summer 2025. Okay, so that's not super relevant. I guess on what else do we have here? Winter control. I was just playing around with some numbers with, is there any? I guess I know that there's a difference between what we're doing over minimum maintenance standards for winter control, and I guess not that I'm actually suggesting we do this, but just exploring the topic with you here. What sort of consequences, as I understand it, Caleb kind of ballparked it, maybe $180,000 for a 10% cut on, I think, salt and sand for winter control. What sort of effects could that potentially have? Is there a small number that maybe there wouldn't be a ton of an effect? There could be some savings there, or kind of what are your feelings on that?
Well, through your worship, that's a tough question because right now I believe we do exceed the minimum standards in terms of winter control and de-icing operations. The compliments that all of you get and that we receive on social media about our levels of service here at Quinte West in regards to snow plowing and de-icing operations, where they can come through Quinte West, hit bare pavement, and then go to our neighboring municipalities and hit ice or snow, is a testament to the type of service we've been providing over the last several years. If that's something that council wants to look at, is reducing that level of service, we can certainly go down that road, but our challenge is going to be is that we've been providing that level of service and that bare pavement policy for a number of years. I think it was last budget season or the budget season before that, I presented different options on, rather than using as much salt, using sand in the downtown cores or in the urban areas. That comes with a cost as well, because then there's a greater cleanup in the spring season, whether it's cleaning catch basins and sidewalks. Tracking of all that sand in the businesses downtown is certainly an issue, and that's the reason why at the time council didn't change that level of service. In addition, cutting back on the amount of sand and salt on roadways also has an effect on how frequent or how the time frame is to de-ice that. So we may have to make a second pass. Let's say we cut back 10% on sand and salt on a rural roadway, and it doesn't de-ice within a certain amount of time. We're going to have to go back again at an additional cost now to reapply sand and salt to melt that ice or snow on that roadway, and that would end up costing us more money.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, that's a good explanation, and I think that this is some of the larger and important conversation to have with the larger point that what are the prioritized services, and are we going to pay for having that better service than kind of the average around? I mean, that's what it kind of comes down to. If we're doing the lean, mean, kind of skimp by, then that obviously looks different. And so I think it's just figuring out to meet those with the revenues, with the whichever direction it goes in. But there certainly are a lot of compliments. And while I have you two, I want to also say the downtown with those winter decorations, we included that in the capital budget last year. Downtown looks amazing. The team did a great job putting them up. Only accolades from everyone. I think I've lived here for 15 years. Looks amazing, probably the best, and I'm glad that we certainly included them. And yeah.
Thank you. And through your worship, my team did put them up. It was Mrs. Grimmon's team with Linda Lyle that actually sourced them out and purchased them. So, accolades to her group that actually picked the snowflakes and that for the decorations for the downtown.
So Director Grimmon should be the one that we acknowledge, and right?
I did shout her out at DEP yesterday.
It's a complimentary for both because my team did put them up through Mr. Turner. So.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad you did. They do. They look great. They're
They do.
fantastic.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. I drive up and I don't even see them, but my wife, when she's with me, she seems to look at those things.
And you're
thinks they're
driving and
great,
you can't
so-
see?
I know, I can't see. You're right. There was, Councillor Elliott, you're on next.
Yes, Chris, I totally agree. There's no savings if we revert back to gravel roads. I remember when we paved them all in the early 2000s, and Mayor, you were a councillor then, we put our last $500,000 that Murray carried over from our, marriage, put it that way, amalgamation, and of course, that wouldn't go too far today, but I think it's saved us because at that time, graders were about $250,000. Now they're probably twice that, if not more than that. But, as you said, you have to run up and down the road more. It's according to the traffic on them, of course, and really the dust suppressant, and people are not happy with what you put on sometimes because they think you're polluting the roads too with the dust abatement or suppressant. And but anyway, I don't agree with it. I know we do have one road in Murray. I think it's Brown's Road in the north there. I think there's only one residence on it right to the very end.
Yes,
and
there is.
And it's one that I know. Maybe Jim, we got another one that I'm not aware of. But it was the main one that I remember. We did have it paved and reverted back. But one question on Second Doug Hill Road at the bottom. Was it not proposed in the past where the old Grand Trunk rail line comes through there that it was all grubbed out? Was there not a sewer supposed to come out there across from the, it would come down from the Caring Place Industrial Park and then loop and also get the new Smiths subdivision, which is proposed there too, which is in the early planning stages, but it has been had approvals. Was it not supposed to loop around and then go up and connect in up in the top of the hill with the other developments to help with the sewage situation? That's something when I was talking to some people the other day, wondering why we've belabored fixing that road, and I understand that, and it's had various cuts, and I've told them we've had to wait until some of the servicing can put in, because just as you said earlier, there's no sense spending millions of dollars putting a surface on a road and then dig it up after to put the servicing in. So that was the other reason we've been holding back from doing anything on there, is my estimation, and that's what I've tried to relay to people. It's not that we don't want to do it, and we realize it's a very busy road now. And with the development, but there's a lot of people come in off of 33 from the south and whatever to go across the top end of town there, so.
It is, and in answer to your question, through your worship, it is planned to start in 2024. They'll actually come out and follow that Grand Trunk Railway, come all the way up Second Doug Hill Road, right to the Hillside Meadow subdivision, then cut across, then all the way up to Highway 2, then westerly to Willow Road to service that whole area. That's that large trunk sewer from Fraser Park all the way up to the west end of the Trenton urban area and the future urban area of that west end area. We've sort of held back a little bit on that from putting the tender out. Estimated cost is roughly $30 million, up from the $17, $18 million that we originally thought it was going to cost. There's that culvert under Dead Creek that desperately needs to be replaced. At the same time, there's a road rehabilitation that has to happen as well. But it's all because it's subject to development charges. We didn't want to advance that project without council finalizing development charges in early spring next year. If that's, once that gets finalized, then we can go forward and move forward with that project.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Angelo. I just wanted to also thank your strong, skilled staff team for all the work. It's a very, very busy department. It's more like 4 departments. But I also wanted to comment that it was such a great meeting that Mr. Jackson assisted, a neighborhood meeting that I really appreciated Mr. Jackson showing up and your team that helps us when we have neighborhood concerns and help look to solutions on site. So I just wanted to extend that as well. It was very good. My question, I know we're going to talk about capital, I believe, later or tomorrow, but I need to just bring up one thing because it may impact your operating. On the, I see the Wallbridge Park is in here.
Yes.
But it says something about, yes, there's another proposal, but there's no staff. And I'm, okay, so with the extension of the park staff, will we then have staff? or not? Because no use doing the capital if there's no staff.
Through your worship, I believe you're referring to the irrigation at
Right.
the Walbridge Park. So our plan would be, because this year we put a tank there, a water
Right,
tank that
yeah.
volunteers would water the flowers.
thought that was
Mr.
good.
Byron and Mr. Turner have planned and got a cost estimate to put in a irrigation system that would run off of that tank. And we would only fill that tank on a weekly or bi-weekly basis as needed. So we won't need to be sending staff out there every week or 2 or 3 times a week to water the flowers. It'll be done by an irrigation system.
Okay, well then I was mistaken when I read that summary. I thought we,
In addition,
that's good.
Mr. McNaught had planned on putting in a smaller type of system and applying through a grant, through one of our community grants.
Right.
And through discussions with my staff, we envisioned that we'd better off putting in a capital program for $8,000, put an
Wow.
irrigation system in that would suit our needs to water the entire park, not just a part of the park, but water in the entire park and move forward that way.
No, that's great, Mr. Angelo. I was surprised to see it.
In the
Thank
cost
you.
benefit analysis, to be honest with you, when we started looking at hiring additional staff to go out there, it'd be a lot more than the capital investment of $8,000.
Wonderful. And you know I'm going to bring it up later, but with regard to the tennis courts at, it's our park, it's our facility, it's there, and it needs to be resurfaced or, you know, basically before the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So I'll bring that up, and I know something else will have to go as we debate that, but it's a priority out in the north area where they don't have any courts.
Anything else? Anything else? Anything for Matt Tracy or Jim Turner? We don't want to let those two guys out of here without.
Well, Your Worship, the next, if there's no more questions about the Public Works budget, I'll talk about water, wastewater.
Okay.
If we're
Okay.
comfortable.
Okay.
Are there other specific capital projects that council wants to ask questions about? Because in concert with Mr. Dunn, we want to make sure that we're answering all those questions that you may have now.
Thank you. I think you obviously answered all the best you can. So I think you and Director Denouden are on next. Correct?
Well, I believe
Oh,
I'm going to
you're
talk
gonna
about
talk about
water,
the
wastewater,
water.
Your Worship.
Well, isn't he with you on that one?
He
No?
is, he's actually going to come after me. I'm going to talk about the operational and the capital
Oh,
program.
okay, all right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So thank you very much. I know you know Mr. Tracy's here today as well. If there's specific questions I can't answer, he'd be happy to chime in and answer some of those questions that you may have. Just some of the accomplishments from 2023. You'll see the emergency repair of the water main was very notable this summer, where staff really pulled together as a team and to complete that repair in very short order before it frees up. And I'm really proud of the work that they did and the work that got done to restore water service to the west side of the Trent system. We had a number of projects that started and completed in 2023, Heber Street reconstruction and the enlargement of the sanitary sewer on March Street to accommodate development on the west end of March Street in Frankfurt. One of the things I'm very proud about, that's something that you've probably heard me say for the last 30 years or so, is finally the province instituted a process for a streamlined approval process for developments. So for environmental approvals for water mains, for sanitary sewers, for stormwater management, all now come through the municipality for approvals. Although we may have a consultant look at them periodically on that specialized service for stormwater management on our behalf, it's all coordinated through Mr. Tracy's group with my approval at the end of the day. So that's really a streamlined approvals process that not a lot of municipalities have taken advantage of in Ontario, but certainly ours, I'm very proud that we've done that. And as well, we received our drinking water quality management version 2 recertification in 2023. The other great news, and Mr. Clazy made note of this, is that we received 100% rating on our water treatment plant facilities in 2023, which is a great testament to the hard work that Mr. Tracy and his staff do on a daily basis to provide clean, safe drinking water to our community. And you know, without that, I was impressed when we hired him. I think it was 15 years ago, Matt.
50.
You know, some of you may around the table at the time remember some of the sleepless nights that we had, and since that time I've been able to sleep comfortably every night. So So some of the goals that we're looking at for 2024 is installing that trunk sewer from Fraser Park to Willow Road, all through that Carrying Place Industrial Park, which will also see the creation of a waterfront trail development over top of that sewer line. So that's going to connect Hannah Park through to Dug Hill Road. You'll see that happen as well as part of that entire project. Implementing of the monthly water billing
Before you
through the
leave
finance
that,
staff.
how much funding will we receive, or have we received for that part of the trail?
Through that trail, nothing, Your Worship.
Oh, I'm thinking of Centennial.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Different
Sorry.
trails, yes.
Okay.
Implementation of the monthly water billing process through our finance department and customer service reps. And then as well, finalizing the installation of the new trunk water main that went from virtually Second Elgin Road by Walmart all the way out to Tate Road and to that new development area west of, on the west side of Telephone Road. And then undertaking a user rate review upon completion of the development charge study, ensuring that our user rates are not only competitive, but are able to provide for the future capital and operating costs that we're going to have in the water wastewater division. And continue planning for the water wastewater master plan. The studies identified for expansion of infrastructure, treatment plant capacity, et cetera, for all the systems in Quinte West. Some of the core inflationary we're looking at in terms of the operating budget is the salary and benefit increases that have been negotiated settlements and council approved benefits across the board. Increase for materials and supplies. There's an increase of debt payments for projects that have taken on. They'll be finalized in 2024. The budget includes $547,000 increase for wastewater debt projects that will be taken on in 2024 relating to core and growth projects. And also includes an adjustment of the rate increase of 3% to the water sewer rates and base charges effective January 1st, 2024. In terms of the growth projects, for the operating budget, it includes council approved the balance of the one-third salary for the water distribution sewage collection operator in 2024, and the balance of the salary for the wastewater plant operator that we hired for in 2023 for the Youngs Cove plant. In terms of the service level charges, there's really no change to the service levels in 2024. We're continuing to maintain that high quality of water and wastewater treatment throughout all of our plants and systems in Quinte West. Overall, it's a balanced budget. You'll see that there's a transfer to capital each year or in 2024 for both water and wastewater. So whatever surpluses are in the revenues compared to the expenses are transferred to capital for future capital works in the water wastewater systems. In terms of the capital program, as I mentioned, under the road program, there's a couple overlapping projects, the Willow Road sewer, the Victoria Avenue sewer. Those are interconnected with roads. Those projects are on, as well as some dedicated plant upgrades in terms of the roof replacements, the Bayside water treatment plant decant system. And I'm not sure if you want me to go through each one of those individually or if you've had a chance to read them, but we can certainly discuss each one individually or go through them all in general if you want.
I'm good, but what would you like? Are you, anybody want them all discussed, or are you good? Everybody good? Go ahead. Never
Okay,
mind.
well, thank you.
I'll just ask council one question before you go. How many wastewater treatment plants do we have? Hey, he's right. He's absolutely correct. 5. Thank you. You know, I read.
You get a glass of water.
Yeah, get him a glass of water. Okay. Yeah, just half full. But you know, I read that. And I had to think because I forgot Young's Cove and I forgot
Stonecrest.
Stonecrest. Yeah, right. But once I thought I was okay, but you know, it's hard for me to think sometimes. Anyway, go ahead. I know
One of the unique things we've been able to do over the last couple of years with council's approval is interconnect all of our water plants.
Yes.
So you need Bayside water plants interconnected with Trenton, that's interconnected with Frankfurt. So we're able to backfeed and supply, if a system is down for whatever reason, or a partial system is down because a water may break, we're able to backfeed and limit the amount of customers out of service because of that. That's a huge advantage for our municipality as we move forward, so.
And I was in the Battawa Community Center when we received a check for the water main from Battawa to Frankfurt. Remember that? I do. I remember it so clearly because the person that brought us that check was Mrs. Batta. She brought us the check, and she proved to me that, you know, there are certain people in our area who have a lot of power. Yes.
Friends in high places?
Pardon?
They have friends in high places?
The history of how Mrs. Batta had been treated is part and parcel of why it happened the way it did. She presented the check to the mayor, John Williams, is who she presented that check to. And she was more than proud, I'll tell you. And we were glad to get it. Don't think we weren't. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Angelo. The water reserves, with the problems we had, are the reserves negative, or have they building over the last year?
Well, perhaps I could let Mr. Denouden speak to that.
Yeah, I have just some questions before.
I'll get them. Director, don't go too far. I got some more questions for you. We'll come back to them, okay? Thank you.
All right, I'll just give you a brief overview of the financial position of the water and wastewater budget. So starting here with our revenue breakdown, the capital budget for both water and sewer, about 75% of the capital program is paid for with the, we say base rate, which is the base rates from water and sewer bills, and 25% will be paid for by the contribution from the OSIF fund to water and sewer. The chart on your right just basically shows that comparison, the BMA study, similar to our comparison we did for the taxes. This one, however, shows us right in line with Eastern Ontario average in terms of our average annual water and sewer bills. Next page, you have the asset management alignment. This is a similar chart you saw on the city side, but for water and sewer. Of course, just looking at one year out, so 2024 spend is 6.6 million. So this has obviously dropped a bit compared to our historical average, which is 14 million over the last 3 years. We did remove some significant projects, mainly the FBI, the West End FBI trunk sewer main, as we are undergoing a DC study. So those are some significant projects. You definitely see, you know, big spends and then smaller spends in water sewer with some of these large capital projects. And the main point out of this is that the asset management plan does highlight 22.4 million is what we should be spending annually just on our core water and sewer infrastructure. We're way behind there. It would be a very difficult task to attain that, and that will be definitely addressed well when we open the DC background study, as well as when we open up the water and sewer rates in the new year after the DC background study is complete. Next page, carry forward. We have over $34 million of carry forward projects. This, you know, staff has a lot on their plate to complete for 2023, as well as these 2024 projects being proposed in this budget. The long-term capital plan, just a couple of highlights. The requirements have changed significantly since the 2020 rate bylaw. So the 10-year capital plan in the 2020 rate bylaw had about 55 million in capital spend, and now we have over 190 million in capital spend. So that will require us to take another look at rates. Currently, the rate bylaw has the rates for this year going up approximately 3%. So the average household will see their water bills increase 3% on average, but that does require us to take another review. And then this list of kind of predicated items that our capital plan is built on is that we are assuming simply a 3% increase on the water bill. We're trying to limit overall debt and enhance, there's no enhanced levels of provincial federal funding. In fact, the plan will change a little bit now that we know we're going to receive less OSIF funding. The inflationary factor is in there, And then the new 2024 development charges are expected to fund growth, the portion of growth from those growth projects. Again, we'll wait till the DC background study is done, so we're sure of how much will be funded from growth and from DCs. Next page. So overall, the reserve position here, you're seeing year over year, both the stabilization and the capital asset reserve stay relatively flat. So we're using that annual contribution to pay for the 24 capital program. And we need that balance to be somewhat healthy as well, because we know that there are debt payments coming on for several of these projects. As you know, we just finalized some debt for the river crossing and that connection to Frankfurt. So as those debt payments come on to the operating budget, less money is going into this capital reserve. So we have some money there, but again, we'll take a closer look at that when we review the rate bylaw. The next page shows that capital reserve kind of over time, over the next 10 years. And so again, we built this 10-year plan under the pretense that we want to keep that reserve at a healthy balance. Again, you have a water main failure like we had across the river, and you need to have something in your reserve funds. And so we've tried to kind of level off that reserve balance the best we could over the next 10 years. The debt at the end of 23, water and wastewater will have 60 million in outstanding debt and about 22 in new debt required in 2024. And so some of these projects for 2024 include the West End water main, the Frankfurt plant loop, FBI sanitary and pump station upgrades. And so existing debt payments will decrease slightly. Basically 1.1 million in new debt because of those three projects I just mentioned will be added to the operating budget. And then you can see the chart below where over time debt is increasing. The majority of the new debt for water and sewer is to be funded from DCs. And so we're trying to keep baseline debt that's funded by the water and wastewater rate users the same across the 10-year period, where any new debt is really just used for growth. And that's the ideal scenario when we run our long-term capital. And the last page is simply our per capita reserves and debt. As we showed for the city, our reserves are slightly lower than the Ontario average, and our debt is quite a bit higher actually per capita than the Ontario average. And we need to keep an eye on this. I know several other municipalities are kind of hitting the same wall with debt for water and wastewater projects. The costs are significantly higher than they used to be, and they're required for growth. But again, a lot of that debt per capita is also growth funded by DC payments. So that's an important caveat there too. But overall, a similar outlook that the city has. So that's it for the financial outlook on the water and sewer. I think Mr. Angelo and myself can answer some more questions.
We'll take some questions from you, and then we'll get back to Director Angelo.
Thank you, Worship. And council didn't talk about, $6.6 million in capital projects or ask about any reductions that could be made there. And yet what we're seeing here is that we're going to increase our debt capacity. We're doing a user rate study. And potentially, this is going to cost us money. So even though, we cut down the projects and we talked about our taxes, we're not talking about any of the projects that are in this capital project for, what's going to happen with our water rates. And potentially, I see our water rates are going to go up a lot. And we're not just going to be paying for these capital projects, but we're also going to be paying for the debt that we're doing for some of these projects. I'm just wondering, is there any other options with any of the 6.5 million? And then on top of that, I see that we've got, I'm not sure in the what numbers you've got, but it looks like we're carrying forward $10 million in projects that weren't done as well in the past. So I'm just wondering, are we being overly ambitious with the capital work that's being done in the water plant and the sewer plant? And I understand we need these in order to move forward. And a lot of it, even some of the loop projects, we're talking about loop projects for future growth. So I just wonder if we're being too ambitious with some of this.
Well, thank you, Worship. And that's certainly a discussion we had with staff. Are these projects something that we can manage? Again, it all depends on what sort of risk we as a municipality want to live with, I guess, right? Like things when they're looking at a roof replacement on the Frankfurt water plant that provides water, drinking water to our customers. That's something, if you look at some of those pictures, like a picture speaks volumes in terms of some of the deterioration on some of these assets that we haven't spent money on over the last several years. And staff feel that these are things that we desperately need to do just to keep the facilities up and running and in good order. Some of them, like when we're looking at the Frankfurt wastewater plant generator replacement, we're looking at enlarging that to accommodate the future growth as well at the same time. Even though it needs to be replaced now, we're making sure that it's large enough to accommodate whatever's going to happen in the future, so we have to replace it in 5 or 10 years. But certainly, these are all what we believe are necessities that need to happen. For instance, on the wastewater side, that Lewis Street force main relocation, we could look at putting that off. However, we've experienced claims with that sewage pumping station backing up because there isn't capacity on that line that it pumps the sewage to. So it needs to be relocated to a sewer on Marmor Street where it has bigger capacity to handle that. So those are the type of risks that we believe we should be dealing with now and not waiting.
I guess just to follow with that question is that we don't see a lot of that background. I mean, we are, and a lot of times things come to this council where we just, it's water and it's approved and we don't even spend any time talking about some of it. But it's just as important as it is talking about roads and some of our other infrastructure, probably more important because there is risk associated if we have bad water or if the sewage doesn't actually work. But it just seems like it is a lot, and that's, I guess, if we're going to go forward with this, and you're saying that we haven't had a program in place in the past, that we haven't been maintaining some of these things, and that's how come it's come to where we are. We have a lot of projects. Have we got the long-term capital project where we know what we're going to be spending in future years, and how much is that going to increase our rates?
Well, I guess we don't know that at this point in time. What we do know is that a lot of these assets are at the end of their service life, and they need to be replaced or upgraded, and that's the reason they're coming forward. These aren't things that we believe that we can wait another year or 2 years without putting additional risk on the municipality and the wastewater customers.
I'll just interrupt there. You have a diagram with all the pipes in the ground, and you've got them multicolored?
We have a GIS database with all the systems in there.
And
yes.
that tells you, that picture tells you how old some of those lines are and why they need to be replaced. And you showed that to us, I thought just recently, but maybe it was 2 years ago, I don't know. But anyways, that, maybe you should bring that back and let council, all the council see that, because that is a diagram of what we need to do. And yes, it's going to cost us money. There's no, and unfortunately, we had the break on the river, which nobody planned for. Nobody ever thought that was going to occur, but it did. And then the one out on Telephone Road, you talked about that briefly. We put a new line out there. The water and sewer was put out there in 203 based on the density at that time, and the density has since then increased dramatically. That's why we have to put that new 30-inch line out there. And the developer is paying, what, most of that cost or all of it? But most of it, and some of it's coming, maybe the balance through development charges.
I believe the majority of it's coming through development charges.
Okay, so those are the kinds of things. And Brian Jardine, I know I should be able to repeat it, but I can't. The density that we did have and the density that that a builder is now allowed to build. Tell me per hectare. I forget.
Through your worship, for low density housing areas, we went from 10 units per acre up to 25.
Went from 10 to 20.
25.
25. So that's a major increase, and that's why that water line had to be taken out there. Obviously, with our sewage, we're going to have to add pumping stations someplace along there, or increase the present pumps to handle the sewage on Telephone Road and back into our plant.
Well, through your worship, I don't believe we're going to have to do that. We've modeled the system, Arkansas has modeled the system to accommodate all of that. So there's definite exceptions to some of that where we're doing some upgrades here and there. Our developers are going to be forced to do some upgrades along the system to accommodate maybe a change in versus low flow technology versus the standard conventional flow, but those are certainly options we're looking at. But in answer to Councillor Settle's question, really the reason why we set up these budget books is gives you a picture, and it also explains the rationale why if we don't do some of these things, some of the risks that we're going to face as a municipality if we don't do them. For instance, like when you talk about like some of the hazards that staff have to deal with chlorine gas scrubbers, where we need a building at the Trenton Water Plant to accommodate for safe changing out those gas chlorine cylinders and that. We need a safe area for staff to do that, which we haven't had in the past. So that rationale has all been included in the budget books for all you to take a look at. But we're happy to go through each one individually if you'd like to, and that's what we're here for. So.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, I'm just going to ask Councillor Freeman or Councillor Reid if they have any questions or comments, and then I'll come back to you. Okay. You're good, Councillor Freeman? You're good? Okay, all right. I think I'm this way, and then I'll come this way.
Okay.
I think it was Councillor Stedall, but...
I was up. Are you finished?
Okay, Councillor Armstrong, go ahead.
Just to follow up, to replace these when the time comes, if there's an emergency, you may not be able to find the piece of material or equipment, correct?
That
Like
is
trucks
correct.
and stuff.
Quite possibly,
So
yes.
it's
Yeah.
best to change it out while we can get it before the incident, if there is an incident. That's all.
Correct. And as I said earlier, through your worship, a lot of these assets are at the end of their service life. And we don't want to wait till they break down to try to find them or find parts or repair them. We're talking about water treatment, right? We're talking about clean water that all of us drink. We can't wait to have a breakdown and try to replace that and fix it at the time.
You're thinking right.
What's that?
I say you're thinking right. Councillor, why? Because that's what we're trying to be, is proactive. That's right. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Angelo. The transition to monthly water billing, how many roughly customers? Are there about 10,000 or?
Roughly 10,000, yes.
Thanks,
So
Jim.
would you be able to tell us how much we'd save by staying at bi-monthly? If we hadn't,
Yeah. Through your worship, about 20,000.
thank you.
Okay, coming this way. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment on what Councillor Stedall indicated, to move forward with new capital when we have so much carryover. But I have to say, based upon, in particular, water, wastewater, the items here for me, they are all priorities. I mean, these are. I look at it, I go, the ceiling and valves broken, and this is not where we can mess around. Let's say this has to be done. I'm more concerned. I mean, a chipped impeller, and we have what 80 or 37 sewage pumps, and we need to have these fixed. So these are what I call priority ones. It's really hard to call them anything but in looking at this. My concern, Mr. Angelo and to council, is getting these projects done, because there's so many, and there's the tender process and the specification process, and as you said, because of the asset management that has been done, the work that we have done and continue to do, these have now really, some come further to light. And the condition assessment reports, and I see there's another one in here to be done. So I'm just thinking, I don't know if it's possible, with water, wastewater, it is user pay. And maybe we need to retain a contractor to get these done, help us facilitate getting these tenders and specifications done to get caught up. That's my concern, in particular, this budget. Thank you.
Through worship, if I can add to Councillor Sharp's comments, if you look through the carry forward projects on that page 49 of your budget book, you'll see a good portion of those are large projects that span over a couple of years. For instance, the trunk water main from Walmart, really, that goes to the west end, that always envisioned be spanned over a couple of years, right? We started it in the summer. We knew that we aren't going to probably get the directional drilling done underneath the tracks. We know there's a station that needs to be built across from Orchard Lane on Telephone Road, where there's the two different pressure zones. So we knew that, in fact, there was going to be a partially carried over project to complete that project. When you look at the relocation of the water main from Trenton water treatment plant to Subway Road, remember me telling council back when we had the water main break that pipe we had purchased to put on the bridge as our temporary water main was going to be used for that project. We couldn't start that this year. So that was a project I told council we were going to defer to 2024. Some of those other projects are budgeted that we had last year, but we need additional funds that are included in 2024 to complete them. For instance, like the disinfection upgrades or the decant system for Bayside. Like those are all projects that after we had budgeted them last year and we looked at completing the work, we needed additional funds. And we didn't want to come back to council this year to do that. We said we would rebudget for them the additional funds in 2024. The larger projects in terms of, you know, that FBI sewer, the trunk sewer from Fraser Park all the way to Willow Road, because of the large impact of the cost and the impact on development charges, we thought we'd bring that forward after the development charges is approved, because there's going to be a significant increase proposed on those development charges. It's a $30 million project, and we didn't want to bring that forward right now during this capital program until the development charges is finalized, where council will have the opportunity with developers and the ratepayers to look over that and ask questions about that. Because if, at the end of the day, if it's not development charges funding of the project, either then we have to look at options. Are we cutting back projects, which means cutting back developments, or is it being picked up by the users of the water wastewater system, which means then rates would have to increase again above what, you know, what the core inflationary stuff are.
Thank you. Councilor Card.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Angelo. I would echo comments of Councillor Stettall and Councillor Sharp in that it does feel like sometimes with the water wastewater we're kind of a ship out at sea being thrown around, and the costs are just the costs, and they're going up. And with the user pay system, there is nowhere to hide. There are very few levers. You just kind of have to bite the bullet and do the projects. And I think that Councillor Sharp's point is correct in terms of my own approach personally is that when we're in these really, really tough years, I think that the end-of-life replacement, I think that those ones are very key to do, because ultimately the inconvenient truth is that they're going to fail. It might not be tomorrow, but they're going to fail soon. And if you don't replace them in an orderly process, it's going to cost way more, and you're still going to have to do it, you know. Whereas something, you know, you can pick out things like the speakers at the arena or other ones where maybe it's a quality thing versus they're at the end of life, although I'm sure they'll be at the end of life soon too. But that's kind of where I draw the line to where the end of life, because ultimately if you've identified them, staff, and we certainly lean on staff tremendously in this regard with the expertise, but ultimately they're at the end of life. They're going to have to be repaired. We're playing Russian roulette trying to get a year or two out of them, and okay, maybe we get a few months, but oh wait, oh, it just failed, and it's going to be triple. As an example, just out of curiosity, the water line under the river that had the failure, 1.2 million, right? What ballpark, like just as an example, if that was an orderly replacement that we knew and could do it on our time and like tender that out, like what would the savings have been if we did exactly the same work but in an orderly process and didn't need the clamp and the underwater, and it was just, you know, like a replacement?
Through a tough question.
Okay, but significantly less. Fair to say?
I don't believe it would be. If you look at what everything that we've done in there, we would still need a temporary water main on the bridge, because you still need to provide service. You still need to reline it with probably the same liner we put in there. Because we told council there's really only one other option out there in Ontario or in Canada that would fit the needs of the pressures and the water system that we have there, providing a liner that can be put in with potable water. So I'm not so sure we'd be. You might save, you know, $50,000, $100,000 maybe, but at the end of the day, there's one supplier in all of Ontario that does that type of work. Could you save a little bit of money if you would have tendered that out? I'm not so sure you would have. So
even that at say 100,000 across the different projects. It certainly does add up. Also lowering the insurance and kind of claim risk, obviously, safety of employees and that. So anyway, thank you for the presentation.
Let's look at that positive. It happened, it failed at the right time. We don't have to fight snow, we don't have to fight frost, we don't have to fight cold weather. We got it done. Thank you. Thanks, Matt and Chris. That was a great project. Yes, it might have cost us, but we never had a day down without potable quality water. So I thank you very much. Okay.
One of the things, you know, Your Worship, and we talked about this, or I talked about this a little bit earlier, is it's that what risk are we willing to
Yes.
live with at the end of the day? It doesn't have to be water, wastewater, it could be that, it could be roads. What risk are we willing to, you know, at the end of the day, agree to that if something were to happen and we didn't do it?
We're not
Mr.
willing-
Tracy and I had this conversation about this capital program. What risks are we putting in the municipality? And if we don't do this, can we defer this later on? Can we wait a year? And, you know, his answer is, and I don't want to speak for him, but he's back here in the gallery, you can certainly ask him, doing some of these projects or not doing them this year puts us at additional risk. And what level of risk do we want to have for the
We're
municipality?
not willing to increase our level of risk. So keep up what you're doing, and yes, keep doing as much as you can before it happens. We're if anybody disagrees, put up your hand.
No, seriously, no, I don't, no, I guess my only concern is that what the water rates are gonna be. I mean, I just, you know, and it's for the public as well, so they realize is that, you know, if we see water rates that are going up 10%, they're already mad at us for a 10% tax increase. If they see 10% water rate increases, we need to at least be able to say, okay, this is what's happened and where we've gone to. I mean, a lot of this, it's debt, and I guess some of the debt is actually being paid by developers, which is great, but if it is gonna be a 10% increase in the water rate, it just shouldn't be a surprise.
And one of the things to keep in mind as well is development charges, the province came out with that legislation that said you can only phase in over 5 years.
Yes.
So if the first year is only 80%, customers are picking up the balance of the 20% of that project. And the province said they were gonna make us whole.
Yeah, I know.
Say no more.
You know, listen, I don't disagree with you at all. I know what you're saying. But I think sometimes we're between a rock and a hard place, and we want, and I'm sure you do too, reduce the risk as much as you can, do the work you can, and yes, pumps, cracks, impellers, chunks, whatever, they need to be repaired too. And if they're still working, then you at least got another 24 hours. And then you've got to jump on it. And like, I don't think any of us ever would have anticipated what happened to the line under the river. None of us. And I don't care how many divers you send down there, they're not going to see that either. No way.
No, not at a pipe that's half its life expectancy.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Mr. Mayor, can I add something to that?
Yes, go ahead. Councillor.
I was just going to say, possibly us going from a 2-month bill down to a 1-month bill, going up 10% might not be quite as shocking.
Well, we're not at this time saying we're going up 10%. No, we're not.
No, I know, but in the future, that's what might happen. So paying it monthly will be less of a burden than having to every 2 months have it go up. That's my only point. So we decided to do that quite a while ago, and that may, when it finally does happen, ease it on people, 3%, 5%, whatever it is. It won't be double the bill.
Councillor Card.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with Councillor Stebel. I think a large part of is having the conversation and kind of having the expectations, and it is unfortunate, but these projects I just don't know. You know, everything else goes up 10%. You know, how can this be any different, I guess, is the question. But Director Angelo, when do we think, what is the best guess on the, or maybe Caleb, sorry, is a better one to ask, but the DC study, is that February, March? That's the best guess on that?
Yeah, I believe Mr. Hodge has mentioned that the earliest, yes.
So that would be like a next fall, possibly, opening up the water bylaws, water rate bylaw, that sort of.
Assuming development charges is, let's say, approved and, you know, all in place by midsummer, is probably a fall.
Like fall or even next budget, or, okay, so, Okay. All right.
I think it's intention, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Down, but I think the intention going forward, there won't be an adjustment to the rates in 2024. It'll be a 2025 rate adjustment. If any of
Okay.
that.
And I think it's just really important, I guess, on the communication too, when people reach out to me and I say to them and direct them to this very book and say, like, these are the costs, like there is just no way around it. There's significant debt. That isn't even an option to continue piling that on. And it just, inflation goes down, we'll all be better for it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any, Councillor?
Sorry. My question, actually, it's not directly.
You want to ask Caleb?
It's for Caleb, yes,
Okay,
correct.
please.
So, just a question about, tomorrow, we're going to see a number of outside agencies that are coming in with their presentations. And they're going to be asking for things, I believe, that some of them are over and above that are are in the budget, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And so if we're at 9.26% right now, how much do we have to cut in order to take 1% of tax rates down?
1% is about 705,000.
$705,000.
Yeah.
So to get to 3%, it's going to be tough. Not laughing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else for Caleb? Anything? Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that's bringing us to recess, according to my book.
24-hour recess.
Okay. Now,
I guess,
you wanna-
Mr. Mayor, just before, I guess
Go ahead.
we recess, there was discussion earlier about whether we were going to look at, I'm going to say, the capital projects in total or look at them all together. And I guess my question for you and council is, are we looking at doing that now, or are we pushing that till the end of the day tomorrow? I think tomorrow's going to be a long day as well with a full day of presentation.
Okay, well,
So
let's-
I know we've had a long day already today, but I just wanted to throw that out
I have
there
no
as to-
problem. I have no problem talking about it today. I have no problem at all. So, you want to? Excuse me. Who wants to start? I guess that's my question. Who wants to start? Well, I guess Director Denell, maybe you could give us just a quick synopsis of where we're at in terms of the actual cost of the total capital projects.
Yeah,
and
through Mayor. So page 34 is where you'll see the list of all city
Okay.
capital projects. I know we did just talk water and sewer capital, but I know maybe more discussion will happen here on the city capital projects. So 26.4 million is the value of all 24 capital projects. That doesn't include the fleet, which is on the pages after page 34. But maybe on page 34, if we can get some kind of direction from council, if anything should be added, removed from this list. Overall, basically what we're trying to do here, it doesn't directly, adding or subtracting, doesn't directly affect the levy. We have this capital reserve, as I mentioned, where we have some wiggle room to add or subtract, but we're trying to manage things. So, of course, a $100,000 project is a lot different than a $5 million project on that capital reserve. So basically, we're just looking for direction on this $26 million list, if there's any additions or subtractions.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
I'm
Councillor
willing
Quinte.
to take the marina $7 million off the table.
So you want to remove the 7 million.
We don't have 7 million, so I'm not going to support spending 7 million on that project.
Okay. So what do you? If we take it out, what are you going to do?
Find out how much it costs to end the whole project. Get rid of it.
Get rid of
The marina. Just get rid of it.
Get rid of the marina.
That's what I said. It's not.
Your
We don't
Worship.
have $7 million.
I thought we were going to start, Your Worship, on page 94. As I asked this earlier, and you said you were fine with that.
Isn't everything on 34?
Well, okay, but there's also descriptions on each page
Yes,
of
I
all
know,
those.
I
And it
know.
might be easier that we look at the item, we say yay or nay, and we move forward.
Okay, well, we can do
Page
that.
94, Your Worship?
34. I can.
Thank you, Your
if
Worship.
That's the way you want to do it. Okay.
Yeah, I do.
All right, we'll go through here. Willow Road pipe sizing.
Page 94.
That's where I'm at.
Page, that's
I'm
number
on
one.
page 34.
Page 94.
Oh, geez, well,
94.
Mr. Mayor, for ease, I think the staff can put the
Okay,
project
put it
up on the screen,
put it
and we
up,
can
yeah,
just
okay.
go through them from there. That might be easier.
All right.
Yeah, we should have, Your Worship, we should have a motion, and then if someone seconds it, and then we'll have a vote, and then we'll move to the next one.
I just,
Is that as large as you can make it? I guess that's my question.
You go to page 94.
That's where I'm at, 94, yeah.
There are projects in here, though, that some people want, some people don't want. So,
Yeah.
like last year, we went project by project.
Okay, I'm on 94, that's where I am, and that's, if you want to start that way, is that the way you want to start? It doesn't matter to me, 30 Pelham rear entrance. Mover
Motion-
and seconder.
Motion to
Mover
take
and
it,
seconder?
take it out?
Oh, you want to take it out?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So I have a mover to take it out.
I'll
I need
second
a
that, Your Worship.
seconder.
I'll second it.
Okay, okay. Moved by Counselor Stedall, seconded by Counselor Boyce. Any comment or discussion?
I have a question.
Yes,
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we're talking about the canopies of
Yes.
Pelham?
yes.
And it's a safety risk regarding snow load. So I just want to maybe hear a bit from staff as to, just what state they're really in. This is a priority 10, so it makes me wonder, how impending this is. Thank you.
Sean Beamer isn't here, so I guess Jacqueline, it's on you. Director Grimmin, sorry. I
Thank you, through
apologize.
Mr. Chair, to Councillor Sharp. There aren't currently any in place on that side of the building at all. So that's where we've identified the risk that the snow would just fall from that side of the building or ice would build up. That's why we did install on the front side, and now we are proposing on the rear side of the building.
Okay, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Counselor Armstrong?
My question is how did it get a score of 10 when it's a potential real safety issue here? That's the question.
Well,
When it
maybe
should
they
be, in
didn't-
my mind, in my opinion, say 35 plus.
Maybe they didn't assess it as that, like we're looking at it. Maybe they just assessed it as
Who's we is the question, staff?
I imagine, that's where all this came from.
Okay, well,
Through
that's
your
why-
worship, yeah, no, I mean, could have been an oversight. It's subjective, the scoring, and this one is, maybe it does seem very low on the scoring, considering that risk.
Could I make a suggestion for the next time that you take make a list of all of these types of safety issues into one area, combining all the different departments, so we can look at those separately instead of mixed in with everything? That might just help, that's all.
Yeah, but this is one entrance. There are other
Oh,
entrances
yeah.
to the building.
Yeah.
So you
So the
don't have,
question is-
you don't have to use this entrance.
That's right. Is it a flat roof to Your Worship, or is it
Well,
slanted?
no,
Like if they're
it's-
worried?
Well, no, but they use it for deliveries.
There's one question here. He's asking if
Well, I
it's a
wasn't
flat roof.
finished, that's all.
He's asking
tell
if it's
by
a
this.
flat roof.
Oh.
No, I don't think it is a flat roof.
Okay.
It's a cottage roof or
Your Worship, it's a metal peaked roof.
Metal
And
peaked
where,
roof.
where the canopy is being proposed is where the staff, employees enter Quinte Access on that west side of the building. So and I remember there when it was Public Works, staff would enter through there, snow would be running down that steel roof, and they'd be jumping out of the way for dodging the snow or the ice coming off the roof. So it's really a safety issue as far as I'm concerned.
so it's you would put, instead of 10, you'd put 100. Well, I don't disagree with them. I don't think you're disagreeing either, so. Okay, impact is, yes, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a question, I guess maybe, is this just going to buttress sort of reserves, or there's potential we're going to pull
Can
stuff
you
out and
come
put
lower my
roads
damn chair
back in
again?
after maybe? Is that the...
No.
Sorry, so this has no levy effect, like Caleb was saying, I guess. So is it just okay? I don't know if we're going to look at adding adding other projects. I know Councillor Sharp had a project, and certainly there's a long
We're
list
not
of road
adding, this is one that
resurfacing.
was,
Well, at the end, I mean, once
Okay.
if we've taken out, well, okay.
okay. Any other comments? The only comment I would make is that the cost seems very high to me, but maybe I'm wrong. Are we budgeting 150,000 for that? Is that what I'm?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. There's 5 entrances where we would require a canopy on the back.
Oh, they want 5.
Pardon?
They want 5 canopies.
Oh.
That's why it's
Okay, I feel better, but, okay. So there are 5 canopies at this building or just one at this building?
5 for the rear of the building.
They need 5.
Okay.
Excuse me,
All
are
right.
they using all 5 entrances?
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Freeman, or Councillor Reid,
In
whoever
other
it
words,
was.
Councillor Reid, are they using all 5 entrances, or is it just the fact that there are 5 entrances?
I don't think there are, I'm not sure that there are 5 at this building, no.
Well, that's what it says in the
Therefore-
write-up.
They're for delivery, entrances, et cetera.
The
It's
delivery-
also including, I believe, Quinte access to the backs.
No, well.
You sure?
Yeah, but they.
Yeah, the building itself.
The access can come in the other end or in the front entrance.
The bus drivers go in there too. Like there's garage door too, correct? Is that what they're talking?
Yes, there's a big bay
Yeah,
door.
so they're talking about that one too.
No,
That's-
over it too?
Yeah, right?
No, because the roof goes
So-
the other way.
I know.
Could we look further into this to find out how many entrances
Yes,
they're
I think we
actually
better take a
using?
look, we'll, can you look at it, please, Director Grimman, and come back with us on that one?
Yes, I can.
Maybe-
Thank you.
maybe
Better pictures.
Come back tomorrow?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, next one I have is the North
Mayor-
Murray
Mr. Mayor?
renovations additional funds.
Mr. Mayor, just before we leave that, we do have a motion on the floor to remove that
Oh,
project.
right.
We probably should
Okay.
vote on to.
We do have a motion on the floor.
Do you want us to defer
Defer
the
it.
motion till
Okay.
tomorrow,
All right, we
we
got a
do that?
motion to defer.
until more information is brought forward?
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Okay. I've done everything the opposite today. Now I've got to come back to something ordinary. Okay, we're at the North Murray building. I call it the Lassing Divots building, but it's no longer, it's ours. But anyways, who wants to speak to this one? CAO Clazy?
I'll actually defer to Director Grimman.
Oh,
on this
okay.
one.
Okay, Director Grimman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. In addition to the 1.25 million that was approved through last year's capital budget, we are proposing an additional 650,000 to complete the renovations to the full extent, which includes some accessibility upgrades, the addition of an elevator, and renovations to both the first and second floor.
Okay, so that's, I need a mover and a seconder for this one, please. Don't have one?
The question I have, Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
is will all of that get done in this next budget?
that's the plan.
So all of that will be spent this coming year?
That's the plan. But I'll,
Okay.
pardon?
Okay.
CAO Clazy, we did meet in confidence the other day and talked about some of this. Anything that you can tell us that wouldn't jeopardize our integrity?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess what I would say is that I think it would be prudent to still include this project in our 24 capital budget and the additional money. If the conversations we are starting to have come to fruition, then I would say this project would be something that we wouldn't undertake. But I think at this point, we don't really know how that conversation is going to end up. So we should probably still include this project at this time.
650,000. I need a mover, Mr. Councilor O'Neill moves it, seconder. Need a seconder, Councilor Card, seconds.
Sorry, is this to approve it or to remove it
Approve
from
it.
the?
Approve it, to approve it.
And Mr. Mayor, wasn't there some discussion about being able to get a grant for for the elevator portion of this? Because there is a lot of money out there for that particular sort of thing.
Could be, I don't know, but we still need to approve this, and if we get grant money, we won't spend what we're approving.
But
That's fine.
question, so, Your Worship, if we don't take the 650,000 out, then we're sitting still at a 9.26% increase in taxes. Can we, if that money is potentially available from a grant, could we fund this from a reserve? This portion, like what we would spend for the elevator, put it out of a reserve, and then if we do get the grant money, we don't have to take the money out of the reserve. But this would help save us potentially, I'm not sure, whatever the cost of is for the elevator.
It's 1%.
Yeah, so, I mean, if we could say that this comes from reserves, I don't know, I mean, that's finances, I see. CEO
Director
Clazy.
Denouden or CEO Clazy, one of you two guys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, I guess, be clear on two parts. So one, if we do apply for a grant and get it, then
Yes.
yes, I would obviously go against the project. But this project is being funded, the initial part and this, from our capital reserve. So I think back to Mr. Denouden's comments before we started, I'm going to say this conversation on these capital projects, removing one or a number of these projects is not having a direct effect on the 9.26 tax levy. The only way we are going to affect that tax levy is if we adjust the 2% capital transfer. So in our tax levy, we have added 2% or 1.4 million, and we've got I think it's about a $13 million transfer from our tax levy into our capital reserve fund. And then a number of these projects are being funded out of that money. And so if we remove a project, all we're doing is affecting the potential ending reserve balance in '24. We're not affecting the tax levy.
So going through each of these projects individually is not going to affect what our tax rate's going to be. We're still going to be at the 2%. All of this is included with the 2%.
Yes.
So if we're going to affect anything on our tax levy, we're going to have to look at the 4% or the other external agencies if we're not going to change our infrastructure.
Yes,
levy.
I would say if you want to equate an adjustment to that 9% to capital, then I would say council should have a conversation around the 2% of that 9 that is the additional money going into this reserve, if that makes sense. So that of that 9% tax levy, 2% of that 9, or two of the 9, is to put more money into this reserve to do these projects. But if council made that 0, we can still fund all of these projects. It just means we're going to have less money in that reserve at the end of '24, which will affect us moving forward when we're looking at future projects in future years. And I guess on the flip side,
we,
to Councillor Sharp's point about adding in 150,000 for, or whatever the number is, for the resurfacing at Tucker's Corners, at this point, we would fund that from that capital reserve, and it wouldn't be in addition to the tax base. That's how we fund our capital projects. All that means is we have 150,000 less moving forward for other projects in future years.
650,000. Councillor Boyce and Councillor Card.
So just a question. So we've got the 9.36 or whatever, and that includes the 2% capital levy, the special levy. But if we were to remove some of, and that's to go to capital projects, and it equals how much approximately?
Approximately 1.4 million.
Okay, so but if we found items in here that were, say, 1.4 million, for example, which is the 2%, then we could effectively say that we eliminated a couple of these and we didn't then do the 2% capital levy, the special levy, then our budget would be down to 7.36, would it not? Yeah, it would be down to 7.36.
Through your worship, it's true. It's true. It's just
Yeah.
important to remember this is a long-term play. So that also means you're taking 1.4 million out of the long-term capital plan for the next 9 years every year, because we have predicated the long-term plan doing these roads that you see for the 10 years on that 2% levy. But you're absolutely right. We can
No.
take 1.4 out.
If we took 1.4 out, then it would be the same as if we had kept those ones in, like a couple of projects, you know, a sign or something, and we said we didn't really want that sign, or other things, and we found 1.4, then it would be we could take that 2% out and still, without a couple of these projects, we'd be down to 7.36. That's the way I understand it. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's fine.
That's what we're trying to do, I guess,
Yeah.
isn't it? But anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't get it.
Okay.
And I don't want to
So-
get it. I think this is ridiculous. We have this tax levy to handle capital projects, and we put it in, and we bumped it up, and now if we're going to talk about taking it out again? Like, we're spinning in the wind.
You just
Anyhow, I'm tired physically and mentally, and everything that Mr. Clazy just said, I have no idea what he said. And I'm going to make a motion that we recess and do this tomorrow. This is ridiculous.
I will second that motion because these are big ticket numbers and big projects, and I agree. I want to give it its full attention. Thank you.
Okay. Pardon? How many, I need a motion, or I need a vote, all in favor? That's what I
doing it
need.
tomorrow?
3.
Yeah, I'm fine with
Carried. Okay, what time are we going to start tomorrow?
8 o'clock.
We're done. 9 a.m.
Oh, get out.
I don't think we can start earlier if we've already announced that we're starting at
It has to
9.
be a 9 o'clock start, Mr. Mayor.
We can't even come and look at each other at 8:30. Okay, all right.
You
9
can come
o'clock.
and look at each other, but we can't start the meeting.
We're adjourned till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Councillor Freeman and Councillor Reed. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for bearing with us. Okay? Thanks, ladies and
Thank you.
gentlemen. Any kind of luck, it'll be...